What's up, guys? Welcome back to another one of my YouTube videos, and this YouTube video is just going to be about random crap. So this video is really just preparing for one of my training videos. So in that video, I'll probably upload all these 3 videos and also these 2 videos in a time lapse that I'm gonna be filming in here. So yeah.
Someone is involuntarily confined to one space indefinitely for days, weeks, months, or even years, alone, without productive tasks. Their body will likely undergo numerous changes. Let's take a look at what we have and why. Early on, stress hormones may spike. As time passes, that stress will become chronic. Social interaction, meaningful activities are essential for emotional stability. This is because they provide us with what researchers call social reality testing.
What's so funny is I keep getting the same question word for word for word. You guys coordinate this stuff. I think it's just common sense. I think you guys must have like a group chat of all the guys that don't have girlfriends. Should the penalty be for someone breaks into the United States? But personally, I think we should help you get process. We should send them back to Nicaragua, Guatemala, Mexico. I'm gonna send her a sign. How do black people not have access to a better life in America? What's preventing black people having a better life in America? Yes. What's preventing them? Police.
Especially responsive and hyperactive. Meanwhile, the prefrontal cortex, the brain's hub for reason and moral judgment, can shrink, impairing one's focus, memory, and cognition. Overall, the balance shifts from rational thinking towards emotionality. And as someone remains in this state, the imbalance becomes a great.
So let me get this straight. I've got a midterm coming up and it's worth 70% of my entire grade.
Irrational actions.
Like what happened to all of those homeworks, all those quizzes, all those fucking Canvas assignments. They don't just not fucking mean anything. Who invented midterms? I mean, seriously.
Look, my teacher told me that my mom passed away as a prank. And I can't tell you the reason why she pranked me. She hated me. She always hated me. She called me fat, gay, stupid, dumb. And I guess she had her final straw with me. I think she wanted to take it to the extreme levels by saying that my mom passed away as a prank. So I walk into class, I sit down, I do my work, and my teacher's on the phone with my dad. Okay? And I knew something was up because my mom and my dad were not even together, so I didn't know what was going on. She hangs up the phone, she walks, she goes, Preston, I have some very bad news for you. You might want to come outside. I'm like, sure. Like, what? And she says, Preston, your mom passed away. I'm like, what? And I started crying my eyes out, bawling. I'm like hyperventilating. She was like, dude, it's a prank. And I was like, what? What do you mean? She said, yeah, it's a prank. Calm down. Like, you couldn't tell it was a prank? I said, no, I couldn't tell it was a prank. I'm like, why are you pranking me? Like, what? To this day, I do not know why she did that.
Introduced solitary confinement to U.S. prisons in the late 1700s as an alternative to corporal punishment.
I'm not gonna lie, my biggest red flag is that I automatically go quiet whenever I hear something that hurts my feelings.
Faced criticism, but with figures all the way to the
Without further ado, the winners are.
Imagine how perfect it would be if you and me were just neighbors and we could sneak each other in and out every single night.
of the body.
I wish. Imagine how perfect it would be if you and me were just neighbors and we could sneak each other in and out every single night. I wish. Imagine how perfect it would be if you and me were just neighbors.
Incidences of protests, rebellions, and violence grew.
When you make it into
Solitary
according to Apple, the iPhone 17.
Gets you up to 50% charge in 28 minutes.
But they failed to mention you need to use this power. It's $40 and only has one USB Type-C. But that's not what's important.
is harmful to everyone, but many who've experienced it have pre-existing mental health disorders. Also seems to have
According to the creator behind me, if you comment any character names from the Wicked movie here on TikTok, animations will pop up on your screen.
solitary
Sorry.
Children or pregnancy.
haven't had the best relationship. The past 3 years, I've been to the ER like 5 times because of different stomach problems. Like, it's horrible. I'm like, I'm good, bro. I just gotta walk this one off. It's gonna go past in like 2 or 3 days. It'll be fine. And surprise, surprise, it actually got worse. Walked it off for a few more days. I was like, bro, I'm good. Like, this is just another horrible idea. This one night at like 5 in the morning, it got so bad. I was like, okay, I gotta go to the ER. Off the car, drove to the hospital, and waited like 3 hours to get treated. CT scan on my stomach. And lo and behold, my appendix almost just bursted out of my stomach. By the way, it bursts and does not get treated, you can die. Thankfully, we caught it at the right time, and man, why did I delay it so long? I waited.
Because my mom doesn't want to talk in a public forum. I was like, you're not kidding? You're serious? She's like, yeah, mom didn't realize the chat's public.
The Kindle color's soft.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance.
Man, this river speed. I've never seen anything worse than this. I'm not even gonna lie. This is, bro, 3 kilometers an hour river speed. Breathing was shot in your brain.
The flow changes every day. That's why Tampax has 5 absorbencies to match. If you can literally sit behind a screen and tell someone to kill themselves, you are insane. If you can literally sit behind a screen and tell someone.
But this time, it happened again. 3 separate.
What the fuck is that supposed to be?
But it's a story I absolutely beautiful flight from New York to Paris, and the way
What the fuck is that supposed to be?
I fucking hate when somebody comes up to you and they're like, yo, isn't that the same thing you wore 2 days ago?
That's right, I'll check for you.
Have you ever heard of a washing machine? Right? You ever think that I thought, like, maybe the fit was so hard that I had to run it fucking back? Like, I promise you, I'm not throwing on the same fucking dirty clothes. That would be gross. I just genuinely think the fit is hard, and I would wear it again. Like, I don't see a problem with that. It's like people are dumbfounded by the idea that you can wear it. I fucking hate when somebody comes up to you and they're
Go talk to her. She's obviously fucking interested. You just get her number. The last time I tried to go to a girl and get her number, I was on the middle of a fucking mission. The objective was acquire the telephone number. I had all 10 of her friends line up in a fucking single file line. Turn like this. Look at me. You want her number?
No. It's the
after a long day of scrolling, you finally open up Canvas. Alright, let's see what they're
20 assignments.
all overdue. You click the dashboard. 15 assignments due today.
Holy shit. With his friends want to let him.
I'm 74.
Okay, here, see this circle? Welcome to friends.
Let's try Dave's Hutchins.
One of the hardest things Come here. I just watched someone say, I'm keeping my iPhone 16 Pro. My next phone is going to be a Motorola Razr. What do? People take their iPhones for granted. A Motorola Razr is not going to feel like an iPhone that full. So you're going to quickly notice Hello UI does not run as smooth as iOS. You want to use that selfie camera in bad lighting? You want to use that selfie camera on social media?
Girls, we all know that.
People are starting to claim that it's impossible to unfollow Brett Rivera. Yes, you heard me correctly. Many people are making videos stating that if you
With the beautiful girl that I met,
My name's Taylor, and I'm gonna go.
I heard Age got rid of.
I hate to be the one to break it to all of you fashion people out there, but a lot of you guys are suffering from a chronic case of baggy blindness.
And it's making you look like a genuine fucking pain.
I hate to be the first.
Oh no.
I'm being advised by my lawyers and Rockstar to keep my mouth shut. But, just like Jason, if I told you, it would have to sound.
They've conquered every form of motorsport except this one. Now Audi is entering Formula 1, backed by one of the world's biggest car groups and stepping straight into the battle with their oldest enemy. They've got money, they've got power, but one question remains. Can they move what Mercedes did? Because the last time a German giant entered Formula 1, they changed everything. 6 seasons.
Hey mate, what's your hot take?
The way that swing through, I know he died. 6 seconds. Straight on the highway.
Fox is inciting a war.
Who's with me?
We need to stop him.
Troops face impossible odds with the world to get over to it again.
Chernobyl disaster.
Does your personal building
Wait, good point. Please tell us one thing you did today.
They informed me it's from Angel Group.
Never underestimate the power of wood.
Hackers. I started dating my ex on August 23rd, 2024. She was my first girlfriend, my first kiss, my first date, my first everything. At first, everything felt exciting, but things went downhill very quickly. From the start, she constantly threatened to break up, even on big days like my little brother's birthday, my own birthday, or other special occasions. So I'd beg her to stay, and I ended up changing myself completely to try to make her happy. Some of the changes were good, but most felt forced. No matter what I did, she still criticized me and made me feel like I wasn't enough. By December, I was pretty close to her. Honestly, thought this was perfect. But on my birthday in January, she told me she didn't love me. I begged her, and she stayed for a while. By March, she finally ended things. After a 3 to 5 month break, we started seeing each other again. At first, I thought maybe we could try again. But it quickly became clear that all she wanted was intimacy. I realized I deserved more, so I ended it. I know I made mistakes in the relationship, but I also put a lot of effort into it. I know
1,500, 400, 300, hundred above.
I never forced
Wait, so when an iPhone's battery is bad, it's the worst phone in the world. If there was a level scamming again, but when the battery is actually good, it's crickets. Like nobody's mentioning the fact that the iPhone.
Bro, science is so fake. They say the hottest thing is the sun, but it's you. Bro, science is so fake.
Oh, is that a Kindle color?
30 minutes later, I was
specifically goes out to those individuals, namely those very sad women that make content such as this, joking about DV as long as it's against men. And then there's that other equally sad.
Yo, have you ever had a teacher cry? Like, I'm sorry, but that is literally God's testament to you, bro. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, I remember my freshman year, right? We were in math class. My math teacher was like teaching something, right? And I'm not gonna lie, she gave me some homework I didn't feel like doing. So I took a picture of her with this Quizlet app, and it did all of it for me, and she called me doing it, right? This is exactly what she was like.
You guys don't take me seriously.
Like, I'm trying not to laugh, I'm tearing up and thinking nothing, because I look over at my friend, he looks like this. And I immediately just go, and she looks at me laughing, and she starts crying even more. And that's when me and my friends just burst out.
Having a homework is like having an emotionally unstable daughter that doesn't listen. I spent countless hours talking to her, reassuring her, letting her know like I'm talking to her and I try to give her advice. And then she just turns around and just completely ignores it. My homegirl just recently told me that she liked this guy, but then he's low-key like on and off, so then she wants to end it, right? I'm like, yeah, that's your original one, you should end it. So she tells me that she finally blocked him. 2 days later, she calls me, she goes, Jason, I stepped over at the park. And not only that, she said,
Okay, my one piece of woman convicted of the Slenderman stabbing is currently on the loose. So if you're would you still date me if I was a worm? No. What's wrong? Nothing. No, you never put the glass down like that.
Don't touch me!
What is her name? I don't know if you're talking about. No.
You're in a shower without me.
Go, 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 go! Uncle John! Come on,
there are things that you're totally normal that are actually abuse. If you're new here, I'm Tori. I'm a therapist and boundaries coach, and I grew up with a narcissist mom. If you grew up with a parent who repeatedly does these things, then you too, my friend, grew up with a toxic parent. 1. When you make a decision that your parent doesn't like, instead of respecting that decision because you are an adult after all, they put pressure on you by doing this fun thing called guilt tripping in order to get you to override your own decision.
And if you're trying to fuck a turkey on Thanksgiving this year, do not in fact do that.
This is what it was.
People will literally do anything but actually study for their test, right? I walked into my friend's room. This kid was using
Soren, if you're mad in a relationship and you hate your girl because you are angry or you're in a state of frustration, then you no longer call yourself a man. You lost all morals.
Can we normalize just saying no? Like, why do I have to come up with some excuse? Bro, let's go to the pool. No. Bro, why? Because, I don't know, maybe I don't want my nipple touching some kid's fucking band-aid. Like, what, man? Why do I have to make up some excuse? Like, oh, my back. Or, oh, well, actually, I have that big. No, I'll be at home, probably eating my shit, and it doesn't concern me. Can we?
What university in America?
The person who sent me this video either likes candy. Or just wants you to open this video like a good bowl.
Now that they're grown up and out of the house, my kids never come back and visit me. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, it's just so hurtful. I mean, this is the house they were raised
first steps in. This is the house they hid in whenever I would fly into one of my rage spirals. The sad thing is, I'm still hopeful. That's why I've left their childhood bedrooms totally untouched. I mean, I haven't even taken the bars off their windows or put their doors back on the hinges. I'm sorry, you barred your children's windows and took away their doors? Hey, children are not to be trusted. Their only role is to, check this out. This right.
We can't access a Wingard brain for
There's such a big difference between how long girls take to become friends and how long guys take to become friends. Like, this is girls one day into knowing each other. This is them 1 week into knowing each other. Hey, this is them 1 month into knowing each other. I really want to become friends with that girl. You want to be friends with that girl? I'm gonna stalk her social. I'm gonna stalk her social. Oh, she's pretty. Very pretty. She has good outfits. Yeah, I want to be friends with her. Yeah, I'd be friends with her. Maybe one day I'll tell her. I'll tell her at some point. Probably not. And this is them 1 year into knowing each other. Hey, so I know like we've been seeing each other a lot, but we've never introduced ourselves. My name is Kate. Oh, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Sammy. You want to be friends? Yeah, let's be friends, girl. And then this guy's the first time they meet each other. Hey, can I borrow this? Yeah, I got you. Hey, sick shoes, bro. I got those too. Yeah, no way. Thanks, bro. Sick Minecraft backpack. I love that game. No way. You play that game too, man? Hey, we already got so much in common. Let me guess. You like cars, planes, trains, and automobiles? No way, man. No, we gotta be friends. Yeah, let's be friends, man. Actually, me and the boys are doing something this weekend. If you want to join us, yeah, so as long as there's money. Hey, yeah, man, I'm excited. Hey, what's your name? What?
Why do I love having a healthcare concierge? This is I know I don't wipe my ass and it stinks when I walk past you in public, but
I can't think of a single reason to ever put that information online for the entire world to see. Matter of fact, why are you even doing that? Stop.
I know I don't want a lot of gummies on the
Telling you, neither of you can get off the lawn.
Stall your shit every time you touch this.
Well, you sound ridiculous. I'm buying a brain. Maybe that'll
Next man that enters my You're so insane. It is. Next man that enters my life. He is required to take me on 3 dates before he gets a sleepover and before he gets my clothes on. That's it.
Just 3 dates, huh? That's all that it takes? And just imagine, there are some women out there who don't even wait that long for giving out sleepovers and taking off their clothes. It's no small wonder that some of these women are wondering why those men don't stick around.
Okay, I'm being so fucking for real right now. Here's the thing. As soon as you spend the night with the man, not even doing anything, they stop asking you out on dates. And then, once you sleep with them, they don't want anything to fucking do with you anymore, which, like, whatever. I'm tired of men sexualizing me and objectifying me.
And who allows that to happen?
Yeah, I made it very easy for them to do that. And that's like, I'm done. I'm seriously fucking done. Like, hookup culture is fun for like 5 minutes. I miss connection. You're so insane.
It is said that Godzilla can destroy all of New York City.
Within hours.
Yes, and he was a stupid, smelly shit. Hey! If we are not mature enough to read this book, we can go ahead and close it and we can all take a test. Go ahead, continue reading. And I'm gonna stop you right there. I will say the next few words. Yes! Thank you. I've waited all year to say this. Guys, there's a word in the book that's very bad, and it hurts me to say it. What was that? Then just don't say it? I'm not gonna let you ruin this for me. Tyrone, cover your eyes. I want you to hear this. And he was a What was that? The book has it with an A and I said it with an ER? Okay, I'll reread it. And he was a Test. So,
Hey, I'm Stephen Curry.
iPhones still don't have a universal back button.
I've been sat here for an hour on this Android.
Top 3 reasons why you're ugly. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. See other reasons? That's because you're not ugly. You're actually super cute.
Nobody talks about how scary it is to go to school the day after a substitute leaves a bad note. Because one time, I couldn't even take out the trash. Nah, you got it. What did you say? So you got it.
What the? If you don't get your ass up right now and take out the fucking trash, I'm gonna beat your mother fucking ass.
What are you talking to? I'm your fucking mom. What the fuck? You go take out the trash. Nah, you got it.
Gen Z.
Sometimes I don't wanna be happy. Why?
Good morning, sleepyhead. The time is 6 a.m. Now today, we are cleaning the entire house, inside and out, and I thought that we could just get started a little early. I also did tell the neighbors that we are going to be doing their entire yard because I just told them that we could help out.
Another pro tip, when you research your stuff, first you improve parts, then go for the deck ammunition, and then you go for horizontal drive, adjustment of fire, elevation mechanism, you know, it's all crucial. Then you skip this, you skip tracks, you skip brake, you skip improved, and no one needs this. You skip smoke sheds or artillery, you go straight for filters, transmissions, and engines, and then you go for crew replenishment, then you go for the improved fire system, and only then you go for the rest. Another pro tip, when you research your stuff,
Yeah. I got him in here cooking tonight. After he works 12 hours, see?
For all of you that have seen my original video on this, there is an update. She has posted. Before I slide in what I need to say, just watch that video.
So him and husband are in a huge fight right now. He actually left and he said he's going to stay gone until I get my act.
I want to make some cookies.
If you think you've had it rough, my best friend got cheated on her wedding day. Not a week before, a day before, on the freaking wedding day. Everything was planned, everything was set, everything was provided. But he had to, jump the gun and go ahead and cheat on her. And how she found out that he cheated on her is quite simple. She went on his phone to DoorDash, and she saw a message notification from some girl named Sarah. And what Sarah said was, "Where are you at? I miss you." And she was like,
I know exactly what you're using, Cocaine! Get it powerful! It's like speaking of
if you go to Spotify and hit listening stats, they give you a weekly Spotify rating. Just turn on the listens to your town.
Alright, boys, dinner's almost ready. Jimmy, you got it right? Oh, really? Is that right, Jimmy? Fantastic. Alright, well, Trevor, can I talk to you?
What is wrong with my dad? Is he insane? So me, my dad, and both my little brothers are all chilling downstairs, right? And from the start of me ever making TikToks, I always had my dad blocked. But he still knew I made TikToks. He just didn't know what they were about, how many followers I had, how many likes I got. He doesn't know anything about that. The only thing he knows is that I make TikToks. So we're all chilling downstairs in the living room, right? My dad is watching TikTok on his phone, but his phone dies. So he tells my little brother, "Yo, let me see your phone, let me watch TikTok on your phone." So my little brother and my dad are both sitting on the couch next to me, watching TikTok on my little brother's phone. And just by the glory of God, just my luck, one of my videos pop up on my little brother's phone. My dad instantly starts yelling, "Yo, is that Isaiah? Is that Isaiah?" Going through my account, watching all my videos, and if you guys know anything, you know I talk mess about my little brothers on my TikTok account. So my dad obviously wasn't too happy.
First question, what does it feel like to be having a tick? Can you feel it coming down the tube? Or is it just at the end?
Yeah, you can feel it coming down the tube. Yeah.
Really?
You can feel, yeah. It's like, okay, if you were to drink really cold water and you can feel it going down like you're throwing it to your stomach. Have you guys ever done that?
Yes.
Like where you're on an empty stomach, you drink water. It's like the same thing except, it's coming out of the lingual, flying out. Yeah, you control it. So you feel it in your stomach.
You control it?
Yeah, you can cut off. Yeah, you control it.
I can stop it, stop it, but
This is so hard to answer. Yeah, if you push harder, it'll come out faster, slow down. I don't know, it just feels like water coming out of you, I guess. It's always like,
I do actually need to know the answer to this because you spent about an hour.
Hey Smith, what do we do if the person we're grading didn't write their name on the test? You want me to just put a 0? I don't mind minusing 5 points from you. No, the test is over. Had your chance to write your name if you did it.
A is wrong, B is wrong, 3 is wrong.
Miss Smith, if they got the first 3 questions wrong, do we even bother saving them? I say we just let their grades tank for the rest of the year. What?
I seen Josh's video and I've spent a few days processing what he said and trying to decide if I was going to make another one just to reply to him. Now if you don't know what I'm talking about, tell me about the Boys on Ninja episode where me and Josh literally have a fight, like a physical altercation. I've also spent the last few days...
Focus. Oh God.
ready with me except my boyfriend.
Thanksgiving coming up, I already know what my favorite meal is gonna be. It's gonna be you.
How well you curse is a sign of how mature you are, and one of the best ways to tell also is if people know how to combo off cuss words. Because combos and cussing, they bring a lot of emotion and they get you right. Now, when you take people who don't really know how to curse, they'll just spam random words together and it don't make sense. Like, they'll just be like, yeah, you like little piece of shit, bitch. Like, I hate you, you dumb effing bullshit. It just doesn't make sense. And there are a lot of different combos you can use out there. Some people like it.
Also, is it just...
Okay, can we like start making like Instacart for gas?
No. And contrary to what's written on the screen, someone is not just a girl. Someone is a full-grown adult woman and perfectly capable of pumping their...
This is, I'll venture to say, an entitled from someone who had genetically great skin, who has no issues, no acne, no dryness, no eczema, and they say, oh, why do you need a specific serum for your rosacea?
My friend's mom stole her car because she felt crap.
That would be nice. You know, it's kind of funny because Bioderma's main product is micellar water, so they kind of do have water. Here it's incentivized to dehydrated. And the products don't work. Because if the products work, they would be almost impressed. Well, no, they work with your temporary in most cases.
This is definitely the best next door in America. I have done a whole place going to shop. This is the newly opened Charlotte Micro Center. This place is the size of a Lowe's. Easy part selection is unheard of. How do they have so much 49%? Peripherals, medical glass, mouse pads. You have the big name tech stuff, and then you have aisles full of things that you would never want to think of.
So much so that you're consuming a lot of sodium throughout the day.
So I told my mom...
You could be overeating to develop blood pressure, hypertension, which raises your risk of stroke, heart attack. I'm not a fan of the electrolyte potions unless you're sweating a lot, you're exercising. If you know the word
Wait, is this auto?
retinol, hyaluronic acid, alcohol, what is the hydration connection to the skincare? I'm trying my best to find the middle ground here. Some of the ingredients you just mentioned actually allow water to form.
Using this sound gives you a warning. Using this sound gives you a warning.
And skincare products go together. In fact, hydration is tricky because if you come out of the shower and you took a really hot shower and you leave the water and let it air dry, that can overly dry your skin, making you feel dehydrated. If we were to do Subway cakes,
Just a few hours ago, I was in Indianapolis.
Okay, there is a correlation between how much water we're drinking and how bad things have gotten made. See, this is the problem. People say things have over medical issues. But when people say things have gotten worse, it's chronic health issues have gotten worse. And they're forgetting that our immune system has gotten so good that we're pushing people along to live longer lives. But because we're allowing them to survive insults and heart attacks, strokes, if you can land on preventing them from dying, they develop chronic health problems. So our actual mortality has gone down, but our chronic health problems went up. This is a big one, and then it's a solution. No one's saying it's a solution. Also, I will say, people are afraid, and I just think to myself that when you're in that you're early signs that you're going through.
The 12 people only.
How about hair washing?
As long as you're confident that you are...
That's like swimming gym. Can't be in airport. Gotta wash the legs, gotta wash the groin, look inside as to why you're doing certain activities, why you're having certain thoughts or feelings, potentially flagging bad behaviors, avenues by which you can change those behaviors, figuring out how to have healthier relationships with family and friends at work. But I'm going to be like, no, don't do that, because then you'll stop going.
Like, we got this.
A good therapist, much like a good doctor, should try and get you to be in a position where you're self-sufficient and stable, and not just encourage you to come in all the time when there is no issue with yourself. Perhaps there can be check-in visits or something flares up, but the goal is really to get you to be standing on your own feet.
So what's your take?
People who walk through TSA barefoot should be banned from travel in Central.
100% agree. If you walk through TSA with no socks on,
Crazy.
you should go to maybe jail.
Immediate jail.
If this is like a person who's flying in sandals and they make them take their sandals off, what were they supposed to do? Magically appear with socks? I mean, it's definitely not a good idea. That's pathogen. And if there was a knife, if there was a common location for germs to go, like the osmosis shows, it would be the TSA plane. Those little yellow footprints that they make you stand up. There's a lot of bacteria. There's a lot of fungi. You get athlete's foot. You can also get plantar warts. Those are infections. A lot of times they cause arthritis.
So what's your take?
I think we should be more curious about our bodies.
100% disagree.
That's not everything.
I don't know. I don't care. Let it operate.
I don't think that's right.
Why would you want to know what's happening on the inside of you?
I think you should be more curious, and I think you should be empowered to learn more about your body, so that when the doctor makes a recommendation, you can participate in agreeing or disagreeing based on what you know about your body.
Here's what I'm saying. I do think that one physical a year,
Right.
a lot can happen in 12 months.
A lot can happen.
Who set that rule?
I don't know.
A physical doesn't have to be once a year, especially if you have pre-existing conditions. Like, for example, if you have diabetes, I've seen you more often than once a year.
So what's your take?
I think that people should be allowed to share underwear.
100% disagree. That is insanity.
In what condition, situation would that ever need to be placed?
If it's been washed, I don't really understand why it's a problem.
Sure, that's not sharing underwear though. That's just like letting someone borrow it there.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like I take it off and I get to wear it.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Do you agree that it's okay if it's been washed?
I mean, why not? You know what I find weird? If someone finds on their street a mattress and they take it into their home, people might be grossed out. Like, you don't know who laid on it. What do you think the hotel room? That's guaranteed thousands of people have done all sorts of activities in that environment. And guess what? You get into it after a long day of traveling. So then, why? Because it's been cleaned. And when it's been cleaned, the germs have been disinfected, killed everything, and all of the magic chemicals made it clean.
Well, I think it's really weird.
Yeah, what?
You know, like my sister, for example, when we lived together, it was like a really big problem. She's like, it's so disgusting that you like to wear other people's underwear.
Liking to wear other people's underwear and borrowing someone else are two non-comparable same things.
I don't like to wear it. I just don't have enough.
It's very simple to buy new underwear. You can even make your own.
I never seem to have enough.
Well,
will improve your vision. Can I just do this? Yes. Contact lenses can get lost. No. If you sneeze with your eyes open, they'll pop out. I don't know where to start with this. Myth. Hi, my name is Dr. Ronnie Bennett. I'm a board-certified ophthalmologist and neuro-ophthalmologist. And I'm Dr. Jennifer Sai, practicing optometrist in New York City. I specialize in medical and aesthetic eye care. And today we will review Dr. myths about vision. 2020 means you have perfect vision. That's a big one. A lot of people think 2010 means perfect vision, but there is so much more than just having the eye track moving down in 2020. And there is the
So about 40% of us will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in our lifetime. And so much of it is just bad genetics and bad luck. But here's the good news. Up to 40% of all cancers are preventable. So on one hand, you can't change your genetics. But on the other hand, you can absolutely influence how your genes behave. And one of the most powerful ways to influence your genes and lower your risk of cancer is through the food you eat every day. Because many cancers are not just a genetic disease, it's a metabolic disease, and it's an immune My daily screen time is 5 to 7 hours. They're on $6 to $7 a day.
8 hours, 9 to 10 hours. 10 to 15 hours. What I see, it's kind of very healthy. How did grandmother use this? I will contact my friends. I don't think I can survive on this for 10 days. Thank you.
Sports socks that go the extra mile. Get 20% off your first order at Bombas.
Hey YouTube, how are you doing? And welcome to SCP Containment Breach. This is, in my opinion, one of the best horror games ever made, and also one of the scariest. I absolutely love the SCP. And this game right here was my introduction to the SCP universe. There are so many terrifying SCPs out there. If you've never heard of it, you are in for a treat. This game is going to be crazy. This game is basically what would happen if all of the SCPs would break free from their containment and cause all kind of mayhem there. And because we're playing Ultimate Edition, by the way, there are so many more SCPs than the Standard Edition. simulation that a lot of the YouTubers played back in the day. So you're going to be seeing a whole lot more content here. And we're going to be doing a full lore playthrough. We're going to be interacting with every single one of the SCPs, reading all of the lores. I want to go as deep as I can in this game because I absolutely love it. It's going to be an awesome time, and I really hope you enjoy it. If you're not subscribed, please do so. If you like the video, like it. If you dislike it, dislike it. But let's not waste any more time. Let's hop into the game. Let's go. Here we go. Wake it up. We're going to be playing it from the very beginning. Oh, yeah, I need to move my camera a second here. So I'm covering up the blinking indicator. What do we got right here? Have to open inventory. SCP, secure, contain, protect. That's what...
There's a common misconception that if you like to meticulously organize your things, keep your hands clean, or plan out your weekend
to the last detail. You might have OCD. In fact, OCD, which stands for Obsessive Compulsive Disorder, is a serious psychiatric condition that is frequently misunderstood by society and mental health professionals alike. So let's start by debunking some myths. Myth 1. Repetitive or ritualistic behaviors are synonymous with OCD. As its name suggests, obsessive compulsive disorder has two aspects: the intrusive thoughts, images, or impulses known as obsessions, and the behavioral compulsions people engage in to relieve the anxiety the obsessions cause. The kinds of actions that people often associate with OCD, like excessive hand washing or checking things repeatedly, may be examples of obsessive or compulsive tendencies that many of us exhibit from time to time. But the actual disorder is far more rare and can be quite debilitating. People affected have little or no control over their obsessive thoughts and compulsive behaviors, which tend to be time-consuming and interfere with work, school, or social life to the point of causing significant distress. This set of diagnostic criteria is what separates people suffering from OCD from those who may just be a bit more meticulous or hygiene-obsessed than usual. Myth 2. The main symptom of OCD is excessive hand washing. Although hand washing is the most common image of OCD in popular culture, obsessions and compulsions can take many different forms. Obsessions can manifest as fears of contamination and illness, worries about harming others, or preoccupations with numbers, patterns, modality, or sexual identity. And compulsions can range from excessive cleaning or double checking to the fastidious arrangement of objects or walking in predetermined patterns. Myth 3. Individuals with OCD don't understand that they are acting irrationally. Many individuals with OCD actually understand the relationship between their obsessions and compulsions quite well. Being unable to avoid these thoughts and actions, despite being aware of their irrationality, is part of the reason why OCD is so distressing. OCD sufferers report feeling crazy for experiencing anxiety based on irrational thoughts and finding it difficult to control their responses. So what exactly causes OCD? The frustrating answer is, we don't really know. However, we have some important clues. OCD is considered a neurobiological disorder. In other words, research suggests that OCD sufferers' brains are actually hardwired to behave in a certain fashion. Research has implicated 3 regions of the brain, variously involved in social behavior and complex cognitive planning, voluntary movement, and emotional and motivational responses. The other piece of the puzzle is that OCD is associated with low levels of serotonin, a neurotransmitter that communicates between brain structures and helps regulate vital processes such as mood, aggression, impulse control, sleep, appetite, body temperature, and mood. But are serotonin and activity in these brain regions the sources of OCD, or symptoms of an unknown underlying cause of the disorder? We probably won't know until we have a much more intimate understanding of the brain. The good news is there are effective treatments for OCD, including medications which increase serotonin in the brain by limiting its reabsorption by brain cells, behavioral therapy that gradually desensitizes patients to their anxieties, and in some cases, electroconvulsive therapy or surgery when OCD doesn't respond to other forms of treatment. Knowing that your own brain is lying to you while not being able to resist its demands can be agonizing. But with knowledge and understanding comes the power to seek help, and future research into the brain may finally provide the answers we're looking for.
Hi.
Hi. You done with this?
No.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if it was empty or not.
Okay.
through quality checks every day.
This video is about learning style. What kind of learner are you?
Oh yeah, I'm a visual person, so like I
I think visual learning.
Visual.
I mean, like, I remember formulas like auditory, and then you'd be like interacting with the material.
I like to learn by doing myself.
Very hands-on. Hands-on learning.
Hands-on.
Like, if I have a model, I'd like to look at that and look at it.
Part of this video is sponsored by Google Search.
There is this idea in education that everyone has their own preferred way of learning, their so-called learning style. If information is presented in accordance with the learning style, well, then they'll learn better. Now, there are dozens of different learning style theories. The most common one identifies 4 main learning styles: visual, auditory, reading, writing, and kinesthetic, or VARK for short. Visual learners learn best from images, demonstrations, and pictures. People may say things, but I can't really take it in. I just gotta see them act it out, write it. Auditory learners learn best from listening to an explanation.
Like in school, I was always engaged in a lecture, and that was usually good enough to pass a test.
Reading, writing learners learn best from reading and writing.
Like, I can get pretty much anything out of reading a textbook or something.
And kinesthetic learners learn best by doing, physically interacting with the world.
Hands-on. You have to touch things, you have to play with things. It's a contact sport. You have to do it yourself.
I want to try something with you, a little experiment. I want to show you 10 pictures of things, and I don't want you to say anything while you're looking at them. And at the end of the 10, you tell me how many you can remember.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. Now, learning styles make intuitive sense because we know everyone is different. Some people have better spatial reasoning, others have better listening comprehension. We know some people are better readers, while others are good with their hands.
It sort of very much fits with a broad strain of thought in the recent Western tradition. It's like we're all unique, we're all different. And so you don't want to say like everybody learns the same way. That sort of conflicts with our feelings about what it means to be human.
So doesn't it make sense that people should learn better in their own preferred learning style? Well, teachers certainly seem to think so. A survey of nearly 400 teachers from the UK and the Netherlands found that over 90% believed that individuals learn better when they receive information in their preferred learning style.
Just like every professor has a different style of teaching, you will have a different style of learning.
But when his teacher starts to do visuals, Jonathan finds it easier to focus and understand the material. So he might be a visual learner.
Can you tell me what that means to you? Like, what does it mean to be a visual learner? To me, it means that for me to learn something, I just need to draw it, or I need to write it down, or I need to see a picture or a movie.
For example, science classes, I get bored easily just listening, and I think it's more interesting for me to actually be able to do it.
How do you know that you're a visual learner?
I don't. I just assume.
To take advantage of learning styles, then teachers need to do 2 things. First, identify the learning style of each of their students. And second, teach each student in accordance with their learning style. On the VARK website, it says, once you know about VARK, its power to explain things will be a revelation. But before you take an online learning styles quiz, it's a good idea to ask, do learning styles even exist? I mean, do you have one? And if you're taught in accordance with it, would you learn better? Well, you could test this by running a randomized control trial, where first you would identify learners with at least 2 different learning styles, say visual and auditory, and then randomly assign learners to one of 2 educational presentations, one visual, one auditory. So for half of the students, the experience will match their learning style, and for the other half, it won't. Then you give everyone the same test. If the learning style hypothesis is correct, the results should show better performance when a presentation matches the learning style than when they're mismatched. I tried a very unscientific version of this experiment on the street. For some people, I matched their learning style, so I showed visual learners pictures of 10 items. But for other visual learners, I read out the items instead.
Bell, angle, sun. Okay, I'm maxed out.
Here, knife, duck, heart, butterfly,
Apple, bicycle, guitar.
there's a spider. Did I say eye already? Trumpet, hair, butterfly, knife, boat, heart, heart.
I couldn't tell you the rest. That's all I got.
most people could remember only about 5 or 6 things.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
This is not bad.
Alright.
6 out of 10, which is not bad.
Oh, alright. But a few could remember substantially more, say 8 or 9 items.
Bug? I don't know if I said bug. Guitar, bike, eye, bell, spoon, sun, chair. I'm forgetting the last two.
That's pretty good.
8 is really good.
Oh, cool.
9? 9. Very impressive.
But the reason didn't seem to be because the presentation matched their preferred learning style, but because they employed a memory strategy.
So like as you were showing, I was like making an order in my head. So as I saw more, I would just add it to the list. And I was reading the list as I was looking at it, so I could just say it out loud.
Did you try a strategy while you were
Yeah.
looking at those pictures?
Yeah. So I guess I tried like creating a story. And it's easier to remember a story than just individual objects. So I try to like tie it all into one story.
This is obviously anecdotal evidence, but rigorous studies like the one I outlined have been conducted. For example, one looked at visualizers versus verbalizers instead of visual versus auditory learners. The study was computer-based. So first, students' learning styles were assessed using questions like, would you rather read a paragraph or see a diagram describing anatomy? The researchers also provided some challenging explanations with 2 buttons, visual help or verbal help. The visual one played a short animation, whereas the verbal help gave a written explanation. From these measures combined, the researchers categorized the students as either visualizers or verbalizers, and then students were randomly assigned to go through a text-based or picture-based lesson on electronics. When a student hovered their mouse over keywords in the lesson in the text-based group, a definition and clarification came up, but in the picture group, an annotated diagram was shown instead. After the lesson, the students did a test to assess their learning. The students whose preferred learning style matched their instruction performed no better on the tests than those whose instruction was mismatched. The researchers ran the test again with 61 non-college educated adults and found exactly the same result. But learning
You're the pet that means everything to you. Nothing less than high quality from Purina.
Bounty is 2 times more absorbent, so you can get more done with 1. Let's quick and drink around.
This is the 2026 Nissan Rogue. It's the most powerful rogue ever. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
In a 2018 study, during the first week of semester, over 400 students at a university in Indiana completed the BART questionnaire, and they were classified according to their learning style. Then at the end of the semester, the same students completed a study strategy questionnaire. So how did they actually study during the term? Well, an overwhelming majority of students used study strategies which were supposedly incompatible with their learning style, and the minority of students who did not perform significantly differently on the assessments of the course. The visual, auditory, reading, writing, kinesthetic, or BART model came about with Neil Fleming, a school inspector in New Zealand. Describing the origins of BART, he says, I was puzzled when I observed excellent teachers who did not reach some learners, and poor teachers who did. I decided to try to solve this puzzle. There are, of course, many reasons for what I observed, but one topic that seemed to hold some magic, some explanatory power, was preferred modes of learning, modal preferences. And thus, BART was born. There was no study that revealed students naturally clustered into 4 distinct groups, just some magic that might explain why some teachers can reach students while others can't. But how can this be? If we accept that some people are more skilled at interpreting claim of learning style theories is that these preferences will be consistent across learning domains. The person with perfect pitch should learn everything better auditorily. But that is clearly not the case. Most people will learn geography better with a map. Review articles of learning styles consistently conclude there is no credible evidence that learning styles exist. In a 2009 review, the researchers note the contrast between the enormous popularity of the learning styles approach within education and the lack of credible evidence for its utility is, in our opinion, striking and disturbing. If classification of students' learning styles has practical utility, it remains to be demonstrated.
What we're expecting is, if your style is honored, you're going to perform better than if you had some experience that conflicted with your style. And this is where we don't see any support for the learning styles theory.
One of the reasons many people find learning styles so convincing is because they already believe it to be true. For example, they may already think that they're a visual learner, and then when a teacher shows them a diagram of, say, a bike pump, and suddenly the concept clicks, they interpret this as evidence for their visual learning style.
You already believe that learning styles is right. When you have an experience, the first thing you think is that in some way consistent with learning style? And if it is, you don't think further.
When in reality, that diagram might just be a great diagram that would have helped anyone learn. When we already believe the world to be a certain way, then we interpret new experiences to fit with those beliefs, whether they actually do or not. So if learning styles don't improve learning, then what does? Well, there's a large body of literature that supports the claim that everyone learns better with multimodal approaches, where words and pictures are presented together rather than either words or pictures alone.
Now there's going to be words as well as the picture. We're going to see if this is any better.
This is known as the multimedia effect, and it explains, in part at least, why videos can be such powerful tools for learning, when narration complements the visuals. Yeah. Art. In my PhD research, I found explicit discussion of misconceptions was essential in multimedia teaching for introductory physics.
How many is that? 6. 6. And that's good. That is a whole 50% better. Do you think that was easier than?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Ultimately, the most important thing for learning is not the way the information is presented, but what is happening inside the learner's head. People learn best when they're actively thinking about the material, solving problems, or imagining what happens if different variables change. I talked about how and why we learn best in my video, The Science of Thinking, so check that out. Now the truth is, there are many evidence-based teaching methods that improve learning. Learning styles is just not one of them. And it is likely, given the prevalence of the learning styles misconception, that it actually makes learning worse. I mean, learning styles give teachers unnecessary things to worry about. And they may make some students reluctant to engage with certain types of instruction. And all the time and money spent on learning styles and related training could be better spent on interventions that actually improve learning. You are not a visual learner, nor an auditory learner, nor a kinesthetic learner. Or, more accurately, you are all these kinds of learner in one. The best learning experiences are those that involve multiple different ways of understanding the same thing. And best of all, this strategy works not just for one subset of people, but for everyone. This part of the video was sponsored by Google Search. Now, there are lots of topics out there that are controversial, like learning styles, for example. Most people believe learning styles are a thing, whereas educational researchers find no robust evidence for them. And if you search for learning styles, you'll get lots of sites with resources and quizzes. But if you search for learning styles debunked, well, then you'll find articles about how there is very little evidence for the learning styles hypothesis. I think one of the most common traps people fall into is only searching for information that confirms what they already believe. A common mistake is putting the answer you're looking for right in the search query. A better idea is to try another search, adding debunk or false at the end and see what comes up. And Google makes it easy to get more detail about the source of the information. Just click the 3 dots next to any search result, and then you can judge for yourself whether the information is trustworthy and if you want to visit the site. A Google search is meant to surface the most relevant information for your query, but it's up to you to formulate that query, try a few different searches, and assess whether the information is reliable. And the whole point of Veritasium is to get to the truth. So I'm excited to encourage everyone to think more critically about how we get information. I want to thank Google for sponsoring this part of the video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Not what you expected? When the unexpected happens to your business, NJM will go above and beyond for you. For over a century, NJM has been there when you need us most. NJM, more than you'd expect from business insurance.
What's it all about, Harvey? It's about AI, and it's everywhere and about everything. But there is no AI without data. Data that's managed and trusted. Quest Software gets it. Check them out at quest.com. This video has been sponsored by Opera. Back in 2019, I was sent some old jewelry from a viewer, and I was able to turn it into these pure 24-karat gold bars, which I thought were pretty nice. Since then, though, I've been really interested in gold in general, and a couple years ago, I stumbled onto a form of it that I'd somehow never heard of before. It was something called purple gold, and this website was selling it as jewelry, and in my opinion, it was one of the nicest forms of gold that I had ever seen. However, the color of it also kind of seemed unnatural, and at first, I honestly thought that it was probably a scam. With very little research though, I quickly found out that purple gold was actually real, and according to Wikipedia, it was an alloy of gold and aluminum. Now, I'm not someone who's normally into jewelry, but for some reason, the moment that I saw that it was real, I really wanted to buy some. More specifically though, I really wanted a ring that was made entirely out of purple gold. However, long story short, that website didn't sell one, and as far as I could tell, there wasn't a single company or person in the world who sold a pure purple gold ring. At first, I thought this was kind of odd, but apparently this was just because purple gold was a huge pain to make and to work with in general. It also turned out that Li Hua, the owner of that website, was one of the only companies that even made purple gold jewelry. With all that being said though, I still really wanted a pure purple gold ring, and now, knowing that it was actually impossible to buy, I kind of wanted it even more. At the same time, I also felt that it had to be possible to make an entire ring out of it, and I started thinking, this was something that I might just be able to make myself. I mean, I had absolutely zero experience with purple gold, and I had never made a ring out of anything before, but for some reason, I really felt that I could do it, and I decided to just go for it. But anyway, to get started, the first thing that I had to do was figure out how to even make the purple gold, and with a quick Google search, I was able to find a lot of videos and articles talking about it. However, none of them gave any real information on how to make anything remotely decent. With a bit more searching though, I was eventually able to find this patent, which turned out to be extremely useful. This because it not only gave a lot of good info about purple gold in general, it also explained how to potentially fix one of the biggest problems with it, which was how fragile it was. It said that normally, with the typical mixture of about 78.5% gold and 21.5% aluminum, it was as brittle as glass or porcelain, and that it was way too fragile to make any jewelry with it. However, it claimed that by altering its composition just slightly, or by adding some other metals to it, like palladium or nickel, it was possible to make purple gold that was significantly stronger. It also provided a bunch of example recipes, and the one that caught my eye was this one, which appeared to be the simplest. It didn't require any other metals besides gold and aluminum, and the only difference was that the gold content was slightly increased to 81%, which would make it about 19 karat gold. This was what I decided to go with. The only tricky part was that besides the ingredients, it really didn't tell me anything else, and there's
So unfortunately, this meant that I was going to have to figure out everything myself, and considering that it was supposed to be really hard to work with, I was honestly kind of worried. What made me feel slightly better, though, was that at the last second, I found out that all of the purple gold that's sold by Lacroix is actually based on this patent. So even though it didn't give any real instructions, I at least knew that the recipe itself should have been trustworthy, and I decided to just go for it. With that being said, I could now actually get started, and the first and most important thing that I needed was some gold, which unfortunately isn't exactly cheap. So I initially planned on buying as little as possible, and I figured that something of 20 grams would probably be more than enough. At the last minute though, I convinced myself that it was a good idea to get a bit more, just in case I needed it, and long story short, I ended up with this 100-gram bond. In total, this cost me about $5,700 US, or about $7,800 Canadian, and this immediately put me over the budget that I originally had for this project, and it was probably way more than I needed, but oh well. Either way, I now had this beautiful and shiny bar of gold, and just looking at it and holding it in my hand was oddly satisfying. The only sad part was that it was kind of useless to me as one big bar, and unfortunately, the first thing that I had to do with it was destroy it. More specifically, I was going to have to break it apart into a bunch of smaller pieces, because I had to be able to measure out very specific and accurate amounts of it. To do this, the most obvious way would have been to tear it apart manually, using something like a chisel and a hammer, but that would have been an insane amount of work, with most likely mediocre results. Instead, I felt that it was a much better idea to do it chemically, so I just carefully placed it in a beaker, and I poured in a bunch of concentrated hydrochloric acid. I then turned on the heating, and over the next few minutes, it slowly warmed up, and it eventually started boiling. Then, when I felt that I was ready, I shot in some concentrated nitric acid. Almost immediately, there was a lot more bubbling, and the solution started changing color. This is because the nitric acid was reacting with the hydrochloric acid, and it was forming nitrosyl chloride and chlorine gas, both of which are yellow. More importantly though, unlike the hydrochloric acid alone, this new acid mixture, commonly known as aqua regia, was able to attack the gold bar. It wasn't super fast, but it was slowly shredding it apart, and it was turning it into something called chloroauric acid, which was then getting dissolved away. So, what I was doing here was basically breaking it apart at the atomic level, which was way better than I could ever do manually, and on top of that, it was just a lot easier. All I had to do was occasionally add small amounts of nitric acid, and over the next few hours, it very slowly disappeared. Eventually, all that was left was just a thin sheet of gold, and with just a little bit more acid, I was able to completely get rid of it. There was now absolutely no trace of the original bar, and all 100 grams of the gold was dissolved as the chloroauric acid. I then let it cool down to room temperature, and what I had to do next was turn all of this chloroauric acid back into metallic gold. At first, it might not make much sense why I just dissolved it all, only to immediately bring it back, but it'll all make sense in a few minutes. With that being said, I then just grabbed the beaker and started walking over to my other fume hood. Okay, that was actually just a beaker full of water and food coloring, and what I really did was pour it all into a bunch of extra water. I also washed the beaker a few times with some more water to make sure that there was absolutely no gold left behind. Then after that, I stirred it around to make sure that it was all fully mixed, and when I felt that I was ready, I dumped in a concentrated solution of potassium metabisulfite. This caused the entire thing to quickly turn brown and to heat up a lot, and I was really happy to see this. This is because it meant that the potassium metabisulfite was working, and that it was reducing all of the gold in the chloroauric acid back to its metallic form. The very important part, though, was that it wasn't all just coming back as a large chunk or something, and it was instead crashing out as a super first 30 minutes, pretty much all of it sank to the bottom, but there was still a small amount of it floating around. So I decided to leave it overnight, and when I came back to it the next day, it was completely clear. I was now able to get rid of all the water, and I just quickly poured it out into another container. I was also very careful to not lose any of the gold, and when it eventually looked like there was almost no water left, I transferred it all to a small beaker. I then poured in some boiling distilled water, and I turned on the hot plate, and I let it sit there for several minutes. I was doing this to get rid of any residual potassium metabisulfite and other side products, and after that, I did it a few times with hot hydrochloric acid. This would help get rid of any trace impurities of other metals that might be there, and when I felt that it looked good, I washed it a few more times with hot water. What I had now should have been some super nice and clean gold, and all I had to do next was dry it, so I cranked up the heat on the hot plate, and I waited for all the water to disappear. This ended up taking over an hour, which was way longer than I expected, but when it was eventually done, I had some nice and crispy powdered gold. When I weighed it, it was also 99.99 grams, and this meant that I had only lost 0.01 grams in this entire process. However, considering that the original bar was only 99.99% pure, it was very possible that this small amount was actually just some impurity, and that what I had now was more pure than it was before. But anyway, at this point, all of the gold was ready to go, and the only other thing that I needed was some aluminum, and I bought this bag of it from eBay. It was supposed to be 99.995% pure, and it was the absolute highest purity that I was able to find. It also came as a bunch of small pellets, which I felt would make it easy to measure out, and now, it was finally time to try and make some purple gold. So,
Once you pop, the pop don't stop.
Farewell, commoners.
At FNB, we rewrote the rules of banking and make getting everything you need a whole lot easier. Experience the one-of-a-kind eStore Common App. Checking, savings, loans, credit cards. One application, done in minutes. No hoops, no hassles, no surprises. Just one common app for more than 40 business and consumer products.
Can your bank do that? Didn't think so.
Welcome to FNB. Let's get started.
So, I carefully measured out 4.95 grams of gold, which was really easy to do in its powder form, and I added it to a small crucible. Normally, I also would have added something called borax, which would both help the gold melt and prevent it from sticking to the dish, but I unfortunately couldn't do that here because it would react with the aluminum. Either way, I then just started blasting it with a blowtorch, and very quickly the top of it turned red hot, and I could slowly see some of it starting to melt. As I kept heating it, it was also slowly shrinking, and about 30 seconds later, I was left with two separate blobs, which eventually combined to form a nice little bead. I then kept blasting it just to get it as hot as possible, and when it was red hot, I dumped in exactly 1.61 grams of the aluminum metal. The ones that were touching the gold almost immediately melted and combined with it, but it looked like the others needed a bit more convincing. However, even after making them red hot, they still weren't melting, and this was because the thin oxide layer that naturally forms around aluminum was holding in the liquid metal. surprised to see this, because there were at least a few comments that I read online which said that doing this in the presence of air would turn the entire thing into a horrible oxidized mess. However, it wasn't nearly as reactive as I initially thought, and it definitely seemed like it could be possible to pour this into a mold or something. With that being said, I now theoretically had a mixture of 81% gold and 19% aluminum, except it wasn't even remotely purple, and this was because it was still way too hot. It was also still a liquid, and to get it to turn purple, I was going to have to let it cool down. As this happened, it was supposed to slowly crystallize as an alloy, where most of it had the chemical formula AuAl2, which is the form that has a really nice purple color. According to the patent, though, by skewing the gold content slightly higher than the typical 78.5%, it would push a bunch of it towards a gamma-phase gold aluminum structure. I honestly still don't entirely know what that means, and I've had a very hard time finding any good info about it, but the important part was that it was supposed to make the alloy a lot stronger. When it did eventually get to room temperature, though, it sadly still wasn't purple, because it was covered in a bunch of blue oxidized junk. If there were actually any purple gold, it was all hidden inside, and to see if it were there, I was first going to have to get it out of the crucible. So I just carefully poked at it with a metal spatula, and even without any borax, it was surprisingly easy to remove. What I had now was a super crusty and ugly piece of metal, and to see if I had actually made any purple gold, all I had to do was break it open. I also figured that this would be pretty easy considering how weak and brittle even this stronger stuff was supposed to be. So I just tried snapping it in half. However, it turned out to be a lot tougher than I expected, and it really didn't feel like I was even close to breaking it. So instead, I decided to just quickly kill it with a hammer, and I kind of assumed that it would easily shatter. But again, that apparently wasn't the case. I mean, I didn't exactly hit it super hard, but still, it definitely didn't seem like it was as brittle as glass or porcelain, and all of that gamma phase stuff appeared to be working. But anyway, I then just kept hitting it, each time doing it a bit harder, and when it did eventually break, I was really happy with what I saw. Inside of it was a bunch of beautiful purple gold, and the color of it almost seemed unnatural. What I thought was kind of odd, though, was that it wasn't quite the purple that I was expecting, and it seemed like it was a lot pinker than the jewelry I'd seen online. This made me think that maybe I'd chosen a bad recipe or something, but when I checked the patent, it actually said that it was supposed to be a pinkish purple. It also said the same thing for all of the other recipes, and again, considering that this was the patent that the Liwa stuff was based on, I trusted that it was probably good. I also started thinking that maybe the darker color only came out later on in the process, or when it was being polished or something, and I decided to just keep going. So now, assuming that this recipe was good, what I had to do next was somehow figure out how to go from just making a bunch of crusty crap to a nice and shiny red. This was going to be a lot of work, though, and just thinking about all of the different things that I was going to have to test kind of overwhelmed me, and this made me feel that the only way to move forward is to just take the process step by step. This way, I wouldn't break my brain, and I would only have to focus on one major problem at a time, and right now, I felt that the biggest issue was the oxides. This is because they were clearly making everything a huge mess, and if I even wanted a remote chance of making anything nice, I was definitely going to have to get rid of them. To do this, there was also only one real way, and I was going to have to somehow stop the aluminum from reacting with oxygen in the air. So I went online looking for some ideas, and after searching for a long time, I was only able to find two decent suggestions. The first was to buy a super expensive and specialized inert atmosphere casting machine, and the second one was to basically custom build something that was equivalent. However, I really didn't feel like it had to be that complicated or expensive, and after thinking about it for a while, I came up with an idea that I thought was relatively simple. to load in one of my smallest crucibles. Then after that, I just lowered in some stainless steel tubing that I'd gotten for free, and I quickly bent it to fit around the furnace. What was important though is that at the other end of this tubing, it was connected to a tank filled with inert argon gas that I'd gotten from a local welding shop, and that was basically it. What I had now was just a regular furnace with the ability to shoot some argon into it, and I really felt that it was going to work. There was only one way to find out though, so I quickly added the bowl, started a steady flow of argon, and I set the furnace to 2200 Fahrenheit, which is about 1100 Celsius. Over the next 15 minutes, it then slowly heated up, and the gold powder slowly shrank, except it was looking like it was having some trouble melting with the top open, so I covered it with some KO wood. After that, it only took a few minutes to have a nice little blob of gold at the bottom, and now I could add the aluminum. This time though, I decided to use some much larger pieces of it, which weren't quite as pure, but I was hoping that they would liquefy a lot more easily than the smaller ones. To load it in, I just carefully dropped in the first piece, and I was really happy to see that it all quickly combined with the gold. I then added the rest of the aluminum, which also quickly got sucked up, and at this point, it was already looking way better than the first attempt. What I was especially excited about was that it looked like there were barely any oxides, and this meant that the argon was doing a decent job. This was also really impressive considering that the aluminum was red hot, and that it was way more reactive than normal liquid aluminum. But anyway, what I had now was some nice and relatively oxide-free purple gold, and what I had to do next was try and pour it. In theory, it probably would have been a good idea to protect it from air while I did that as well, and I did consider putting together some sort of specialized setup. However, instead, I decided to go with a very sophisticated method of just going as fast as possible. So, I just quickly got rid of the argon line, pulled the crucible out of the furnace, and tried pouring it out onto a preheated graphite mold. As I did this, I was really hoping to see a nice stream of red-hot metal, but nothing was coming out, and it didn't even work when I tilted it completely upside down. At first, I was kind of confused, but then I realized that all of the purple gold had just frozen in the crucible. Apparently, just a few seconds was enough for it to cool down below its melting point. I was clearly going to have to get it as hot as possible. So, I just put it back in the furnace, dropped in the argon line, and covered the top, and I left it there until the entire thing was bright red. I then again attempted to go as fast as possible, and it was still a bit stubborn, but I was actually able to pour it out. The only sad part was that it was a complete piece of trash, and having to remelt it had apparently caused it to get really oxidized. This told me that I only had one real chance to pour it out, which wasn't ideal, but at least now, I knew exactly what to do. So, I quickly whipped up a new batch of the purple gold, and this time, when I poured it out, I was really happy with what I saw. I then let it cool down to room temperature, and when I took a closer look at it, it was definitely the best result that I had so far. I mean, it still wasn't perfect, but it looked way cleaner, and it wasn't anything like the crusty mess that I had before. The only thing that I thought was odd was that it was silver, and I had assumed that without a lot of the oxides, that it would have been significantly more purple. At the same time, though, I figured that maybe it was just a bit of aluminum or something that was on the surface, and that would be really easy to get rid of. So, I decided to try sanding it a bit, and I was assuming that when I flipped it over, I would see that really nice pinkish purple color, except it was still just silver. I then tried sanding it even more, thinking that maybe I just had taken enough away, but it didn't seem to make a difference. When I saw this, I was honestly kind of confused, and the only explanation that I could think of was that I had somehow failed to make the purple gold. So to check this, I was going to have to break it open, and this time, I was even more surprised by how strong it was. I was hitting it way harder than before, and it didn't seem to do anything, and eventually, it ended up making a my wooden table. After hitting it 7 times though, I was finally able to crack a small piece off of it, and I was kind of upset by what I saw. This is because inside of it, it was definitely colored, and it made no sense why sanding it wasn't working. What I thought was even more upsetting though, was that it was only barely paint, and it wasn't nearly as vibrant as the first attempt. This also really didn't make any sense to me, because I'd basically done the exact same thing as before, except without any air present, and it really shouldn't have had any effect on the color. However, I was going to have to be absolutely sure that this wasn't an issue with the new setup, or with the different aluminum, and to test this, I just quickly did the exact same thing, and I made a fresh piece of it, and I waited for it to cool down. I then got my hammer, and this time I protected my table with a steel plate, and after one good hit, I was really happy with what I saw. It was actually purple, which told me that my setup and my aluminum were probably fine, and I still have no idea what went wrong with the first one. Either way, I then took one of these pieces, and I assumed that with the much stronger color, it would actually sand properly, but that apparently wasn't the case. Like before, no matter how much I sanded it, it never turned purple. I just couldn't understand why. What was even worse though, was that after this, I tried just sanding the purple part itself, mostly out of desperation, and I was devastated when I saw that it turned silver. I had no idea how this was even possible, but it was a horrible thing to see, because if sanding it or grinding it wasn't an option, it would be extremely hard to make anything nice out of it. As a completely last-ditch effort to fix this problem, I decided to drop this little piece of it into a beaker and to add some hydrochloric acid. I thought that maybe just a very thin layer of aluminum was blocking the purple gold or something, and I was hoping that the acid would get rid of it. However, as the aluminum disappeared, it just slowly went back to being pure gold, which I actually thought was pretty interesting, but it didn't help me at all. At this point, I was really lost as to why this was happening, and I had almost no idea how to fix it, and I ended up spending the next few days trying a bunch of other random stuff. I then spent another few days reading everything that I could find online, and after finding absolutely nothing useful, I honestly kind of felt like giving up. Before doing that though, I decided to look at the patent one last time, and this turned out to be a really good idea, because I saw something that I'd somehow never noticed before. It was also almost just said in passing, but it was here where it was mentioning the purple color, and the key words were, at least on annealing, at 600C. This didn't directly address the problem that I was having, but it implied that there was a way to enhance or recover the color, and I figured that this was my only chance. So, I just quickly preheated an unused crucible to 600C, and for this attempt, I also made this fresh new piece that I had sanded down nice and flat. Just like all the other times, this made it completely silver, and it kind of just looked like a generic piece of metal. I had a hard time believing that this could actually turn purple. There was only one way to find out though, so I dropped it into the crucible, and then based on absolutely nothing, I decided to leave it for about 30 minutes. When I came back to it, I was honestly feeling pretty hopeful, and I was really curious to see how it was doing. So to get a closer look at it, I just carefully pulled out the crucible, and I dumped it onto some insulation, and I was genuinely shocked by what I saw. Almost like magic, it had actually somehow turned purple, and the moment that I saw this, I was really relieved. This is because it was very obvious that the heat treatment had worked, and the project was thankfully no longer at a complete dead end. What I thought was really interesting though, was that as it continued cooling down, the color of it slowly changed, and it was gradually shifting more towards that pinkish purple. However, it didn't seem to get quite as pink as I saw with the first attempt, and when I took a closer look at it, it appeared to be a darker purple. I mean, it still definitely wasn't as purple as the stuff that I saw online, but this at least showed you that even with the same recipe, the color could actually be pretty different. This also made me think that maybe by annealing it for longer, or just in a different way, it might have been possible to make it even more purple. I was gonna blast it until it was red hot. I was really hoping that this would prevent the metal from freezing and help it fill the mold better, and when I felt that I was ready, I carefully poured it in. I was a bit concerned that I was gonna miss or something, but it all turned out fine, and I was really happy to see that it easily filled the entire mold. I then let it all slowly cool down, and when it was eventually around room temperature, I had to get it out of the mold, and I was a bit worried that it might be stuck. However, that really wasn't the case, and it just easily fell out, and this made it pretty clear to me that there was no issue with molding it. There was of course still one problem though, and that was how ugly it was, and what I had to do next was see if I could actually turn it into something nice. To do this, I decided to just sand it by hand, which wasn't exactly ideal, but I didn't want to lose any of the precious gold dust. Unsurprisingly though, this turned out to be super tedious and difficult, and it ended up taking 10 hours to get it into a shape that I liked. I then polished it by moving up to finer and finer sandpapers, and when I eventually felt that it looked good, I healed it, and this was the final result. It was pretty much exactly what I was hoping for, and it was just like a normal gold bar, except it was pink and purple, and I was really happy with how it turned out. The only thing that I thought was odd was that it didn't seem nearly as purple as my other piece, and this one kind of looked like it was a light pink. However, after a bunch of testing, I found that this was mostly just because it was way shinier, which made it appear a lot brighter, and I'll talk more about this later on. With all that being said though, being able to make this fully proved to me that it was definitely possible to cast and clean up the purple gold, and at this point, I was feeling pretty excited. However, my mood completely changed when I decided to take a much closer look at it, and I was kind of horrified by what I saw. It was apparently riddled with a bunch of small cracks, and I have no idea how I didn't see this at all up until now, and I think I was just blinded by all of the excitement. What made things even worse was that it also looked like the color wasn't very uniform, and there were a lot of spots that appeared to be completely colorless, almost like the metals didn't mix properly. In my opinion though, that would be a relatively easy fix, and I just had to mix things better, and the much bigger problem was all of the cracks. This is especially because once I noticed them, I couldn't just unsee them, and I couldn't help but think that they were super ugly. What made it even more horrible was that it was throughout the entire thing, which meant that I couldn't just sand it away, and when I looked back at some other random pieces that I made, I noticed that it was there too. At first, I tried to convince myself that maybe that was just how purple gold was, and to prove this, I ended up buying a small pendant from Li Hua. The moment that I opened the box though, I immediately realized that I was just in denial. This because the surface of it looked almost perfect, and I wasn't able to see any of those gross cracks in it. It was only when I really zoomed in that I could actually see some small surface defects, and there were definitely at least a few small holes. I could also vaguely see that, like mine, the color wasn't perfectly uniform either, but overall, it was clearly way better than what I made. As a quick side note, it also seemed to be significantly more purple than my pinkish bar, but again, this turned out to be mostly just a lighting thing, and I promise that I'll talk about this more later on. But anyway, at this point, it was pretty obvious that these holes weren't meant to be there, and the very unfortunate part was that I still had no idea what I was doing wrong. All I knew was that I hated how ugly it was, and that this was unfortunately something else that I was going to have to fix, and this project really just felt like a never-ending sequence of problems. With that being said, just like before, I ended up trying a bunch of random things, and when they all inevitably failed, I desperately looked at the patent, and I tried searching online. However, unlike last time, I wasn't able to find even a vague reference of this happening with purple gold. What I did find, though, were a lot of sources that mentioned a very similar problem that commonly happened with pure aluminum. I also found a really useful report that talked about this issue in detail, and they provided a photo of what it could make the aluminum look like. All of the dark spots were small holes, just like what I was seeing with the purple gold, and apparently, mostly just caused by moisture in the air. This is because when aluminum is molten, it's able to react with the moisture, which then causes it to form some of those crusty oxides like we saw before, as well as some hydrogen gas. I always kind of assumed that all of this hydrogen then kind of just floated away, but apparently a lot of it actually gets dissolved into the molten aluminum. Then, as the aluminum cools, the solubility of the hydrogen slowly decreases, and right around the time that the aluminum is solidified, it all gets kicked out as a bunch of bubbles. What I thought was interesting, though, was that they also provided this photo, which is what it looks like if all of the hydrogen's removed before it solidifies. There's a pretty obvious difference, and all of those cavities are completely gone, and now it's just a nice and smooth piece of aluminum. After seeing this, I felt that it was pretty clear that this was almost the exact same issue that I was having, and this seemed to be confirmed when I looked back at some of my footage. More specifically, I looked back to when the bar was solidified, and I was able to see what looked like bubbles popping on the surface. When I saw this, I felt that it was pretty clear that this was all just hydrogen gas getting kicked out as it solidified. The only thing that I thought was weird was that I was already using argon to block out all of the air, and therefore the moisture, and I wasn't entirely sure where this hydrogen was coming from. I mean, it was possible that it was from the short period of time that it sat there in open air before solidifying, but I really didn't feel like that was the case. Either way though, if I wanted to make something that wasn't hideous, I was going to have to somehow get all of the hydrogen out of the aluminum, and there were apparently many different ways to do this. So I decided to just try everything that I thought might work, and one method that I thought was really promising was to just include a bunch of table salt. However, again, most of the things that I tried totally failed, and after a week of frustration, I felt that I was left with only one real option. For this one, I was going to have to try and bubble some argon gas through the molten purple bowl, instead of just using it to protect it from air. This was actually something that I've been kind of avoiding, because even though it sounded relatively simple, it was kind of tricky, and I wasn't going to be able to just lower in my stainless steel tubing. This is because at 1200C, the aluminum was way too angry, and it would just dissolve it, and I saw this happen firsthand when it dissolved one of my steel spatulas. So, I was going to have to swap out my tubing for one with a different material, and unfortunately, there weren't any other options. I couldn't just use other metals because they would also probably get dissolved. I couldn't use glass because it would melt, and I couldn't use graphite because, as far as I can tell, small graphite tubes don't exist. After thinking about it for a while though, I started wondering if something like fused quartz might work, and I remembered that I actually had a bunch of small tubes that I'd gotten for free. Just by looking at them, they appeared to be pretty much the same as normal glass, except unlike normal glass, they were made with nearly 100% silicon dioxide. This would make them significantly more resistant to high temperatures, and there should be almost no risk of it melting or cracking, and I really didn't see why it wouldn't work. I also had a lot of faith in fused quartz after I used some to burn diamonds, and it had survived being red hot under a flow of pure oxygen. So I decided to give it a chance, and I was really excited to get started, but then I realized that I actually had no gold bar. This is because in all of my random attempts, I had apparently used all 99.99 grams of it, and it was now just a bunch of random trash. This was kind of a huge pain, but I didn't really have a choice, and I just quickly redissolved it all in a bunch of acid, and I processed it in the same way as the original gold bar. Then after a couple of days of work, I had some nice and crispy gold powder, except when I weighed it, it was only 95 grams. This meant that I somehow lost about 5 grams of gold along the way, and this made no sense to me because I'd been extremely careful, and I thought that I'd collected absolutely everything. Either way, I could now finally test out my new method, so I went back to my furnace, and I poured in all 95 grams of the gold that I had just purified. This is because I didn't think that could be done on a very small scale, and if I wanted to actually be able to bubble gas through it, I felt that I was going to need as much and this time, I started with a graphite rod. This was also what I should have been using from the beginning, because unlike my spatula, it wouldn't just dissolve, and when I eventually felt that it looked good, I lowered in the quartz tube, and I slowly increased the gas flow. My goal was to get the bubble as much as possible without splashing too much, and the idea here was that the argon would carry the hydrogen out of the metal. To a certain degree, this would also help mix the gold and aluminum, and when I felt that it was going at a steady rate, I covered it with some insulation. I then had to leave it like this for a while to make sure that I got out as much of the hydrogen as possible, and based on what I read online, about 20 minutes seemed decent. So I basically kept wait, and in the meantime, I went and got my mold, again, just a simple bar mold. This is because I had to make something that I could compare to the last one, and to see if this process had actually made a difference. But anyway, at this point, it had been about 20 minutes, so I started blasting the mold with the torch. Then, when I eventually felt that it looked nice and hot, I quickly took apart the whole degassing setup, and going as fast as I could, I poured it all into the mold. After that, I waited for it to cool down, and when it got to around room temperature, I popped it out of the mold, and I started cleaning it up. Almost immediately, it was already pretty clear that there was a major improvement, and even after very little sanding, it looked like most of the cracks were gone. I would only really be able to know for sure once it was all nice and shiny though, so I just kept on going, and many horribly painful hours later, I healed it, and this was what I eventually had. Without even comparing it to the other bar, this one was clearly way better, and what I was extremely happy to see was that it didn't seem to be riddled with a bunch of small holes. To actually know how much better it was though, I
crunchy hazelnuts, crispy sweet oranges, chocolate, the iconic taste of Ferrero Rocher now in his birth. To good times and great friends, praise the Rocher.
If you have Netflix, you have games. And if you have a phone, you have a controller. When game night is this fun, you wish it never ended. Who's gonna help clean this up?
It's just right. Like bundling your autumn letters on a button. Introducing Smart Search from Homes.com. A new way to search the way you speak. Built for every search, from basic to voyeuristic. Whatever you're looking for, find it with Smart Search. Doyle Hand Tools deliver what pros demand. Professional grade quality at a value that can't be beat. Built by experts who know the trades, so you can feel confident each time you pick up a Doyle tool, no matter the job. Durable, reliable, and ready for the workday, just like you. Doyle, built for the pro, only at Harbor Freight.
Hi, the difference genuinely surprised me. It was actually somehow even uglier than I remembered, and it was pretty undeniable that the degassing step had made a significant difference. I mean, if I really zoomed in, I could clearly see some very small holes, and it definitely wasn't perfect, but overall, I still thought that it was really nice, and I was very happy with how it turned out. The only thing that was still kind of off was the color, and just like the other bar, it was definitely more on the pink side. However, as I mentioned a couple times earlier, it turned out that this was all just an annoying lighting issue. This was actually something that really messed with my head for a while, and it's honestly sad how long I spent staring at little pieces of metal and trying to compare their colors. What really settled things for me, though, was getting that pendant from Lacroix, which allowed me to compare my stuff to some professionally produced purple gold. I also started using a polarizer for my camera, which would let me remove some of the reflections, and suddenly, was very clear that they were the same color. To me, this really showed that it was all just lighting, and I think that my bar is just a lot shinier or something, which makes it generally appear brighter. Color aside though, at this point, I finally had what I felt was a decent way to make the purple gold, and after months of going in circles, this was a huge relief. However, I of course wasn't quite done yet, and the last thing that I still had to do was make my ring, which was the entire reason why I started this project. The only concerning part was that I still wasn't entirely sure how to do this, and I was kind of worried that I'd end up in another horrible pit of trial and error. To try and avoid this though, I decided to go with the simplest method that I could think of, and the first thing that I did was buy a ring sizer from Amazon. I then tested a bunch of them to see which one fit my finger the best, and this was extremely important. This is because, as we saw before, the purple gold was completely non-malleable, and this meant that any cast that I made had to be almost perfectly pre-sized. With that being said, when I eventually found one that I thought fit, I was able to make a super basic 3D design, and now I just had to turn this into a mold. With normal gold, there are a few common ways to do this, like with lost PLA casting, but I was worried that all of them would end up having issues with the purple gold. So instead, I decided the best idea was to just do it in a graphite mold, which I was now very familiar with, and I knew would probably work. The only tricky part was that I couldn't just buy a mold, and for it to perfectly fit my finger, it was gonna have to be custom made. In theory, I probably could have found someone online to do this for me, but instead, I used this as an excuse to buy a CNC machine and to learn how to carve out my own graphite molds. This actually ended up being a lot of fun, even though it was sometimes a bit frustrating, and I can now make pretty much any graphite mold that I want. With that being said, for this project, all I had to do was make this super simple one, and with it now ready, I was finally able to try and make the ring. So again, I just quickly re-purified all of the gold that wasn't used to make my big bar, and I remelted half of it in the furnace. I did this so I'd be able to get at least 2 attempts, and I was just hoping that 30 grams of gold and about 7 grams of aluminum would give enough volume for the heat acid. I then let it sit there, and after about 15 minutes, I started blasting the mold with a torch, and I was eventually ready to try and pour it. I was honestly really concerned that I would either completely miss, or that the metal wouldn't flow through the entire thing, but it turned out to be totally fine. All I had to do now was wait for it to cool down, except this part I was actually more concerned about, because I knew that this was going to cause it to shrink. This was also a huge issue, because this meant that the inner side of the ring would start contracting, while the outer side of it would stretch, and since the purple gold had no real malleability or ductility, this would almost definitely cause it to break. To try and avoid this, I purposely angled the inner edges of the mold, hoping that as it contracted, it might pop itself out without cracking. At the same time, I genuinely believed that there was a narrow window of time where it was possible to manually remove it, and I just kept trying to pry it out. However, I apparently wasn't skilled enough, and it ended up just cracking itself in half. It just snapped. This was also really sad, because the ring had actually molded super well, and now, unless I want to spend days re-purifying everything again, I only had one last chance. So, I just anxiously put together another batch, heated the mold red hot, and carefully poured everything in. This time though, there somehow wasn't enough metal to fill the entire mold, and at first I was sad about this, but it actually turned out to be a good thing. This is because it prevented the ring from fully connecting, so as it contracted, it didn't just squeeze down on the middle part and snap itself, and I was actually able to get it out of the mold. What I had now wasn't exactly what I was expecting, and it kind of looked like a failed attempt, but at the same time, I felt that this different shape was kind of cool, and I decided to just go with it. I then spent the next couple of days sanding and grinding it, and this time I also used a Dremel, which made things a lot easier. The part that I actually had the most trouble with was just coming up with a design that I liked, and almost the entire time, I was really worried that it would turn out absolutely hideous. Eventually, though, I was able to make something that I felt I was happy with, so I polished it up as best I could, and then annealed it, and this was the final result. It was honestly way nicer than I ever imagined it would be, and I kind of found it hard to believe that I had actually done it. I finally had my rig that was made entirely out of purple gold, and it was probably one of the only ones in existence, and after months of work, I think it was all worth it. What was also nice was that it wasn't nearly as fragile as I thought it would be, and even though I'm not going to test it, I don't think it would break if I dropped it. I also don't think that it would be a problem to casually wear it as long as I'm careful, and I would probably just have to avoid accidentally slamming it into things. With all that being said though, when I first started this project, I was honestly really concerned that it would just be a total failure, especially because of all of the things that I had read online. However, it turned out that purple gold wasn't nearly as bad to work with as I thought, and with just a relatively simple setup, I definitely think that it's possible to make some nice jewelry. I also think that there's still a lot of room for improvement on the method that I use, and I already have a few ideas that I want to test out. For example, something that I really want to try is just using higher purity argon, which has less moisture in it, and I want to try swapping my quartz tubes for something like aluminum. I'm also kind of tempted to completely switch to a different degassing method, like ultrasonic, and most importantly, I think there are definitely some better ways to cast and mold it. For now though, I think I'm kind of tired of melting, casting, and grinding purple gold, and instead I'm going to work on some more tasty projects, like turning air into alcohol. Okay, so in the end, this was probably the most tedious and frustrating project that I ever worked on, and what made it even worse is that I somehow kept on losing gold. I honestly still had no idea where it went, because I was really careful with everything, and I'm kind of convinced that it just got evaporated or something in the aluminum. Either way though, I'm really happy that it's all finally done, and I want to give a big thanks to my patrons for making projects like this possible, and to Opera for sponsoring this video. I've been using Opera on desktop for a while now, and in my opinion, it's still the best browser that I've ever used. Not only is it really fast and intuitive, and loaded with a bunch of extra features, it also just got an update to its lucid mode, which I think is pretty cool. This because with just a click of a button, it's possible to immediately enhance any video, and now with this update, it's also possible to manually adjust the sharpness, and there's also a button to easily see a before and after. Besides lucid mode though, another feature that I like is this sidebar, which I think is really useful. This because it lets me easily access all of the social media that I often use, like Messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, and TikTok, and it even has an integrated music app where I can listen to things like Spotify and Apple Music. On top of all of this, they even have a built-in VPN service and an ad blocker, as well as some integrated AI tools. In particular, they have Aria, which is Opera's native and completely free AI service, and it's similar to ChatGPT, except with even more features. It's also totally optional whether or not you want to use Aria, and it would only be activated if you choose to opt in. Besides all of these tools though, what I also really like is their tab idler feature, which really helps me get all of my tabs under control, and this is especially useful when I'm doing research for a project. With that being said though, I've been having a really nice time just using Opera in general, and I still think that it's worth giving it a try for just the sidebar alone. It's also of course completely free to use, and you can download it right now by clicking the link in the description. As usual, a big thanks goes out to all of my supporters supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me for $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here.
Bauer tools give you the confidence to take on challenging home projects. With hundreds of corded and cordless tools and accessories, Bauer is ready to deliver. Whatever you do it for less. Only at Harbor Freight.
This video has been sponsored by Brilliant. As far as I can remember, I've always been kind of fascinated by liquid nitrogen, which is just this weird, foggy liquid that's so cold that it can freeze things to the point that they can shatter. For whatever reason, I've also always wanted to be able to make it myself, just like I've always seen it done on channels like Applied Science and Veritasium. And in early 2020, I actually ended up reaching out to Veritasium and buying the cryo cooler that he used in his video. I also eventually got it going, where the first thing that I did was make some liquid air, which was technically about 80% nitrogen, and nearly just as cold as pure liquid nitrogen, and at the time, I felt that this was good enough. However, in 2023, as I started working on more and more projects that were going to require liquid nitrogen, like the entire air series that I'm planning, where I turn air into things like alcohol, gasoline, and even a bomb, I started thinking about making it again. More specifically, I started thinking that it would be really cool if I could only use my own homemade liquid nitrogen for all of these projects, and for all of my future projects in general, and I ended up getting really fixated on this idea. The only tricky part, though, was that for this idea to work, I would need to be able to quickly produce a lot of liquid nitrogen, which, unfortunately, wouldn't be possible with that cryo cooler that I bought years ago. It also turned out that any commercially available system that was able to do this was shockingly expensive, where put on Alibaba, the lowest price that I was able to get for a cheap Chinese system was for $24,000, which was way more than I was ever willing to pay. Instead of just immediately giving up on this idea, though, I started thinking that it had to be possible to build one cheaper. At the same time, I also slowly convinced myself that this was something that I would actually be able to do, despite having basically no experience. And well, long story short, I decided to just go for it. So I just went ahead and got started, and the first thing that I did was search the internet for anything that I could find about making a massive liquid nitrogen generator, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to find anything. However, I was able to find several really useful videos of it being done on a smaller scale, where besides the ones that I mentioned earlier by Applied Science and Veritasium, some notable examples were this one by Ben and Builds, this one by The King of Random, and this one by I'm Smoother. As an honorable mention, I also would have looked out this one by Hyperspace Pirate, which I didn't see at the time because it was posted shortly after I started this project, but I think it's really impressive, especially because it was done entirely from scratch, using a bunch of old AC parts. With that being said, though, after seeing all of this, and after examining every commercially available liquid nitrogen making system that I could find, I was able to get a rough idea of what I had to do. I was also able to put together a rough plan of what I would need to build a massive one myself, where the first major component was going to be something called a membrane nitrogen generator that would allow me to generate pure nitrogen gas from air. The second would then be a massive cryocooler that I could then use to liquefy this nitrogen gas. And the third would be a really big insulated dewar where I could then collect this liquid and then hold up to 100 liters of it. Along with all of this, there would also, of course, be a bunch of wires, hoses, and miscellaneous parts and accessories to make it all run. But at least for now, I felt that the best idea was to just focus on these three main components. And by focus, I mean that I had to somehow obtain them, which I knew was going to be both difficult and potentially super expensive. What did make things a lot easier, though, was that I actually already had a membrane nitrogen generator that I got from Veritasium, and I thought its cryocooler. The only tricky part was that I never tested it myself, and I wasn't entirely certain that it still worked, but it seemed perfect for what I wanted to do. It was also extremely convenient that I already had it, especially because even used, these things were apparently going for thousands of dollars. With that being said, though, this then meant that I really only had to get my hands on a massive cryocooler and a huge dewar, where at first, I was actually tempted to try and build them myself. However, after thinking about this for a long time, I realized that this was a completely unrealistic idea, and if I wanted this project to even have a chance of succeeding, I was going to have to buy these parts pre-built. I also decided to just keep searching online every day, where I was hoping that I would eventually find the parts that I needed, and that they wouldn't be too expensive. It was then one painful month later when I stumbled onto this cryocooler, which was normally meant to be used in an MRI machine, and I felt that it was my best option. This was because, as far as I could tell, it was one of the most powerful cryocoolers that I could reasonably get, and it was at least several times more powerful than the little one I got from Veritasium. As an added bonus, it was also theoretically capable of getting cold enough to make liquid helium, which is way colder than liquid nitrogen, and I started getting excited about the idea of using it for a future liquid helium project. There was one major downside, though, which was that it wasn't exactly cheap, and it was about $5,600. However, from what I could tell, this was still a really good price, because unlike every other one that I found, which was around the same price and heavily used or in unknown condition, this one was supposed to be brand new. In my opinion, this meant that there was a much higher chance that it would work, and that I was way less likely to be left with a giant and expensive piece of crap that may or may not be possible to repair. So I just went ahead and bought it, and only a few days later, I received this really big and heavy box. I then started opening it, and up until now, part of me was honestly a bit worried that this deal was too good to be true, and that I might have gotten scammed, especially because the seller had just joined eBay and had zero feedback, except that thankfully wasn't the case. This was because inside of it, there was in fact a cryocooler, and at this moment, I was both relieved and pretty excited.
Yes. It's real. It's not a scam. Oh. Still don't know if it works. It does work. It's also very heavy.
But anyway, with this hopefully functional cryocooler in hand, I was officially $5,600 deep into this potential disaster of a project, and what I had to do next was sink even more money into it. So I just popped back onto eBay, where my goal now was to get the last major piece, which was the large dewar, received this extremely large wooden box, which I quickly cracked open to reveal my beautiful duo. After that, I very carefully started taking apart the crate with the help of my favorite hammer, and once most of it was gone, I was able to use some 2x4s to very expertly unload it. I should also say that this probably wasn't the best way to unload it, but I felt that it was fine, and I did put a lot of effort into making sure that the doer wasn't damaged. But anyway, at this point, with the doer, cryo cooler, and nitrogen membrane generator secured, I now had the three major components of the setup, which I thought was pretty exciting. The only unfortunate part was that I actually wasn't quite done buying equipment, and I still had one last but extremely important thing to get, which was a compressor to run the cryo cooler. This was also something that I had no idea that I needed when I first started this project, and this was mostly because I didn't need one for the cryo cooler that I got from Veritasium, and it also didn't seem to be needed in the Applied Science video. It turned out, though, that for those smaller cryo coolers, the compressor was just integrated, and for a massive one, like the one that I just bought, I was going to need a dedicated external one, which, as far as I could tell, wasn't going to be cheap. In fact, it was looking like it was going to be by far the most expensive part of the setup, and after searching for a really long time, the best deal that I ended up coming across was for just over $10,000. In my opinion, this price was honestly kind of shocking, but at the same time, it was actually cheaper than pretty much everything else that I was able to find, and as far as I could tell, it seemed to be a pretty good price. Most importantly, though, it seemed to be in really good condition, and it claimed that it was taken from a working environment, so at least in theory, it shouldn't have had any major problems. However, just like everything else, there was of course no guarantee, and at this point, I was genuinely thinking about just bailing from this project. This was because it was a lot of money to spend on something that might not even work, and if I considered all of the other money that I had already spent, this would now put the project at nearly $17,000, which was way more than I ever expected to pay. At the same time, though, this was technically still over $7,000 less than the cheapest Chinese system that I was able to find, and moreover, I just hated the idea of quitting after already spending thousands of dollars and then being stuck with a useless cryo cooler and a giant duo. So I decided to take a few days to think about what to do, where I think pretty much the whole time that the smart decision was to probably just cut my losses, except long story short, I decided to just go for it. I then anxiously waited, and a couple of weeks later, this tiny little pallet arrived, and after slicing open all of the plastic and the packing stuff, I revealed the worst financial decision that I had ever made. In fact, unlike with the doer and the cryo cooler, it was actually hard to feel excited at this moment, and looking back, I think what I felt was mostly regret. But with that being said, at this point, I now actually had all of the major components that I needed to make a huge liquid nitrogen generator, and with all of this, the first thing that I did was absolutely nothing. This was because every time that I even thought of starting this project, I was almost immediately overwhelmed with anxiety, mostly because I had basically no experience with any of this, but also because I was really afraid of finding out that I had just wasted a ridiculous amount of money on a bunch of non-functional crap. So, out of sheer avoidance, I ended up just letting it all sit around and collect dust, until one day I randomly woke up, and I felt that I was ready to see just how badly I had screwed up. I then just went ahead and jumped right into it, and I still wasn't entirely sure where to start, but I felt that the best first step was to figure out how to mount the cryo cooler to the doer. I also felt that the fastest way to do this was to just steal the design from someone else, and I spent a long time looking at the Chinese systems that I got a quote for, as well as any commercially available ones that I could get a photo or video of. Then, when I eventually felt that I had a decent understanding of what I had to do, I took a bunch of measurements on the top of the door and around the cryocooler mounting ring, and I reached out to my friend Tommy to make a 3D model. He then quickly sent me back this, which I felt looked pretty good, and my basic idea was to get this made out of a giant slab of stainless steel and to mount it to the top of the door. With this in place, I figured that I could then attach the cryocooler through the giant hole in the middle, and in the other holes, I would then hopefully be able to add some very important things, like my nitrogen gas input, as well as a pressure gauge, and some safety valves. In my mind, this seemed like a decent design, and after a few last-minute alterations, and 3D printing it a few times to make sure that it fit the cryocooler, and that it lined up with all the holes in the door, I had Tommy send it over to his friend to make it out of stainless steel.
Junkie, tastes like buffalo chicken, eats like a meal.
I then patiently waited, and eventually I received this nice little package from Husky Machining, and I quickly opened it up to reveal my beautiful plate. That's nice. The moment that I saw it, I was also both really impressed with how it turned out, and excited that it finally seemed like this project was starting to move. I mean, that wasn't until I suddenly realized that I had accidentally screwed up the 3D model, where not only did I make all of the holes around the center way too big and not get them threaded, I also somehow didn't ask for nearly enough. So unfortunately, I was going to have to fix this, and I ended up spending the rest of the day drilling all of the extra holes, then tapping them to thread them, and adding inserts to make them the proper size. What also made things extra painful was that I tried to speed things up by using a drill to thread the holes, which was a terrible idea, and I ended up spending hours manually removing the broken cap. But either way, when I was eventually done with that, I was very happy with how the plate was looking, and what I had to do next, which will make a lot more sense in a minute, was build a small metal frame. This was also something that I thought would be really fast, except it ended up taking me almost an entire day, mostly because I'm kind of terrible at welding. When I was eventually done though, what I ended up with was surprisingly nice, considering the disaster that went into making it, and I was pretty happy with how it turned out. But moving on, with my hopefully sturdy frame now built, I quickly dropped on my big steel plate, and I added 4 bolts to loosely hold it in place. Then after that, I added a mounting ring that came with the cryocooler, where I was very happy to see that all of the extra holes that I made actually lined up perfectly, and after tightening down all of the screws, I then got my expensive and heavy cryocooler. I then very carefully lowered it in, and it was really satisfying. It seemed to fit perfectly. It was also really nice to finally have it out of the box and sitting vertically like this, and at this point, I should probably say that the main purpose of this little frame setup was to basically just be able to easily test out the cryocooler without having to involve that potentially broken duo. The only unfortunate part with entire project. However, long story short, it only ended up being kind of non-functional. And to get it going, I did have to do a few things, like swap out this weird power socket on the front for a proper power cable, and depressurize the system to 200 psi using high-purity helium gas by following a kind of long and painful procedure that I found in its service manual. At the same time, I also ended up having to replace the crusty water fittings at the bottom so that I could attach this massive water chiller to cool the compressor, and I had to bring in this 480-volt three-phase transformer to power the compressor, where both of these were originally meant for one of my air projects, and I had actually gotten the chiller for free. When I was eventually done all of that, though, I had what appeared to be a fully functional compressor, which was really relieving to say the least, and now I was finally able to get back to testing the cryocooler. And by that, I mean that it was finally time to see if it would actually work, or if it was in fact a giant piece of crap that clearly not even be fixable. Well, with that being said, there was only one way to find out, so I just immediately got started, where the first thing that I did was connect the power cable. Then after that, I quickly added some gas fittings that I bought from the company that made the compressor, along with a helium line, and this is because the first thing that I was going to have to check was whether or not there was still any pressure in the cryocooler. Where if there wasn't, then, well, at least according to the company that made it, this would likely mean that it had been infiltrated by air and moisture, and that it probably wouldn't work. And I was honestly expecting the worst. However, I almost immediately heard a hissing sound when I opened the valve, telling me that even after 7 years, it was still under pressure, and that somehow I had apparently gotten super lucky. With that confirmed, though, I then quickly refreshed the helium in it by following a procedure that was very similar to the one that I used for the compressor, and when I was eventually done, I quickly got rid of the special fittings. I then went and got some really long and big helium lines, which I was going to use to properly connect the compressor to the cryocooler, and I bought them from the company that made the compressor. What was also very important about these helium lines was that they were pre-charged with 200 psi of helium gas, which matched the pressure of the compressor and the cryocooler. This way, when they were attached, they wouldn't introduce any air or moisture, which would contaminate the system and ruin all of the cleanup work that I just did. But either way, with all of this in place, in theory, the system was now ready to go, and to see if the cryocooler would actually work, all I had to do was turn on the compressor. So, that was exactly what I did by just clicking the on button, and almost immediately, I was greeted with an interesting sound. Okay. This was also exactly what I was hoping for, because it was very similar to the cryocooler sound that I heard in the background of some videos about MRI machines, and this was a very good sign that it was working properly. So far, though, it still seemed to be around room temperature, and to know whether or not it would actually get cold, I was just going to have to wait. So I just sat there and I patiently stared at it, and over the next 20 minutes, I could visibly see it turning white because frost was forming, which confirmed to me that it was definitely getting cold. This was then further confirmed when I tried touching it, and just by the sheer pain, I knew it was down to at least negative 80 C, or negative 112 Fahrenheit. However, this of course still wasn't even close to cold enough to make liquid nitrogen, and to help it out, I decided to insulate it a bit by adding a small dewar over the second stage of the cryocooler. This part was also in theory the part that got the coldest, where it should have had no problem getting all the way down to near absolute zero. I was really curious to see what would happen. More specifically, I really wanted to see if it could start good measure, though, I decided to let it go for another 20 minutes, and I was honestly starting to really lose any hope until I noticed that there was actually a bunch of liquid air already in the dewar. So apparently, I was just super impatient, and it just took a while for the whole system to cool down, and when I looked closer, I was able to clearly see some drops of liquid air. I then let it sit like this, where I just slowly collected more and more, and in my opinion, this was extremely exciting, especially because it was doing it at a much faster rate than the small one I had gotten from Veritasium. What also made it even more amazing was that the second stage was supposed to have way less cooling power than the first stage, which meant that the true liquefying capacity of the system was probably at least several times more than what I was doing here.
Complete creative freedom. Welcome to Affinity.
With that being said, though, I feel like at this point I should probably explain a bit about how this cryo cooler was even working and how it was getting so cold. I should also say that I think the general idea is relatively simple, where this cryo cooler setup was basically just a little refrigerator or heat pump system that exploits the fact that gas gets hot when it's compressed and cold when it expands. Where in this case, the compressor over here was compressing the helium gas that I filled it with, which was causing its pressure to spike by about 100 psi, and for it to get really hot. However, it doesn't stay hot for very long, because there's a cooling system in the compressor that allows this heat to be dumped into the water and pulled away by the chiller. This is also very important, because this then allows the system to push cool but high-pressure helium through this gas line and into the cryo cooler, where it's able to expand. This expansion then, in turn, causes the helium to get really cold, where it's able to quickly pull a bunch of heat from the cryo cooler before getting pushed out into the return line. It then travels as a hot, lower-pressure gas back to the compressor, where it gets compressed again, and the cycle is repeated over and over, where every time, the cryo cooler gets slightly colder and colder. In this case, though, I only needed it to get down to at least liquid nitrogen temperatures, but as I mentioned before, it's supposed to be able to get all the way down to near absolute zero, which I think is kind of insane. Also, I should say that this specific cryo cooler that I'm using is a Clifford McMahon, or GM for short, and it's just one of the few common types of cryo coolers out there where they all kind of work in a somewhat similar way. But anyway, after collecting it for about 40 minutes, I had what looked like a pretty decent amount of liquid air, and I was pretty happy with how things were going. I also decided to do a quick and kind of wacky experiment where I just lit a piece of steel wool on fire, and then I tried pouring my liquid air onto it. For some reason, I thought that because it was such concentrated air, it would burn a lot better, and I guess maybe it did slightly, but it wasn't nearly as interesting as I was hoping it would be. With that being said, though, at this point, I was extremely excited because apparently most of my fears were completely unfounded, where both the compressor and cryo cooler seemed to work perfectly. Now, the only remaining question was whether or not the dewar was actually functional, and well, long story short, as far as I could tell, it probably was. This was because when I connected my vacuum pump to it, I was actually able to pull a really strong vacuum in the space between the outer wall and the inner chamber. More specifically, I was able to go all the way down to at least 1 times 10 to the negative 5 millibar, which was pretty much exactly what I was hoping for, and I was very happy when I saw this. This was because, at this level of vacuum, there would be a very strong insulating effect around the inner chamber, which, at least in theory, would allow me to collect and hold liquid nitrogen in it without having almost any of it boil off. With that being said, though, what told me that somehow, and by some sort of miracle, there weren't any leaks, which was honestly super surprising to me, especially considering how old this doer was. But either way, with the doer apparently good to go, this meant that I could finally start putting together the whole system. So that was what I immediately started doing, where the first step was to basically dismantle everything that I had already put together and to reclaim the mounting disc. I then quickly got rid of that welded frame and I dragged over the doer, which actually turned out to be a huge pain because it was way heavier than I remembered it. After a short struggle though, it was eventually in place, and I quickly leveled it with some shims because my floor is terrible and completely uneven. While I was leveling it, I also thankfully remembered that I had to clean the inside of the doer because it was filled with a bunch of dirt, along with a small dead lizard that had apparently made it here all the way from Florida. After carefully removing the lizard though, and cleaning it out with a vacuum, I felt that it was looking pretty good, and what I had to do next was fully assemble the mounting plate. So I quickly got started with that by first dropping on a gasket that I printed out of TPU using my E3 printer that was sent to me by Prusa. Then after that, I re-added the crown cooler mounting ring along with all of its screws, and I tightened it down, and I started adding all of the other peripherals, where the first was some pressure relief valves. I then followed this up with an input for the nitrogen gas, along with a little pressure gauge assembly and a large tri-clamp fitting, and this will all hopefully make a lot more sense later on. With the plate now ready though, I then quickly brought it over to the doer, and I carefully placed it on top, and I screwed it down tightly to seal it. It was also only at this moment that I realized that I completely forgot to put thread locker on all of the screws in the mounting ring, which was very important to keep everything airtight, so I had to take them all out and properly seal them. With everything now securely in place though, I then went and got the surprisingly heavy cryo cooler, which was around 50 pounds, and it was honestly a bit nerve-wracking to carry it up the ladder. I also didn't exactly feel super safe or comfortable having to lean over with it so that I could carefully lower it into the plate, but thankfully, I was able to do it without any major disaster. With it loaded on, I then fastened it with some screws that I actually remembered to cover with thread locker this time, and with it securely in place, I was starting to get pretty excited. This was because so far, things actually seemed to be going together as I planned, and now there were just a few final things still left to do, like adding a large sight glass to that tri-clamp fitting from before. I also quickly lowered in a small strip of LED lights through a port on the cryo cooler, and together, these would allow me to see inside the doer while it was running, which I felt was very important. Then after that, I just quickly reattached the helium lines along with the power cable, and I carefully shoved a huge siphon tube assembly down the valve that was connected to the pressure gauge. This part was also especially important because it would allow me to actually take the liquid nitrogen out of the doer. I mean, assuming that I did end up making it. Moving on though, at this point, the main part of the system was officially done, and the only thing that I still needed was a nitrogen source, where for that, I put together this cute little setup. At first, it also might look a bit complicated, but it actually wasn't too bad, where the main part of it was just my membrane nitrogen generator. This thing over here was then just an air compressor, which would be my main source of gas. But the basic idea was that it would push high-pressure air into the nitrogen membrane, which was filled with a series of hollow polymer fibers. These polymer fibers were very special though, because they were selectively permeable to oxygen and water vapor, where they would allow both of these gases to pass through their walls at a much faster rate than nitrogen. The result of this would then be a concentrating effect, where the nitrogen in the compressed get more and more concentrated as it traveled up the tube, and the oxygen and water vapor would get rejected out of these holes at the bottom. In theory, it was also supposed to be possible to get the nitrogen concentration all the way up to nearly 100%, which was way better than the 78% that's in normal air, and in my opinion, it's pretty amazing that a simple-looking tube can even do this. With that being said, though, once the nitrogen did get to the end of the tube, it was then just fed into a regulator to knock down the pressure, followed by a gas flow meter, which would tell me how much of it was coming out. What was also kind of funny was that up until this point, I'd actually never tested if the tube even worked. So I decided to quickly do that now by opening up the gas flow and by holding an oxygen meter to the end of it. I was then very happy to see that it quickly went down to a nice reading of 0, which told me that all of the oxygen was gone, and that it should have been effectively 100% nitrogen. With that thankfully confirmed, I then went ahead and connected the flow meter to the nitrogen input on the setup, and at this point, it was finally ready. What I had now should have been a fully functional liquid nitrogen generator, and after spending probably way too much time, money, and effort on putting this all together, I could finally test it out, and I was feeling both excited and nervous. Hey. Good. With that being said, I then just went ahead and got started by first opening the valve on the siphon tube, followed by the nitrogen regulator. This then caused pure nitrogen gas to start flowing through the system, where the goal was to completely replace all of the air that was currently in the duo. To monitor this, I also just occasionally checked the output with the oxygen meter, and when it eventually started reading 0%, I closed the siphon tube valve, but I left the nitrogen gas input open. This then caused the pressure in the dewar to slowly rise, where I let it pressurize just up to the rating of my lowest pressure relief valve, which was at around 1 psi. This, of course, wasn't actually very much pressure, but it should have been enough to keep out any air or moisture, and at this point, it should have been good to go, so I turned on the compressor. That's it! Now, at least in theory, all I had to do was just leave it like this, and if it went anything like my earlier test, it will eventually start generating some liquid nitrogen. I also knew that this was going to take a while to happen, especially because this time, it was first going to have to cool down this huge duo. However, despite...
What's it all about, Arnie? It's about AI, and it's everywhere and about everything. But there is no AI without data. Data that's managed and trusted. Quest Software gets it. Check them out at quest.com.
Black Friday, Jasmine will get her phone clutch for half off with JCPenney's thousands of deals. And accidentally leave the original price on it. It's what they thought that counts. Yes, JCPenney. And the price reflects comparable national brand price value to 1130. See coupon for details.
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist inspires on a brush end, hugs them, cleans it, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts at Oral-B.
Such beautiful stuff.
A happy smile, driving in a Honda Wonder.
Experience the wonder of happy Honda days while you can. Visit your local Honda dealer or shop online today.
However, despite knowing this, over the next few hours, I still slowly got more and more concerned when I didn't see anything condensing, and I genuinely started worrying that maybe the dewar wasn't in fact trash, or that maybe I somehow messed up the cryo cooler or the compressor while I was putting it all back together. It turned out, though, that I was mostly just really impatient and freaking out for no reason, because it wasn't too long after this that I started seeing the first drops of some beautiful liquid nitrogen.
Hey! It's actually condensing it!
Then, only an hour later, it was basically raining liquid nitrogen in there, which was really exciting to see. And I thought that it was kind of satisfying to watch it all fall and crash on the bottom of the duo. At the same time, though, I grew up a bit kind of concerned when I noticed that none of it was collecting, and it seemed like it was all just instantly boiling off. What also really didn't help was that this didn't seem to change even after an hour of waiting, and this made me really worry again that the tour might have actually been non-functional or something, where if that were the case, it would have never been able to collect anything. Long story short, though, I was again just really impatient because it wasn't too long after this that a pool of it started forming at the bottom, which was really relieving to see.
Yes! It's finally collecting something!
From there, this pool then grew relatively quickly, where only several hours later, I already had what looked like a decent amount, and at this point, I was feeling pretty excited.
Wow. Okay, there's a good amount. It's going now.
The only unfortunate part was that it wasn't too long after this when I looked over at the pressure gauge, and I noticed that it was at 0 instead of 1, which told me that the cryo cooler wasn't getting nearly enough gas. So, I looked over at the nitrogen generator to see what was happening, and I noticed that the flow meter was apparently maxed out with a reading of nearly 6 liters per minute, which wasn't exactly ideal. This was because this nitrogen generator was only able to provide pure nitrogen at up to 4 liters per minute, and this meant that the gas coming over now was contaminated with oxygen and water. The exact level of contamination was also completely unknown, but as far as I could tell, it most likely wasn't that bad, and the nitrogen purity was still probably above 95%. In my opinion, this was something that I was able to tolerate for this first run, so I decided to just leave it like this, but in general, this was definitely something that I would have to address later on. With that being said, though, over the next day or so, the liquid level then just continued increasing, and it slowly got easier and easier because of the water making it past the nitrogen generator. I was then eventually able to fill the entire bottom part, which was really exciting because this should have been about 30 liters, and when this happened, I decided to turn everything off. This was mostly because at this point, it was pretty clear that the system did in fact work, but also, it was because what I had now was more than enough for the one last and very important thing that I still had to test. This, of course, was to see if that siphon tube that I put in earlier would actually work, and whether or not I would actually be able to get any of this liquid nitrogen out of the door, where if I couldn't, then, well, it would kind of be a huge disaster. There was only one way to find out, though, so I just got started with it by first attaching this large insulated extraction hose that I gotten off eBay for a really good price. Then after that, I just cranked up the nitrogen flow even more, and I blocked the 1 psi relief valve, and the goal was to slowly increase the pressure inside the duo. While I was waiting for it to increase, I also added a bowl, and I went and changed to some proper protection, which included some sealed boots and a face shield, because I was honestly a bit worried that this whole system might explode. This was because, even though I was only going to be raising the pressure by maybe several psi, I had no idea if this door was actually rated to take any pressure at all, and when I had asked the company that made it, they didn't recommend it. More specifically, they said that they didn't necessarily design their doors to have much more than maybe 5 psi in the reservoir, which really did not inspire confidence, especially with a second-hand, 30-year-old duo. With that in mind, though, I just let the pressure slowly climb, and when it eventually got to around 2 psi, I decided to try opening the siphon, and I was expecting to hear something, or to see some cold vapor coming out, except literally nothing happened. This told me that the pressure was likely still too low, and that I was going to have to push it a little more, which I wasn't exactly excited about. I didn't really have a choice though, so I just closed the valve and I let it fly, and as it increased, I slowly got more and more nervous. Then, when it eventually got to a little over 4 without exploding, I felt that this had to be good enough, and I opened the valve again. This time, I was also instantly greeted with a kind of horrible whistling noise, which told me that the liquid nitrogen was actually moving up the siphon tube. Then, not too long after, I started seeing some nice and cold vapors coming out, and I was really hoping that I would soon get an amazing rush of liquid nitrogen that would just spray out the end of the hose. However, that unfortunately did not happen at all, and it wasn't nearly as impressive as I had imagined. I guess on the positive side, though, it was actually coming out, which told me that the siphon tube was working, and it did kind of speed up over the next few minutes. I was then eventually able to fill this entire bowl with liquid nitrogen, which was about 3.5 liters, and when I saw this, I was feeling pretty excited. This was because finally, after working for what felt like forever on this project, I actually had a bunch of my own homemade liquid nitrogen sitting right in front of me. What also made things even more exciting was that this was only a fraction of what was still in the dewar, and I felt that I had to celebrate this by freezing something, where the first thing that I came across was this old orange. I then patiently waited for it to fully solidify, and I spent the next several minutes having too much fun smashing it and turning it into a crunchy orange dust. When I was eventually done celebrating though, I quickly cleaned up my huge mess, and I started draining all of the remaining liquid nitrogen into an empty 30-liter dewar. I was then able to completely empty out everything that I made, which really filled this entire dewar, and at this point, I was feeling pretty good about my setup. This was because overall it clearly worked, and on top of that, I was actually able to make a decent amount of liquid nitrogen at a rate of about 0.58 liters an hour, or around 14 liters a day. This was also way better than I ever expected for my first run, where it was already kind of close to the 20 liters a day advertised by those Chinese systems, and honestly, I was really tempted to say this was good enough. However, at the same time, there were just way too many glaring problems that I couldn't let go of, like the fact that the liquid nitrogen was being heavily contaminated by oxygen and water vapor, and that the extraction system was almost comically slow. There were also some other major things that I really didn't like about the system in general, especially the fact that I still wasn't even close to maxing up the cryocooler, and I felt that I had to do some final fixes. So again, I ended up taking the whole thing apart, and I immediately started working on all of the random changes that I wanted to do. And after about a month of effort, this was what I ended up with, where for the most part, it still kind of looked the same. However, there were some pretty major upgrades, where the nitrogen generator was now massive, and everything on top of the dewar was rearranged, and a few extra things were added. When I tested it out, it was also very obvious that it was way better than before, where the first thing that I noticed was that it was producing a lot more liquid nitrogen. In fact, it was actually making over 1 liter an hour, which was nearly twice as fast as it was before, and honestly way better than I ever imagined. And at this point, I was definitely maxing out the cryocooler. At the same started this project. I should also say that this was all only possible thanks to this completely new and massive nitrogen generator that I put together, which was able to output around 7 times more nitrogen gas than the old one. What was probably my favorite upgrade though was swapping out the simple sight glass for this new probe lens and phone setup, which along with this new powerful flashlight at the back allowed me to easily see inside and to record this way higher quality video. It also allowed me to easily monitor the liquid nitrogen level remotely from my computer, which may or may not be a bit overkill, but I found it to be pretty useful. There was just one kind of sad part with this whole new setup though, which was that despite making the siphon tube way bigger and swapping the extraction hose to one with a much higher flow rate, it still didn't end up blasting out like the fire hose that I was hoping for. I mean, to be fair, it was definitely way faster than before, where I was actually able to fill this entire bowl in around 2 minutes, which was so much better than the nearly 12 minutes that it took last time. When I did a side-by-side comparing the two, the difference was also super obvious, and for the most part, I'm happy with how it is now. Overall, I was also very happy with how this entire project had turned out, and after transferring all of the liquid nitrogen to my 30-liter dewar, as well as to a new 60-liter dewar, I finally felt that I was done. This was because, at this point, I had successfully put together a huge liquid nitrogen generator that actually outperformed the Chinese systems that I was originally looking at, and that at least technically would end up being cheaper. At the same time, it was also basically able to do everything that I wanted and dreamed of, like storing 100 liters at a time, and there really wasn't much else that I wanted to change or fix. I mean, besides the slight problem that there did end up being a small leak in the dewar, which means that every time that I want to run the system, I would have to run the vacuum pump at the same time, and while this is mostly just a minor inconvenience, I should probably try and fix this in the future. Until then though, I'm just going to focus on the fact that from this point on, I can officially use only my own homemade liquid nitrogen for all of my future projects. In my opinion, this is also really exciting, especially because I have a bunch of really interesting projects lined up, like that entire Air series that I mentioned earlier, as well as a couple that I'm not ready to talk about yet.
Brian! What is this?
What I'm probably most excited about, though, is that this now puts me one step closer to my dream of recreating this superconductor demo that I did years ago, except with only things that I've made. At the time, only the superconductor and the ferrofluid were mine, but now I could add liquid nitrogen to the list, and this meant that the only things left to make were the glass dish and the magnet, both of which I'm currently working on. I'm also hoping that I'll be able to finish all of this by next year, and then it won't be too horribly expensive, but if it is, I should still be okay thanks to all of my amazing YouTube members and patrons, and because of Brilliant, the sponsor of this video.
the burrito. It's Nando. Flair wrapped.
Really fresh. Real ingredients. Kind of fire.
Fresh every day.
Responsibly ready. Without that bad stuff. It's magic happening.
Best of the best, baby. 100% yum.
Literally massive deliciousness.
A man who works hard, sweats hard. All of his guys sacrifice sweat. So coach thought I was slacking. So I trained with my old spies. And I became the best player ever. Sometimes a man must overcome that sweat.
Earlier this year, my brother was reading a lot about the history of chemistry, and he was telling me about an experiment that he thought was really interesting. For this experiment, a diamond was placed in a jar with oxygen, and then it was heated up using sunlight and a really big lens. The diamond, which was merely pure carbon, burned and combined with the oxygen, and the entire thing was converted to CO2 gas. This experiment was really important, and it helped confirm a few fundamental ideas and theories that were controversial at the time. The thing that my brother found most surprising, though, was just the fact that it was possible to burn diamond, and when he told me about this, I had pretty much the same reaction. For some reason, we were always under the impression that diamond was basically indestructible, but that really isn't the case. To be fair, it's really hard and chemically resistant, but when it's heated until it's red hot, it can start reacting with oxygen. As we talked about this more, we joked about burning diamonds and then using that CO2 to make carbonated water. We thought that the idea of making carbonated water using diamonds was really funny and interesting, and if it worked, we'd kind of be able to drink diamonds. Initially, it was mostly just a joke, but over the next few months, it slowly changed into something that I really wanted to do. I just had to know what it was like to drink diamond water. So I set out on a mission to make what was, to my knowledge, the most expensive carbonated water in the world. To start off, I first had to buy some diamond. Large and high-carat diamonds are of course extremely expensive and can easily cost millions, which is just slightly above the budget of this channel. As the size goes down though, the price does as well, and after searching for a while, I found what I felt was one of the best deals. It was on eBay, and it was offering 5 carats or 1 gram of nicely clean, uncut white diamonds for $47. I definitely could have gotten this price lower if I would have used smaller diamonds or something like diamond dust, but I didn't want to go so small that it stopped looking like diamonds altogether. I thought that what I found was a good balance of size, quality, and price, but I'm not exactly a diamond expert, so I honestly have no idea if it really was a good deal. I did some rough calculations, and I found that it probably needed about 4 grams, so I bought 4 orders from this listing. In total, this came up to be just a bit over $200, and it took about a week to arrive. They all eventually showed up in their own separate bags, which I thought looked oddly suspicious for some reason. The diamonds themselves were about as small as I'd expected, and they looked like slightly oversized grains of sand. Despite being so small though, they were still clearly diamonds, and they were actually able to sparkle a bit. Okay, so now that I have the diamonds, the first thing that I had to do was figure out how I was going to burn them to make the CO2. I probably could have tried recreating the historic way, using a jar and a giant lens, but I just didn't feel like that was very efficient. Instead, what seemed like a much better idea was to heat them until they were red hot using something like a blowtorch, and then to pass oxygen over them. To do this though, I had to hold the diamonds in some sort of material that could both handle the high heat and the oxygen. Also, I ideally wanted it to be transparent so that I could see what was going on, and it seemed like glass was the only real option that I had. Regular glass would have melted though, including the lab-grade borosilicate stuff, so instead, I had to try to use something called quartz glass. Most frames of glass are made from silicon dioxide, but a bunch of other additives are included to lower its softening point and to make it easier to work with. However, quartz glass is really pure silicon dioxide, which gives it a much higher softening point. And hopefully, this should give me the ability to continually gloss it with quartz without it bending or sagging. I looked online and I found that tubes made of quartz were commonly used in UV water sterilizers, and I found some relatively cheap ones on Amazon. So, I ordered a few bigger ones, removed the ends, and cut them into roughly 9-inch sections. To hold the tube up, I just used a long glass rod, which let me hang it over 2 clamps. It wasn't exactly the most stable method, but it was just a test, so I didn't think it really mattered. The glass rod was also just regular glass. However, I figured that it would probably be okay. For the oxygen, I was originally just going to use those small red bottles that you can get from the hardware store, but they tend to be really overpriced. So instead, I went out and bought a proper full-sized oxygen tank. I also picked up a good quality regulator with it, which would give me much more careful control over the flow of oxygen. When I was ready to get things started, I loaded the tube with some of the diamond, and I blasted it with the blowtorch. Slowly, over about 30 seconds, the diamond started glowing red, and then I opened the oxygen regulator, and I shot in a very gentle flow of oxygen. This caused them to glow even brighter, and they were now being slowly turned into CO2 gas. The quartz glass seemed to be working really well, but the rest of the glass was kind of a disaster. I thought that the glass rod would be okay, because it wasn't getting hit directly by the torch, but that definitely wasn't the case. I also thought that using a glass pipette for the oxygen would be fine, because it wasn't touching anything. But again, I was obviously wrong. The air in the tube was apparently getting hot enough to start melting it, which meant that it was above at least 800 C. This was exactly why I had to use quartz glass for the tube. Otherwise, it all would have become a miserable and melted mess. So that run was pretty clearly a failure, and regular glass just wasn't something that I could use at all. I wanted to try again though, and this time, besides the quartz tube, everything else was metal. This run went way better than before, and after blasting it for just a few minutes, all of the diamond eventually disappeared. After doing all this, it was clearly possible to burn diamonds, but all the CO2 that I was making was kind of just being shot into the air. If I was going to be using it to carbonate water though, I had to somehow figure out a way to capture it. I thought about how to do this for a long time, and the best and easiest way to come up with was just using liquid nitrogen. As the CO2 is made, I can pass it into a tube surrounded by liquid nitrogen, which should freeze the gas and turn it into dry ice. I had to first test this out though, and I started by filling a small dewar with some liquid nitrogen. Then after that, I dropped in a test tube, and I waited for it to cool down. I then got a flask, threw in a few pieces of dry ice, and attached some hosing to it. With this setup, the dry ice was slowly turning back into CO2 gas and then traveling out through the hosing. When this gas is fed into the test tube though, it should be able to freeze the CO2 and turn it back into dry ice. This was exactly what happened, and the moment that it was added to the tube, a cloud of dry ice started forming. The liquid nitrogen also started boiling a lot more, and I just left it like this for several minutes. After that, I pulled up the hosing, and there was a huge chunk of dry ice that had formed around it. At the bottom of the tube there was a bunch more, and to get it out, I just hit it while it was upside down. So from this, it all clearly worked, and the liquid nitrogen was definitely able to freeze the CO2. I now knew how I would burn the diamonds and collect the dry ice, but after this, I had to somehow use it to carbonate water, and this would have to be done under pressure. I'm sure there are many ways that this could be done, but what I wanted to do was to somehow use one of those kitchen soda makers. I mostly wanted to do this because I just kind of thought it was funny, but also, I thought that it would be really satisfying to be able to see the diamond CO2 being shot into the water. To set this all up, I have to build some sort of pressure chamber and somehow rig it to the soda machine. I also wanted to do it as simple as possible, and after about a week of just tinkering with different ideas, I came up with something I thought would work. Overall, it was relatively simple, and I was able to buy all the parts that I needed online from a company called Master Car. All the parts arrived a couple days later, and I moved around all the pieces to lay out the basic setup. On the left was the main pressure chamber, which was basically just a pipe, and on the right was the pressure gauge, and below that was the valve. The idea was to throw the diamond dry ice into the pipe, then put the no place for me to screw it into. So to attach the pipe to the rest of the setup, I had to make a threaded hole myself. To do this, I started by drilling a small pilot hole. Then, I replaced the small drill bit with the bigger one that I actually needed, and I kept on drilling. After taking out a small amount of metal, I added some soapy water to help keep things cool. To hold the end cap, I was just using a cheap plastic clamp, which really wasn't very ideal. It wasn't able to hold on to it very well in general, and with the soapy water, it really had a tendency to spin. However, this didn't turn out to be a huge deal, and it was still relatively easy to drill the hole through it. Now with a hole in it, the next step was to make the threads using a tap. It was important to screw the tap in as close to vertical as possible, and one trick to do this is to load it to the drill press and then to manually turn it. When I felt that the tap was deep enough, I loosened it and I took the whole thing from the press. I then clamped it down to my vise, lubricated it with some cutting oil, and I started turning the tap. As I turned it was cutting away the metal and making the thread, but the deeper that it got, the more force that it took. Initially, things seemed to be going pretty well, but I somehow ended up damaging the tap and breaking its threads, so I had to go out and buy a new one. They're relatively cheap though, and I got the replacement for about $5. Eventually, I felt that I had carved out the threads deep enough, and at this point it was done. I then put the clean cap and all the threads, and now I was ready to finish putting everything together. I started by clamping down the part with gauge, and I screwed on the cap by hand. And after that, using a pipe wrench, I really tightened it down. With this upper part of the chamber now ready, I just had to do a quick test to make sure that it all worked. I clamped down the lower pipe part, dropped in some dry ice, and then quickly screwed on this upper section. The dry ice was slowly turning back into seals with gas, and with everything sealed, the pressure was slowly increasing. I then shot some soapy water onto it, which would start to bubble if there were any leaks. At this point, it all looked fine, but there was still barely any pressure in it, so it wasn't that surprising. As the dry ice was turning back into a gas, it was cooling down the pipe a lot, and it caused most of the water on it to freeze. To properly test it, I was going to have to wait for all the dry ice to disappear, and for the whole thing to get back up to room temperature. It ended up maxing out at around 600 or 700 psi, and I shot the soapy water on it again. Pretty much all the joints still looked good, except for the one next to the valve, which was clearly bubbling. This just meant that it wasn't tight enough, and I'd have to screw it on a bit more. The test was now over, and I opened the valve to let everything out. After fixing that valve connection, this was going to be the final pressure chamber, but at the last minute, I decided to modify it a bit. When designing it, I didn't feel that I needed a pressure release valve, because the metal was rated way higher than I was ever going to be putting it at, and also, I was going to be emptying it very quickly after filling it. The only way that it would ever get overpressure was that if it somehow fell into a fire or something, but that just really wasn't very likely. However, despite all that, I decided that it was still important to do things safe and properly. So, I picked up a release valve that would pop if the pressure ever went above 2,000 psi. To modify things, I just had to swap this T-joint that I had with a cross and screw on the new valve. After that, I tested it with some dry ice to make sure there were no leaks, and I didn't see any, so the chamber was good to go. Now, the very last thing that I had to do was figure out how to connect it to one of those kitchen soda makers. I decided to go with the SodaStream brand, and it was all relatively easy. All I needed was a small section of high-pressure hosing, 2 quick release adapters, and another adapter to screw into the SodaStream. I was able to find all these parts on Amazon, which was convenient, but they were all kind of overpriced. For the actual SodaStream, I
just started a brand new job, and I get a call, and my mom says, "Don't panic, but the house is on fire." Moses was hands-on literally every day just to make sure that we could get back in our home as swiftly as possible. Yeah, I will always be the Allstate
said, devour me. Bertha, what can we read?
The actual Soda Stream, I just thought I would buy whatever was the cheapest model. To set it up, I took off the back, screwed in the adapter, and connected one side of the hose to it. To attach the pressure chamber to it, I cut a small hole in the side and slid in a zip tie. I figured that the best and easiest way to hold it there was to just strap it to the side of it, and it seemed to work pretty well. I then attached the other end of the hose to the valve, and the setup was finally done. I did a few quick tests to make sure that the system wasn't leaking or anything, and it all seemed to be good. So now, I guess I was finally ready to try and make the diamond on it. For the Roman setup, I started by adding the cords to, and this time, I actually clamped it down instead of just balancing it. I then attached a bubbler with a small amount of water in it, which would wash all the CO2 gas that was made. This would probably add a bit of moisture to it though, so I followed this up with another bubbler that was filled with a drying salt. This was then fed directly into the test tube in the viewer from before, and I started loading up the quartz tube with all the diamonds. After all my little tests and some other things, I had about 3.5 grams of diamond left, and I decided to just use it all. When this was all eventually done, I sealed the end with a stopper that was pre-fitted with the oxygen. I then opened the oxygen tank, and I carefully adjusted the flow of it by looking at the water bubbler. The main purpose of the bubbler here was to wash the gas, but it was also really useful to gauge how much of it was flowing through the system. When I felt that it was going at a good and steady rate, I filled the fluid with some liquid nitrogen, and then I started blasting the diamonds with a torch. Like before, the diamonds slowly started glowing bright red, and I could tell that they were reacting with the oxygen. They were definitely burning and turning to carbon dioxide, but I didn't see any dry ice forming, and this kind of concerned me. I knew that there was a bunch of oxygen that first had to be pushed out of the system before the CO2 made it there, but I wasn't sure if that was actually what was happening. It was also possible that maybe I had a leak, and I was somehow losing all my precious diamond CO2. I honestly started to get a bit worried about it, and I thought that this might be just a total failure. But then, it actually started working. Along with all this nice dry ice though, unreacted oxygen was also getting liquefied, and I was going to be collecting a whole bunch of it. I initially thought that this might have been a problem, but it actually turned out to be a good thing. It stopped the dry ice from clumping up and solidifying on the side, and from potentially blocking the tube. I initially thought that this was just going to take something like 10 minutes, but the whole process was over an hour, which kind of killed me. The reaction that was going on here was quite simple, and the diamond, which is nearly pure carbon, was reacting with the oxygen to make CO2. As this reaction happens, the diamond just kind of slowly disappears, and when it's done, it should pretty much be all gone. Even in very pure diamond though, there's always still a small amount of impurity in it, which is going to be left behind. I purposely went with white diamond, because it's one of the most pure forms. A lot of other diamonds can be slightly colored from impurities, and they probably would have been fine to use. However, I just wanted the CO2 to be as pure as possible, and to avoid as much contamination as I could. When it was done, I took out the tube, and there was a lot of dry ice at the bottom, but there was also a whole bunch of liquid oxygen. To get rid of the oxygen though, it was easy, and I just had to shake the tube around and let it all boil off. As I did this, it slowly sounded more and more solid, and eventually, all I had left was the dry ice. At this point, I was planning to just throw it directly into the pressure chamber, but I really wanted to see how much I got. On something warm though, dry ice would sublime pretty quickly, so to minimize the loss, I made a really cold watch glass. I was system, and I could have also lost someone trying to break it. Either way though, I still had way more than I needed, and the next thing that I had to do was load it all into the chamber. I just dumped it all in as fast as I could, and I put the screw on the cap. The pipe that I used for the chamber here is also a lot smaller, and it was because I scaled it based on the amount of dry ice that I got. All the dry ice slowly vaporized over the course of about 15 minutes, and the pressure got up to around 800 psi. I waited another half an hour just to make sure that all the dry ice had turned back into the gas, and it was pretty much good to go. I now had this weird cross-linking pressure chamber thing, and all I had to do was attach it to the soda stream. Because the chamber was much smaller now, I had to make a new hole for the zip tie. That didn't even take a minute though, and then I clamped on the chamber, attached it to it, loaded a small bottle filled with cold water, and opened the valve. I was now finally ready to make my diamond water, but I was honestly pretty nervous because I really felt that I was gonna somehow mess it up. After a few minutes of psyching myself up though, I just went ahead and pushed the button, and the diamond gas started flooding into the bottle. When I felt that it was done, I took it off, and a bunch of bubbles formed the moment that the pressure was released. I made sure to put the tackle to try and use as little of the gas as possible. To make this bottle, I pretty much used all of the CO2 that was in the chamber, but there still was a very small amount of it left. Unfortunately though, this wasn't enough to carbonate anything else with, and I just decided to keep it. I thought it was realistic. A small amount of diamond CO2, but I don't really have any purpose for it. But anyway, now, after spending over $1,000 and weeks of working on this, I was finally done. As far as I could tell, I had successfully carbonated water using diamonds, and I was honestly surprised that it worked this well. At over $1,000 for this bottle though, not even counting labor, I still wasn't sure if it was actually worth all the work and money. However, I was really hoping that once I tasted it and experienced the amazing flavor of diamond CO2, that all those doubts would disappear. Okay, so it's finally time to taste it, and to see how it is. Exactly like soda water. They just use tap water, pass it through a filter. It's really confusing better quality water. The tap water at my office, here, kind of tastes horrible. The Brita recovers a lot of the flavor. Makes it not taste absolutely terrible, but I mean, the Brita makes it taste okay. But I'd say I should use something better. Now it just tastes like either just regular soda water or paste. But knowing that it has diamond CO2 in it, makes it okay, so it turned out to be no different than regular carbonated water, and I actually expected that to be the case. Carbon dioxide is just carbon dioxide, and it doesn't matter if it's used with diamonds or for burning something like gasoline. It's always just going to be CO2, which means it'll have the same chemical properties and the same taste. Despite this though, I still really like the idea of diamond water, and I'm still blown away by the fact that it works so well. After tasting it, I still had a mostly full bottle of water, and I poured the rest of it into a bunch of small vials. I didn't feel it was appropriate though, just leaving it as these unmarked vials, so I went out and had some nice custom stickers made. In total, I was able to fill 10 vials, letters or more, but give your name and anybody you see here.
I'm a baseball dad. That's because I didn't go pro. Those would be my kid ball. Hey, buddy, you gotta screw those hips, right? And you gotta swing. And if you don't have the right insurance, you'll be paying for this yourself. Just get off state. What's it all about, Artie?
It's about AI, and it's everywhere and about everything. But there is no AI without data. Data that's managed and trusted. Quest Software gets it. Check them out at quest.com.
Nerds Dumpy Clusters. Unleash your senses.
It's that time again. Wayfair's Black Friday sale is back. Score up to 80% off everything home. All with fast and free shipping on everything. Shop Wayfair's Black Friday sale now at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Hello fellow engineers and welcome back to City Skylines. Now recently I did a community post where I asked you guys for your best myths in City Skylines, preferably engineering related ones. So today we're going to be busting some myths in City Skylines. Now the first one, we're going to need a map with a bit of a river, so I think this one will do. Windfield. Right, so on this map we have a flowing river. Now the myth here is that water can't flow through tunnels. That's quite an interesting one actually. That could change the gameplay in this forever. Right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to pause the game and we're going to come down to the landscaping tools, and what we're going to do, we're going to take a little offshoot away from here. So we're going to come along here, straight down and cut back in. I'm then going to fence some tree lovers. So apologies if you like trees, boosh, they've gone. Right, so then we know that water is going to flow down here, it's going to go all the way round. Now the question is, if we plonk tunnels in, will that still happen? So I think in order to do this, fill in all that land, and let's select a big road, a 6-lane one-way road, because I feel like that would give us the biggest tunnel. Basically we're just going to do a straight through tunnel down to there. Lovely. So you can see clearly a tunnel down there. So the question is, will water come out this side once we let it down? So I guess we just hit play and then we watch the river come down this way. I feel like a game show host. Like, river, come on down. This is called a tunnel portal, by the way. Never wondered what the opening of a tunnel is called. It's a portal. Oh my god. Oh no, I forgot the water flowed back uphill. Oh, hang on. Slight technical difficulties. Let's just suck that water out quickly. Oh, I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. Right, they seem to be sucking up the waters. Oh, it wouldn't be an RCE video if it went well with it. What I'm going to do this time, I'm going to leave the end closed and just open this top end. So there we go. The water's coming back. And let's see this time, once the water reaches the tunnel portal, will it come out the other side? So water is entering the tunnel down there. It's definitely gone in. Is it going to come out? Waiting. I'm waiting. Where are you, water? Well, back over this way. There's definitely water. Definitely water. This side, not. So I feel like, unfortunately, that is myth busted. But in order to make sure we test absolutely everything, I've deleted that tunnel. We'll just make sure we delete the road underneath. Let's try this with railway tracks just to make sure. So you see, I've just let the water through again. We've got a couple of railway tunnels here. Now these ones, they actually look like a lot taller. I'm going to guess the same thing is probably going to happen though. So we'll watch the water enter the tunnel portals on the left. Will they come out this end? Like, I've given it a few minutes, like, they're pretty deep. I'm pretty sure if water went through tunnels, it would have come out now. So, well and truly busted, tunnels do not allow water to flow through them. Right, so for the next myth, we're going to be testing forest fires. And we're going to be seeing whether the wind turbine... Sorry, this was so ridiculous. Whether that fans the fire and makes it spread more. Oh dear, what are you doing with your life? So I think what we need two identical forest fires. Or perhaps we could do like a forest fire race. So if we head into tree, we can just turn on the oak tree. I assume that's going to be a fairly flammable tree. I mean, what's a flammable tree? Maybe a giant redwood instead? Is that more flammable? I feel like pine trees are more likely to be flammable, aren't they? Anyway, we're going to be doing a fire tug of war, so let's just fill in all of this. What type of tree did we end up? I assume that's meant to be an oak tree. That's definitely not a redwood. Definitely not a giant redwood. Anyway, we sort of need a test first to see what way the wind is blowing. So I've planted this windmill down. Let's see. Okay, so it is just blowing that direction. Okay, in which case I'm going to plant loads and loads of windmills as close as I can on this side, and perhaps some on the end, sort of like blow it forwards. Then we're going to come to the natural disasters tab, and we've literally got forest fire. So we're going to select one to start up this end. Boom. And I'm going to set one down this end as well. Then we can see, oh my goodness, that's actually working. I mean, look how fast that was going compared to the right. What? Windmills do actually, do they? No, that can't be right. Look how much faster this one spread. You know what? Did they stop ever? This one's still spreading. I'm sort of looking, that tree there, is that going to set a light anytime soon? Yeah, okay. Still spreading then. I feel like this side is sort of, it burns itself out. But that went up so much faster than this one. I'm going to do one more test just because there is a cooldown on the forest fire thing. So I did actually start this one a little bit sooner than this one. So I'll just do an identical strip up here. And look, the wind direction has changed. Tell you what, we'll put the windmills down this side this time. I'm pretty sure windmills don't have a direction. Well, if anything, the air comes out the back of these, right? Because the wind is spinning them, they're not creating wind. Right, so we'll start the fire on the same as last time. Look, you'll see, so we got a cooldown. So if I press play, the cooldown reduces. And then I started that one. So it's only a few seconds different. Now, let's see how the, I mean, both the end fires. Maybe do I have to wait for this one to go out? I'll tell you what, let's delete all these burnt trees. Boost. That is one way to get rid of a forest fire. Right, then I guess we'll do this again. So, forest fire there, forest fire there. Right, here we go. Fire raging on this side, fire going, oh, it's going quite a lot slower actually. Okay, so look at this, it just looks like the first forest fire burns a lot quicker than the second one apparently. Despite there only being like a couple of seconds difference between the cooldown, I feel like there's definitely not a couple of seconds difference in these fires. The left side is just, I don't know, a lot more flammable for some reason. So thankfully, myth busted. Otherwise I would be questioning my sanity. Windmills do not fan forest fires and make them burn quicker. Myth busted. Right, so for this next myth, we're back on the tsunami map. Yes, my good old friend, the mega tsunami. And we're going to be creating a forest fire. So first things first, we need a forest. So I've just done that. And then we're going to want a few forest fires. One in the middle, one on the right, and I won't be putting windmills down to ban this to make it go faster. Just let it spread at its own pace. But the myth is, will a forest fire be put out by a tsunami? Looking at this, it definitely looks like we're going to see it sizzling. I mean, if you watched my last tsunami video, you know we sort of didn't really figure this one out. So this is just 100% confirmation. Forest fires are put out by tsunamis. So this myth is confirmed. So for this next myth, you might remember the video where I literally drained an entire sea using like some mega pumps. So this is the map I just loaded up, and this is the result. So this was the beach, and basically I just did loads and loads and loads of pumps, pushing the sea all the way back to this point. So you can see this is where the sea enters from the edge of the map. I've got pumps all the way around the edge. And then it comes in here. So this was just to like show that like I haven't just blocked the sea off, I was pumping them. But our next myth is, can you replace the sea with food? Now, I've already got a city built over here. You can see it was fairly efficient, but things didn't go too well. We've got like fires, we've got no sort of water or anything like that. It seemed better days. But basically, in order to create enough poo to fill the entire sea here, we're going to need a lot more cityage. So first off, we're going to need like a mega city sort of thing. So I'm sort of thinking if I just, I don't know, do some sort of grid pattern. Yeah, I know grids. If I just fill in a load of roads like this, then since I've got the infinite demand mod on, we've got very high demand for everything. So basically, if I paint a load of residential, then some offices, some shops, some commercial, then look, everyone is building, they're all moving in and stuff. And then I think I can just use the moving mod. So I can select like all of that, and I can just copy it like next to it, and then just start filling this place in with buildings and stuff. Right, now because I've copied, I am going to have to fill in like everything sort of all over again with the demand tool. And then in order for people to move in, I'm going to have to connect all of these together. Now this is going to be very messy. It's going to be traffic everywhere. But I'm not trying to build an efficient city. I'm just trying to put one together as quickly as possible. So if I just connect like all four corners together, and like all of these are going to be connected together. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Right, so they're connected. People are screaming out for water and electricity. So we'll pipe this up as quickly as we can, which basically just involves zigzagging from side to side, and up and down, and we'll just connect these up to the pipe network. And that should mean everyone has water. In order to give them electricity, we're going to need like a load of nuclear plants. So let's just shove these in like forever. Alright, then when we press play, hopefully all the warnings should... Oh man, I didn't realise I was building cities quite that high, and look how precariously the buildings are. Oh, the world's most dangerous construction jobs. Anyway, just got to make sure these pumps have power, so we'll just put a load of them around the edge, connect up some power lines. Right, then everyone's reasonably happy, I think. But they won't be for long, because they currently have nowhere to poo. Yep, there you go, there's all the warning symbols. They're all struggling to poo. So toilets aren't connected to anything. Now, before we can replace the sea with poo, we're going to have to get rid of these pumps on the inside. We'll select all those, press delete on those. And then finally, I do just need to close this off, so we're not going to have an opening from the sea anymore. Okay, let's just shut that up like that. Shut this side up like that. Right, so that should mean, once we have power to all of these, oh no, so adding power suddenly gave us another tidal wave. Well, we don't want tidal waves, we want tidal waves down here. So we're probably going to have to... oh dear. We're probably going to have to wait for that to settle. I think basically when I turn all these pumps on by placing all the wind turbines, which have now been destroyed by the flooding tsunami. Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, I think basically when they turned on, it made the sea behind very unhappy. It made it all turbulent and stuff. Hence we do have a mini tsunami heading towards our city, which isn't in a good place. They're quite desperate to poo now. But don't worry, we've got the infinite demand mod on, remember, so everyone can be replaced. So it's fine. Right, anyway, we've got to start building all of our sewage outlets. We want the water drain pipe. Basically, it's going to place these all the way along the edge of the map. Now, whilst I'm placing these, it's probably worth connecting them up now. I think I've got this one connected, and he's actually outputting quite a lot of poo water down there. But essentially, I'm just going to go through and connect all of these with the fantastic sound effect, which doesn't grate your ears in the slightest after minutes and hours and days of doing this. Yeah, basically, the more outlets I connect up as I build them, the quicker this will actually fill in. Right, so that's all those connected. Let's see the poo water. Oh, look at that. That is a lot of poo coming out of there. Look at, it's proper filling the sea already. Yeah, essentially I just want to go around placing all of these all the way along the edge of the map. Now, whilst I can copy a line of them like I just did, they're not connected, so I am going to have to do that manually. I'm sure some smart ass in the comments will say, well, Matt, why didn't you just use this mod, or why didn't you just press this button? You would have done it instantly. No, don't care, don't want to know. Now, we're sort of at the point where not all of these are actually outputting sewage. And look, these ones along this edge, you can see this end, they are doing sewage, but over this end, they're running dry. Now, that basically means we don't have enough people. We've got to expand our city again. Right, so it's been expanded. You can see most of them are running now. There's the odd one not running. You little naughty architect. Oh, there you go. You turn back on. Good lad. But then we're just gonna leave this running, See if we can turn the sea into poo, essentially. So I guess we'll leave our city, we'll come over to here, we'll look straight down. Yes, there is water in the sea. I'm hoping that's going to get like diluted by the poo, or undiluted. But by leaving a game like that, I'm going to go in Paddy for a bit. So hopefully you'll get a nice little time lapse of this happening. Also, I'm playing with my puppy. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Whoa. Right, hang on. What's happening? Let's see that. Right, so the sewage is coming down, and it doesn't seem to be. Why isn't this brown yet? I feel like there might be leaking like out the map somehow. Like I sort of know that this should work because I mean I built a poop volcano. I am master of poop in Entropia. What's going on here? There's definitely some weird glitchy stuff going on. Right, I guess if I just do terrain height at 0 and then maybe I sort of oh the game doesn't like this, it's struggling. Frame rate is like 0. That should give us some idea. I feel like the water's just leaking. Actually, that looks like it's filling up. So I just have to go around and do that. Alright, let's just check. If this grass gets completely covered, I think we should be good. Wait. Where are you all going? This sewage water is like tidal or turtle, I guess you could say. Oh look, the actual sewage it stops. Does that mean there isn't sewage down here? I'm so confused. Look, the actual poo only falls to a certain height. Is that what's happened? Have I made all this too low maybe? Right, okay, let's pick like that height. Then let's fill everything back in. Oh my goodness, I gotta not rock to the walls. Oh Matt, what have you done? Stop! Right, I had the wrong brush selected. I had like a soft one and it cut through everything. I think now we're good. If we select that brush, it's a little bit bigger. Okay, you see it's got hard edges now. If we just go along this edge, making sure that sewage, that should land on top, right? Okay, so if we press play on there, what I'm hoping to see isn't that. Oh, I think I've broken the map. Wait, look over here, there's a little tsunami. There is a tsunami happening. I would say that's actually poo. That's filling up. Right, what if we just try and do like this ledge all the way around? I'm just trying to make sure the sewage water doesn't leak through the land. The trouble is, I'm not really sure what's causing it, but does that look better? I think it sort of does. I mean, frame rate really not happy about this. But since there's a lot of sewage on the green, I think that means our puddles are actually getting bigger. So maybe this is now working finally. Right, well, let's keep going anyway. The worst that's going to happen is I'm going to waste another hour of my life building with poo on sea skylines. I hate to say it, but I think this might be a myth. I mean, I've got one other thing I could try. Could literally just place these like on the beach up here. So I've connected these up. I mean, it looks like the sewage just goes straight to the ground. I don't know if that's just because I've built too much stuff and the game just can't hack it maybe, but I don't think that is working as intended. I mean, it's not working as it does in Entropia with my beautiful volcano. I mean, when I load the original map, I get this error, so that could be something to do with it. Right, so I've just loaded the map before I built the city, just to see what's going on, whether it's something funky or whether, I don't think the game wants to give it to me. So, can you replace the sea with poo? I think I'm going to have to say that myth is busted. You can't. I honestly thought you would be able to, but I can't. I have tried. I have like 2 hours of time-lapse footage where nothing happens. The myth is you can use buildings to create a dam. So first off, I think what I would do, I want to buy a few more tiles. I'm sort of thinking if I just build like a little U-shaped thing like that, I should probably delete all the railways and stuff. So moving on, select all of that, and let's screw shit out of existence. So we've got a nice plain area here. And if I use this will spawn us a load of water. So if I just shove that right there, as you can see, there is water coming. Now, obviously, if I don't drop this off, water will just continue going. But I'm going to hit pause. I'm going to go into unique buildings. And we're going to select this one, the High Interest Tower. It's basically a PS5. So we're going to turn the building anarchy on, which means our bluebird, our little tweeter, goes into it's not a phase, heavy metal anarchy bird. Then we'll try and place building already. Yes. Oh no, my mod's turned off. Hang on a second, let's just save this game. Build Dayum. Basically, I've got to quit back to desktop, go into my content manager, turn on not so unique buildings, which means now I can plot. unique buildings as many times as I want to, and hopefully the game will still load. I know there's been updates and mods don't really work anymore, but the power of engineering doesn't wait for updates. Yes, because usually we'd have to place them like that, which you can see there's a gap between there. Water will definitely escape. However, with building anarchy on, I'm sort of thinking if I do that sort of thing and then fill in the gaps as well, then we literally have a dam made out of office buildings. So let's press play and then let's see what happens when this water reaches it. Now what I'm hoping will happen is the water will go around the side. Actually, can I landscape that? Let's just see. Can I landscape over the build? No, I can't. Right, anyway, so yeah, there are gaps around the edges. So I'm expecting the water to escape around the edges, but I'm hoping it won't go through the buildings. There's only one way to find out, that is to watch. So the water is hitting the back of the buildings. Is the myth going to be busted, or is it going to be true? Oh, actually, it's completely dry on this side. What? Oh wow, that water's actually, that's quite high now. Wow, look. Okay, so the water's coming around the outside, but it definitely isn't coming through the middle, which I think means this myth is true. You can build a dam out of buildings. What? I was not expecting that. That's really cool. Disclaimer, dam may still leak around the edges because we can't quite fill in that gap. Yeah, you can really see the height difference now of the water. So yeah, that is myth confirmed. Let's move on to the next one. So for the next myth, we're in our good old friend, the tsunami map. I'm sure you're not sick of it by now, right guys? Right? But the myth on this is that a meteor strike can stop the mega tsunami. So if we come down to here, landscape and disasters, and then we ignore all these tabs and we go to this one at the end, the disasters tab, we have all sorts of things to play with, which I sort of forgot about. And with this one on the end is a meteor strike. And basically it gives me a little crosshair so that I can aim my meteor. Now first off I'm going to do a nice little seaside resort, I think, just so we can measure like where the shoreline is. Because obviously as we've seen before, as the shoreline changes, like as the water level goes up and down, this grass and sandline does actually move. So we've got people building their seaside resort now, which gives us a nice little base point to see whether we can protect them from the tsunami with meteor strikes. So first things first, I guess we've got to hit it with a few meteor strikes. Now it doesn't appear to be a cooldown of these, so I guess I can just spam them like all the way along it. I don't know how long they take either. I should probably do them a little bit earlier as well actually. Oh man, the tsunami is really moving. Where's the meteors? Oh there it is.
Nope.
Oh no, we missed in a big way. Right, there's another one. Oh, we definitely missed. Oh god, what's happening up there? We made like a black hole. Oh, all the meteors are like missing the tsunami. They're all hitting behind it. Oh no. Right, there's a lot of meteors coming in right now, and we can see they're making quite a splash impact back here. They're still coming in now, like boosh. The camera's just auto taking me all over the place because I launched so many meteors. I'm not going to lie though, I've completely missed all of these. I think what we'll do, we'll predict where it's going to be by the time it gets there. So let's just do a load about that sort of range. Right, there's a meteor coming down. That looks like that's actually a good one. Oh no, it missed. I will say, not looking very good from the city there. The big swept away and the tsunami's not even here yet. Right, well, where's the next wave of meteors? Right, there comes one, there comes two. Right, they go right in front of it. That's actually perfect in terms of trying to disrupt. The camera keeps moving with it. Look at that. Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, we can actually see that's done something. Not a lot though. Yeah, not really doing a lot, those meteors. Even perfectly timed ones. Alright, let's go again. We're gonna have to get pretty close to the city here. So come on meteors, where are you? Oh, come on meteors, it's getting pretty close now. I don't like this. Well, the meteors were late, so I think that means that is completely busted. Because can a meteor stop the mega tsunami? No chance. Myth busted. Anyway, for this next myth, we're trying to find a map that doesn't actually have water. Does such a thing exist? Ooh, how about the Desert Oasis? That sounds like the right sort of place. Right, so we're in the Desert Oasis. The first thing I want to do is click this button down here, water. Now this lets me delete all the water sources on the map, so delete that one. And basically, with them all deleted, we now have a finite amount of water here. What was that? It's a buffalo. Careful, buffalo, mate. There might be a croc in there. Yeah, good choice. But yeah, this myth is fire helicopters use up water. So I'm going to assume in order to get fire helicopter people to
actually man them? Am I gonna need like people to live? Like, do I need a population, or are they like autonomous? Are they drones? Don't know. But first off, let's just link that. I know that's hideous. That imagine driving down this motorway and I'm just. Anyway, I'm gonna shove some roads then, and then I'm gonna shove down in the emergency services tab. We have these, the fire helicopter depot. Now it looks like these need water and electricity to work, but it doesn't really say anything about needing like people to man them. So I guess first things first, we're just gonna shove a load of these down. And then I assume because there's multiple problems, we probably can't spawn the helicopters until we give them electricity and water. So give them water with a water tower. Then if we put some wind turbines down, that should power everything. Although they are complaining about poo. Is that a problem? Tell you what, let's use the sinkhole natural disaster. We'll bung it over there. So as you can see here, there is a sinkhole forming. So hopefully we can just use that as like a sewage pit for now. Then hopefully sewage should come out of here, or maybe just water. No, that looks like sewage to me. But that's going down the sinkhole, which it is filling up a little bit. Oh, that's filling up quite fast actually. Anyway, now all of these are fine. So I guess first things first, assuming this is the water source the helicopters will use, this is what we need to measure. So we need to make sure that this level doesn't go down at all. So we'll put trees right around the edge. We'll just go as close to the water line as we can. Thankfully these do disappear when they go in water. But anyway, lots and lots of palm trees later, and we have an exact water level so that we should be able to see if the fire helicopters use that up. And the next thing we need is obviously a fire. Now I feel like the most sensible thing to do is probably completely cover this area in trees. If we grab a giant redwood, up the brush size, oh there we go. That's a lot of trees. And then we can use the forest fire natural disaster. So I'm going to shove this probably over in this corner to start. Alright, so we have a fire. In order for them to spot this actually, I just remembered, we need some watchtowers. So we'll shove that sort of in the middle there, another one over there. Alright, then if we head back over here, yes look, they're going! The helicopters are taking off. But what I'm hoping they do is, where they go? Oh, you're not. You're actually not. Guys, you weren't meant to take that water. That's not water. Oh god, that's disgusting. That is disgusting. Okay, well scrap the name of this myth. This myth is actually, can you use sewage to put out fires? Anyway, back over to here, I can literally feel the heat. It is blaring. Don't worry, the cavalry is here though, with their poo water ready to drop on the forest fires. So there it goes. That's going to smell amazing. Right, oh, to be better, they're putting a bit of a dent in the fire. This is an ingenious idea. Why don't I just do this normally? Rather than like building volcanoes and stuff, I should just be putting out forest fires. I mean, I can only assume this is like fertilizing the land as well. I'm sure there's some like bears and squirrels out here that probably massively disagree, like covered in actual poo. But yeah, helicopters, they sure do want to use the old sewage. Fair enough. Why is that first thing to go from there? That's literally burn away. This is as well. Alright, well, since this works, I'm going to build a few more helicopters, I think. Where are the helicopters in these new ones? Actually, all of these, they only have 2 out of 3 in use. Is that because they don't think the fire's big enough? I mean, I'm not going to lie, I don't think you guys have it under control. You could definitely use another helicopter or two. Anyway, I feel like I want to delete this eco water outlet thing. So, boost, yes. You're deleted. I then need to try and cover up the sewage water because we've proven that sewage can't put out that. That's not the myth. It's not the one I was meant to be testing. Right, so there's no more sewage there. Helicopter, there's no more. No, look, I filled it up. Oh no, it's just come to the surface. They're still using it. Aha, right. Now they're actually using the correct water source. And although they're all landing out, why are you landing? Hopefully it's not because there is a sewage problem here. I think it's just because we put the fire out. Okay, so let's start another forest fire. But this time bigger. So we're going to have one there. We're going to have another one in the middle. One down that end as well. So hopefully, yes, look. Yes, they're all taking the water out here. So this is, I think what we're going to do, we're going to leave the camera looking at this.
12 seconds later.
Now, I'd have to go for a few seconds and everyone plug it off. Is that because, I think it's because sewage is backing up now. Right, it's
is there a way to deal with sewage without... Oh yes, this one. So I think this one I can drain sewage without actually outputting it anywhere. So that's all connected now. So hopefully those symbols should go. And yep, there go the helicopters. Nice. Right, so now back over... Oh my goodness, look how many helicopters there are. It's amazing. So yeah, we're just going to let this run, and we're going to see will this lake drop in terms of the water level. And I mean, it sort of seems like they did, although I think the fire's gone out. I just replant all these trees, and may have to delete them all first. So delete the trees, plant the trees. Oh no, it planted them dead. How did the game remember? I'll tell you what, let's buy some more land. We'll purchase that. We'll cover them all in trees. Put some watchtowers about. Start a few forest fires. Right, well, I don't think it took long to confirm that helicopters do actually use water up. What a crazy detail that the dev added. Like, there's no need to add that really, especially because most like lakes and stuff in the game, they have like a water spawner anyway, so they can't actually reduce level like this. And if you're wondering like, Matt, what if it was just evaporation, maybe it wasn't the helicopters? Well, that's why I removed them from all the other water sources on the map. So before we confirm this completely, let's go find another one. Hang on. No, this one's definitely gone down. Could the helicopters have snuck over here? Oh yes, look, you cheeky Robin bastard. He robbed water from the map. Right, where else can we go? How about way up in the hills? Let's have a look at this one. Okay, so that's that much water. Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to reload this map, but like, I'm going to see where the rocks are. Oh no, they're sneaking over here anyway. You knobhead. But yeah, our original lake is completely dry now. Just question is, was that evaporation or was it helicopters? Let's reload the map. So we're back on the map. Oh man, that was our original water source. It was huge. I feel like my tree one wasn't even that big. Does that prove straight away that there's evaporation? Well, this is the one with the rocks, and that, you can't even see the rocks. I think there's one. I'll tell you what, I'm going to try and put my mouse sort of where like, the pointer of it is right on the water line, like the highest point of it. Then we'll leave it 10 minutes or so, and I'll be back. We'll see if that water level has moved. Right, well I've left that for a good 10-15 minutes, and if you look at my mouse, nothing has changed. So I think it's pretty confirmed that evaporation isn't a thing. I mean, I even saw like there's like a cheeky like little buffalo thing that came along. He's having a little slurpy of water. That's not a buffalo, that's a car. Cars don't drink water. But yeah, so evaporation is ruled out, which means the myth of do fire helicopters use up water, it's confirmed. For this next myth, we are back in the lovely Engertopia. Oh man, I didn't realise how big this bookable thing was out of me. Like when you zoom out, it's literally it's like the size of like the rest of Engertopia if I combined it all. But anyway, what is the myth that is in Engertopia? Well, the myth is I, real civil engineer, cannot make a city that isn't all knobs. Well, I'll have you know, there's plenty of things that aren't knobs. And this is just a natural rock formation. This is just an efficiently laid out industrial zone, efficient residential areas, and another one with a stinky tip, efficient highway junctions, which I don't know where there's traffic on, that should actually be really efficient. This one, which I haven't got around to finishing yet because the roads are taking ages. They're a bit spaghetti-y. Okay, you know what, I'm starting to see you guys' points. Maybe this is busted. What about Engelantis? Oh no. Okay, so can I make a city that isn't just knobs? No, I can't. Myth busted, but there is another myth to bust in Engertopia, and it revolves around this, the volcano. Now, if you have been watching my Engertopia series, you'll know that everyone down there, they all poo. They can't help it, that's just the way things are. And when they do poo, the poo comes out of these little sewage outlets here, into this volcano. Now, that's the island where the architects live. And then we've got some hydroelectric dams and some cleaners in here, so that all gets clean as it comes down and provides energy, and then the water inlets suck it back up again. So we've basically made it infinite power here, a feat of engineering. However, we've got a myth that says turning the volcano into a tsunami will destroy Engertopia. So I guess there's only one thing to do. Hit pause, delete everything over there, delete everything up there, delete. Oh, and then we're going to do something sacrilege, absolutely sacrilege. We're going to go into the landscaping tool, we're going to select the level terrain tool, then we're literally going to cut away at this wall. Oh, this is not good. This is really, really not good. As you can see, the walls have now... Oh no, I'm so sorry guys. Anyone that's living down here, like kids about to go on the merry-go-round, don't look up, because that is a lot of food.
about to be coming down your way. Oh man. And just walking along the streets, you look up. That is so big. I never actually realised how much poo there was in there. You guys sure poo a lot. Right, anyway, let's get a good angle on this because we're only going to do it once. Okay, let's press play and let's see if the volcano will destroy Dentatopia. You can see the top level is dropping. Oh, and actually, where's the water going? Oh, look, it might be safe. It might actually be safe. Oh no, now it's coming out. Now it's coming out. The poo is coming out the hole. Oh dear, that's quite a lot of poo water. I'm not sure it's going to create enough power to actually destroy buildings, although that church probably disagrees with me. It's completely buried. Kids, oh god, look at all the people. Oh look at, oh no. I think buildings are getting destroyed. They're not being destroyed, they're literally just evaporating. Whoa, that is how much poo there is. Oh no. Some positive news though. I feel like this is at least like half empty now, or at least a third empty. So I'm not sure if the entire area of Endertopia will be destroyed. So that has a hell of a lot of poo water coming this way. Look at all the debris. I mean, it's not debris. It's literally thousands of people being flung into the air, all their cars and stuff. Oh. The buildings are just being deleted, like they're just evaporating. Hey, at least it's cleaning up all this traffic. I told you it was an efficient design. That's done a lot more destruction than I was expecting. I'll tell you what, let's speed this up a bit and let's watch this in a bit of a time lapse just so you can see exactly what happens. I mean, in real time it's pretty stuttery. I feel like each wave of evaporation is destroying my CPU. And the weight behind the Poonami is just completely barren land. Like, we've destroyed everything. And then Whitney, if we zoom in, people, they've literally just been hit by a Poonami, and then they're building their buildings already. You can see they're going up, despite poo water still flowing through the city. I think that's because I got the infinite demand mod on. Let's disable that quickly. Right, so the tidal wave has made it to the bridges. I'm really, really hoping the power of engineering will ensure all of these bridges survive. They're sort of like my little babies of bridges. I might have hundreds of them, but I savor and love every single one of them. And then we have the industrial zone, which actually it's not being destroyed by the poo water. I think the poo water has displaced the river water. So the river's popped out and is destroying all this industrial area. And meanwhile, the river has been replaced with poo. Interesting. Very interesting. I feel like it makes this area a lot clearer what it was. Oh, the Valley Road's disgusting, man. Disgusting. So the myth saying the volcano will completely destroy Endertopia is confirmed. And that was really, really painful to do, actually. I hope I didn't save this. I'll tell you what, I'm going to Alt F4 out the game just to make sure. But this time we're on a nice level because I've got a bit of bridge. Oh, that is a hell of a bridge. Is it too early to do a bridge review? An elevated suspension bridge crossing a huge river with 6 spans of suspension bridge madness, taking a major highway from one side of the river to the other side, allowing even the largest of boats to pass underneath. I give this bridge a 7.8 out of 10 bridge review. Right, with that over, that was quite a distraction. Sorry about that. We're doing a little test based on a previous myth. So this myth is turbines in a forest fire will produce more energy. So basically the idea is because there's more hot air and stuff, there's going to be high and low pressures, the wind's going to be flaring all over the place. The turbine should spin quicker. So we're going to grab a turbine and we're going to need 2 types. And now they've got to be on the same sort of land. Can you see this dark patch? If I did one up there and one over there, and the one on here, because it's higher, it's in this dark patch, it'll spin faster and produce more energy. So we're going to make sure we're on a flat area. I think the best way to do that is literally just flatten everything out with this. Oh, I did make a very small little tsunami there. No, we're going to come to tsunamis later, not now. So flatten the land, I assume to go back in. Oh, I did not know that. If you flatten a hill, you still make more. I assume that is power, right? So if I do one there and one there, I assume once they start spinning, the one on the left will make more power. What's that mean? 8 megawatts with 9 wind speed. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought if I flattened it, it would change that. Okay. Well, in which case, maybe we can plonk one there and one there, and we'll just check they're both the same. So that's 8 megawatts
10 wind speed. Right, okay, I think we're good. We've got 7 megawatts with 9 wind speed here, and we've got 7 megawatts and 9 wind speed here. So the theory is, if we surround one of these in a load of trees like that, I guess we should probably check that doesn't have an effect first. So that is, oh it does! Oh, that's now 4 and 4. Let me just check this one. 6 and 7. Okay, so wind speed has dropped, but it's dropped a lot more when there's trees about. So I guess now's the perfect time to test. If we come into the disasters tab, we can literally start a forest fire. So I've proper surrounded this in fire. We're still on 4. The theory is the heat will make the blade spin quicker, but it just appears to be burning. So it's still on 4 and 4. This one is still on 6 and 7. I reckon then that is myth busted. Fires do not make turbines spin quicker as using power. On to the next one. Right, so for this next one we're looking at ships, specifically cruise ships. The myth is cruise ships are unsinkable in this game. Now if I come into this transport tab here, when I'm in the ship one I can actually see their route, meaning I can sort of plan how I'm going to take them out. And if I build one of these, a harbour, I'm going to attract more boats, well, ships, I should probably call them. So let's shove that there, connect it up with a road, give it some power and water and all that kind of stuff, and then we should start attracting some ships. Okay, so what we're going to try and do to sink this first off, I reckon a meteor is probably a good shout. Now I'm going to have to aim ahead, so fast would be this. Moving pretty fast. What if we go for like there? Right, it's getting closer, I'm not seeing any meteor at the moment. Okay, we need to aim ahead quite a bit more than that. Hello? Meteor? Right, well that ship is long gone. Thankfully there is another one coming in. Right, and now we're being hit with the meteor. I wonder actually. So the ship is now off the map, but it was there. So if we think about that sort of length. Well actually this is going to be close to that one. This is going to be close to that ship. Boosh! Okay, so we just need a direct hit on the cruise ship. At least we can see our rough waves going to deter our ship. Oh, oh dear, oh dear. How is that not capsizing? Sure, it's of course. It's going to hit the bridge. It's going to hit the... Oh, right, well, we definitely missed. I might try and go for another shot. Right, so we have another ship there. So what I'm thinking, if I come over to this end, if we just lace this area in meteors, I'm literally just going to go absolutely mental. And probability says surely we're going to hit what? Oh no, look, it's on its way. It's on its way. How did you get here so far? Why are you stopping at my harbour? Oh, it's off. It's off. You just missed it. Well, here come the meteors. I'll tell you what then. I'm just gonna keep lacing. Because eventually we're gonna get a boat come through, right? I mean, we get to see how a cargo ship copes, whether we can get a direct hit. Oh, that was close. Whoosh! This is the flames. How is it not capsizing? Oh, it's just taking another direct hit. Wait, it stopped. It stopped. Has it sunk? It's just taking another direct hit. I think we've evaporated the sea with a meteor strikes. Oh no, it's still going. No way, it's still floating. Right, well, cargo ship coping pretty well. I still gotta test the cruise ship. Is that one? Right, there's one on its way. I'm just spamming meteors on the line. Oh no, well we're hammering this area with meteors. The bloody cruise ship's going to the harbour over there. Is it coming back this way? It might be coming back. Keep spamming. No, it's going back the other direction. Oh. I think though, if we just do that like in the middle here, then surely they're going to come past and we're going to get hit, right? So there's still meteors coming. How many did I hit down here? Why is that cruise ship reversing off the map? Move forward. Are you going to go forward? No, it disappeared. Fair enough. Right, so I'm going to aim like there-ish, I reckon. Just a case of waiting for a ship to spawn. So let's speed up time. Right, there's one. Is that a cruise ship? Yes. Okay, right. So from now, we just start spamming meteors. We're going to hit this thing. Are you ready for this cruise ship? Look, there it comes up there. So it's going to come down. Please hit. Oh, look at this. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. Oh, I think we missed. Oh, it's okay. It's going to the harbour, which means it should come back, and then we should get a direct hit, right? It'll be interesting to know, can passengers still board whilst there's tidal waves at the port? Oh, seems like they can. Right, where's it headed? Is it going to head back this direction? Oh man, look, there's no water in there. That's just ground under there. Right, so cruise ship is going in. Boosh. Right, meteors. Boosh. Does that count as sunk? That must have sunk. It's like it's in the middle of an atomic bomb. I mean, technically that ship is on the sea floor right now. Oh look! It vanished! I think then, that's myth busted. So the myth of cruise ships are unsinkable is busted. Oh wow, look at the water coming back in as well. It's like we've made land. Yeah, look at that. We've made a little rock formation island thing. Oh look, there's another ship coming as well. You're sinkable. Go ahead, mate. Right, so this next one we're gonna try and bust the myth that water can flow across a bridge. So I loaded up a canyon map. I got this from the Steam Workshop. I'm gonna just delete all the trees there. That could actually help me very quickly with that. Ow. Right, then I'm gonna make a bit of a water park type thing. So we're gonna grab the terrain tool and we're gonna just make a little bit of a platform over here. We're gonna grab down a level a little bit, like that. Do the same on this side. Right, then we're just gonna slope the terrain so it does something like that. Because water does in fact like to flow downhill. We're gonna pop some flood rules like that, so hopefully water won't escape. And then we're just gonna span this canyon with bridges. Well, the height is too high apparently, so actually first, just raise that level up a bit. Right, now obviously we can't build bridges too close to each other because the game's saying you can't build a bridge in a bridge map. That's bridgeception. That's immature. However, if I turn my little Tweety bird from an old bird into a hardcore metal bird, then that's anarchy, which means we can basically build wherever we want. Meaning I can just do a lot of this, and then we've got a load of bridge, and if we get proper zoomed in, you can sort of see there's no gaps anywhere. Like from underneath looking up, you can't see the sky, it's pitch black. Now we just need to spawn water up here, and that's quite easily done. So if we come into this tab, the water one, we can literally place a water source. So if we place that there, then we just press play, we should see, yes, water is being formed. So what we should see is water flowing down this hill, and hopefully the myth is correct. It should cross all these bridges and get to this side. What is this? What? Also, anyone with like OCD, I'm really sorry about those bridge plans. It was going so well, so perfect, and then just you just let me down. Then the architect freezes. Anyway, the water is nearly there. What do we think is going to happen? Oh man, that's actually quite a bit of water. So it's hitting the bridge. No, wait, is it actually? Yeah, it's going to cross. I think it's going to cross. Wait, is it? Oh no, it's going underneath. It's going underneath. So looking from above, you can see. Unfortunately, I think that is going to be a false myth because this side is dry as your life. So creating a water bridge in this game, unless you do it how I did in the previous game, isn't that beautiful? Go watch the video if you haven't. That is myth busted. Pretty cool though. Right, this next myth is a tsunami myth.
Oh, yeah. Not another one?
Yep, another tsunami myth. So for this one, we're going to be testing tunnels can stop a tsunami. Now, if you remember one of my previous Mythbusters, we busted the myth that water can flow through a tunnel. Because in the real world, that's just called a box culvert. But no, in this game, it completely blocks water. So I'm sort of wondering, if we had just loads and loads of tunnels, will that stop the tsunami? I think first off, let's delete everything in the middle. And then I move the road up to here where it's flat. So if you look there, there's sort of like a little slope going on there. So my plan is to do like a layer of tunnels. I don't know how high they are. If we were to go like that, is that going to be easy to copy? Yes, but I'm then going to have to do the underground road to manage. Okay, fair enough. Right, then we have a load of connected tunnels like that. Then next up, I think I'm just going to do like another layer on top. We've got like just that height. Then how easy is it to get another tunnel in? Like that is definitely not what I wanted. Right, so we got all the entrances and exits on. I'm just going to link them all up again. So just do a bit of this. This is going to be a little bit complicated. Try not to click the tunnels beneath. But it appears to be working. Right, so I reckon one more layer. Something like that. Oh no, I've ripped a hole in the space-time continuum. I can see. I can see straight through. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Much better. Right, then I'm just going to connect all of these. Question how I was ever a highway engineer for 10 years of my life. And then we just wait for the tsunami to hit and see whether any water will make it through our tunnels, which we appear to have lost some of our upper level ones. Hang on. Now I've tried to free them, but it seems like we've lost the top row of tunnel. Anyway, the tsunami is here. Let's see. Will any of the water come through? Because on the other side, we have a city that we're trying to defend. A very efficient city. So here it goes. Oh my goodness, the water went straight over the top. Now we should be able to see pretty clearly though whether any made it through the tunnels, and yeah, it doesn't look like it did. It's pretty much the same heights everywhere. So that is So that is myth confirmed. Tunnels do work as tsunami defense. Just don't try it in real life. For this next one, we're back in Endertopia, where the volcano is refilled. Yes, thankfully I did back up my save before the last video, because that was absolutely horrifying to see. However, this myth is just as terrifying. The myth is you'll be protected from asteroid strike by hiding under a bridge. So, you know what that means? We need to build a bridge over Endertopia. So we'll grab a pretty wide road, a 6-lane road with medium strip, and I guess we'll see how best to do this. I probably want to do the level terraining. I've got to be a little higher than that. So maybe like that sort of height. We'll do another one over here, and then hopefully can we... no, we can't. I was hoping I could just do a bridge over the top. Yeah, annoyingly, this seems to be demolishing every building underneath. I don't really understand why it's doing that. What's wrong with living under bridges? Look at all this space. Why do I have no troll people in Endertopia? But yeah, it looks like bridges completely delete everything underneath them. So that's not gonna work for a test. You're gonna have to delete this and make everyone happy. Right, well, I do have some other bridges, thankfully. I literally have a Golden Gate Bridge. The only downside, it doesn't actually have any road on it. I've just placed some road on it, but it's proper glitching out. Like, it disappears depending on what camera angle you use. This doesn't seem right, in my opinion. Sod it. Let's just spam these down, and let's see. Let's see if it will actually protect the city. Oh wow, I've literally put a roof over Endertopia. Look at that. Is that gonna mean that could work? I feel like an asteroid shouldn't get through there. It's just whether it will. So I guess do we throw an asteroid at this thing and see if it works? So meteor strike, let's wang it on there, right in the middle. Then I guess we just wait and see if this works. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I can't actually call what way this is gonna go. Maybe this bridge won't work, but maybe the other ones might be. So from above, there's definite gaps. There's like squares everywhere. But I feel like they're smaller than a meteor, so it should hit. Oh, there it is. There it is. Right, so this is the zoomed in shot. Oh no, it went straight through. It went straight through. Oh, what? Oh, it actually. Oh my goodness. No. Oh no. Oh. Well, the Golden Gate is a meteor proof. Cities got destroyed and bridges got destroyed. That wasn't ideal. Right, so this time we're going to try the normal bridging again, which is this 6-lane. I've made a much smaller stretch. If I turn Anarchy back on, there we go. You can actually complete these bridges pretty easily. So I'm going to do what I did on the water bridge myth. We'll just do that sort of thing, because I think the trouble with using the modded bridges that I used before is they're in this electricity tab. So I think essentially, like all these bridges, they're not actually bridges, they're like pylons. Obviously with these pylons, I don't think the wire, I think that's like an actual object. Whereas hopefully with this layout, we should see that this works. I mean, unfortunately all the houses underneath got destroyed, so there's suddenly hundreds and hundreds of homeless people. Look, there's a dog. My dog just got a sports car. Did you see that? But there is still a skate park, because skate parks are always located on bridges. So I guess we'll see, can we protect that from another meteor strike? Right, time to see how this goes. I'm actually more intrigued about this one, because I feel like that's a much more solid platform. There's pretty much darkness under there. Like I feel like if I was a meteor, I would struggle to get through that. It's been well engineered, in my opinion. Oh look, there it is in the sky, so it's going to come down at that angle. So let's see how this gets on. Oh, it went straight through, and it destroyed them again. No. The skate park is now just a giant skate bowl. Actually, I technically made it more fun to skate on. Anyway, unfortunately, I think that means this myth is busted. If there is a meteor strike, do not stand under a bridge. They will not protect you. We're starting here, and we're going to be trying to bust the myth that you can use rocks as a cheap dam. Now, if you remember back to my last video, I made a dam out of buildings. However, these buildings, they're not cheap. The high interest tower, they cost 125 grand per building. We needed a good like 8 or 9 of them. So knowing that they cost £1 million to build a building dam, what does an actual hydroelectric dam cost. The construction cost on that is 200,000. So whilst it does look cool, I mean, it's literally a dam, that's what it's meant to do. Can we do the same thing, but for less than 200 grand? So let's delete that, and then let's get into the landscaping film, and more specifically, the rocks tab, which I don't think I've ever been in. There's so many rocks, with loads and loads of different types. I assume I probably want to go with like the tallest rocks. Oh, look, they could work. Oh look, they get little trees around them as well. Oh god, like merged off the cliff face. Why is there a gap? Look at that gap. Anyway, let's try and just shove these. I think we can sort of build them inside each other. Now these cost 100 quid each, which is actually, that's a lot of rock pretty much. You can certainly get trees as well. And I've just spawned 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 22 of them, which means I've spent 3,200 quid. So this is a hell of a lot cheaper than the 200 grand. It's 100 times cheaper, so you could have 100 dams if you wanted to. Before I call it dam, I should probably press play and watch this water hit the back of it and see if it does actually work as a dam. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit concerned about that gap there, but we'll have to see how it gets on. So water is hitting the back of it. The trees are actually okay. I thought they wouldn't like the situation, although they're going underwater in the trees, which is ground. Meanwhile, out the front, it's completely watertight. What? So you can actually use rocks? That's cheap. Damn, that's really cool. Fair play. I wonder then, because obviously there's a water spawn there, it's trying to keep the water at a certain level. If that water level is like too high, this dam is going to flood. I don't think you can make the rocks higher, and with the actual dam, obviously that lets a bit of water out the front. So let's just see, if we were to like delete a couple dams to the gap, will that let some water through? Ooh, yes, yeah, there it goes, Okay, so that's cool. So basically, yeah, that's exactly the same as a normal dam. It's letting a little bit of water out. So you can use rocks as cheap dams. That is myth confirmed. So for this next myth, I've loaded up the water bridge map, mainly just because I think it's cool and I want to show it off again. Nothing to do with the actual myth. The actual myth is dried sewage makes forest fires worse. Oh god, this one. So basically the idea is the sewage acts as fertilizer. But yeah, the reason I've actually picked this map is because we've got some buildings and stuff, so we should be able to do some like sewage. So I can just get rid of this. This is my like sewage plant. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna flatten an area like that. By the way, people that told me the terrain isn't broken. Look at that, it looks like I've done the dinosaurs back. But yeah, basically I was told I was using like that one, the block, which has like sharp edges. It was fair enough, but they suggest I use like a soft one. So let's, for example, let's go with the softest brush there is, and we do another line like up here, and you see, does it do the same thing? Yes, it does. Oh look, I've got a tree to the surface. And that's while looking straight down vertically as well. And even with the brush shrink it quite, look it up to 1, still does the same thing. You can't just do a smooth line anymore. It's like so lumpy. There's any modders that actually knows like what's going on. Is it the mod? Is it me? I don't know. But look at it. That's what is that? Right, well, I've made that. I'm then gonna go and delete. Oh wait, no, you're an incineration plant. Where's the water treatment? Oh, you're over here. You're over here. Oh, yeah, that's dumping poo into the river. We don't want that. We don't want that. So we're getting rid of you. Boost. And we're gonna want to dump some sewage down one side of this. Now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna plant trees all over the place first. So there you go. That's all painted in with trees. Lovely, jubbly. Now I'm then going to delete them from the middle, so I don't want the pie to spread from one side to the other. So we basically do a bit of that, press delete. Alright, so that's good. We've got two pretty much identical strips. The thing you'll notice here, I do actually have trees in the middle. Now that's because I want this high enough so that sewage didn't leak from one side to the other. Now, but if I start the fire in the middle, it should spread both ways equally. So first off, let's sewage up one of these sides, and we'll just giving them some power as well. There we go, we have poo! Now I just realised like how big these freaking owlets are. Like, look at the size of that pipe compared to the trees beneath. What? Yeah, you've got a good load of sewage coming out. I'm just going to speed it up and let that proper cause some carnage. So this side's going to be nice and poo. I think it's time we can probably turn these off now. So let's delete all these, because of course the myth was dry sewage, it's not raw sewage. Just going to soften this terrain up here as well, just so the fire will spread if I put it in the middle. Natural disasters, let's select the forest fire, and we're going to shove it right in the middle up the top here. Boosh. Then we're going to press play and we're going to watch it burn. So the top is sewage, the bottom is no sewage. is the top going to burn faster than the bottom? It's not looking likely at the moment. Well, actually, the top one is sort of drifting ahead of it. There is some logic to this after all. I wasn't expecting that. I'm just thinking like maybe the more sewage, like it's going to be way more sewage down the bottom, so maybe that is making a jump. We'll check out the bottom one, that's jumped a little bit as well. Okay, let's just try and match that till the end and we'll see how it's looking. But you can see in the end, the top one actually went out before the bottom one. I feel like the bottom one's about to burn itself out anyway, but I'm pretty sure we can say that myth is busted. Dried sewage does not make forest fires worse. So if you're spilling sewage everywhere, you don't need to worry about those forest fires getting out of hand. Anyway, on to the next myth. Alright, so what happened here? But the water bridge is flooded, but cars are still using it. What? Well, if there was a myth that said cars won't drive through flooded tunnels, I think we've just busted that one, because turns out they will. How random. Anyway, for this one, we're moving away from the water bridge over to this. Now, this is a mountain. And if you're an avid city builder like myself, you might actually, rather than describing it as a mountain, you might just describe it as, this is in the way. Now, thankfully, I have unlimited money. But if I didn't, you'd know that terraforming the ground is very, very expensive. So I have a myth here that says natural disasters can be used to terraform for free. So we all know that I could use a terraform to get rid of that mountain. But what if we were to use perhaps a sinkhole on top? Let's see what a sinkhole on top of a mountain actually does. Alright, so there it goes. There is the sinkhole. I don't actually know how these work. Like, is it just relative to the ground? How much of a hole they make? I'm gonna lie, that's quite a small crater really, isn't it? Compared to the mountain. Now, there's two things you can do here. Someone actually told me, yeah look, you can slide this severity meter, which I never knew I could do before. If I shove another sinkhole, well let's put it next to it so we can do a direct comparison. So that was a severity rating of 5.5. This new one has a severity rating of 10, so I assume it's twice as deep, or maybe it's twice as round. Ooh, twice as round? Is it twice as deep as well? Ooh, yes! Oh, that's quite a hole, that is. Although when you zoom out, it's not really, is it? Perhaps we could try flinging meteors at it. So let's just fling one into the middle, just to work out what angle it's going to come from. Right, there it is. It's coming into that angle. Ready? Whoosh! Oh, I destroyed the trees. There you go, it's a cheap way of getting rid of trees as well. Now I assume that actually made a dent, and oh my goodness, the mountain is on fire. But yeah, remember these are free, like it doesn't cost us to fling meteors at our city. So if we were to, for example, just go a little bit crazy, and yeah, right, here they come. It's going to be pretty constant. They're coming in from all different angles, it looks like. Yeah, after about 10 minutes of doing this, I'm interested to see how much of a dent this would have made in the mountain. Right, so there we go. How's that? Oh man, we have eaten a chunk of that mountain out. There is a fire spreading, which, oh, we destroyed the road as well. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Yeah, mountain, pretty much gone. I mean, if I had the patience, definitely just keep flinging asteroids, and that's completely free of them, but that cost us nothing to remove an entire mountain and some roads and trees and stuff. So yeah, overall, I'd say that is myth confirmed. With this next one, we are back in the magnificent Endertopia. Oh, Endertopia, I've missed you. I forgot about the Pokeball. And by the way, do you remember Atlantis is underground? Well, not underground, it's underwater. It's meant to be just underground, but it's underwater. That's the sea level. We got all these pumps down here, and we just kept getting flooding. Now, I assumed it was like coming out the dam hole, but what's what you clever guys in the comments said was, Matt, have you checked to see where the water source is for this lake? I'll say no, I haven't. No way, look, it's there. Right, so I've moved the water source from there over to here, which means hopefully Atlantis should stop flooding and we can rebuild again, finally. But anyway, let's get back into these myths. So what I need to do, I need to find like a small little area I'm going to build a new town. I mean, I could perhaps just do it down this road. Let's change the name to Tiny Weenie Street. So basically the myth is a one grid demand building can be used to build an entire city. So what do I mean by that? So if we come down to here, this is our zoning tool. When we zoom out, you can sort of see like the buildings are sort of made up of like 4x4 squares most of the time. Obviously when roads get a bit more complicated, you get sort of like little weird little shapes and things. But essentially this myth is saying rather than doing like a full square like that, you can literally just paint like one grid like So if we do a low density house, a high density house, some shops, some high density shops, some industrial, and an office, basically that's what we're building a city with. Now in order for this to work, I don't think we can do adjacently, because then that will build like 2 buildings. Maybe here we can do adjacent colours, because they're not technically touching. But if I were to do like with that, for example, that's not what the myth was about, because that's going to be like a single building. And we just build this, we see what happens. It's working, it's working. I was expecting this. Oh, so we could build like a little micro city. Oh look, we need water, we need water. Look, it's our petrol station, the Dyno oil. Oh, how'd you pay for it? Where's the building part of that? Oh man, can you imagine if you had that house? Like, you had all that space, you had nice views out the and now he's got like 2 like power blocks right beside him, and he's looking out of his window. He's got a window there, it's like the smallest alley just straight into someone's brick wall. Oh look, this is casting a shadow on him. I mean, to be fair, the poopino is casting a shadow over everyone. But look, they're all going up. Myrtle, bio, medium, mud. Oh, what's that? We've got a lot of testicles. Oh man, if only... Right, okay, sorry whoever owns this, I've got to get rid of that. I've got to swap it for one of these. We're going to do some strong city layouts. Come on. Yes, there we go. Oh man, so not only can you build a micro city, but you can build stupidly efficient micro cities. It's so efficient. Yeah, I think Tiny Weenie Street is a great addition to Endertopia. So, that myth is well and truly confirmed. Wow! Anyway, now I'm going to hit save on Endertopia because we have a more destructive myth to test. So essentially, the myth is skyscrapers shield smaller buildings from meteors. Yeah, so what I'm thinking, if I get a load of small buildings in the middle, let's grab a road from here and then we'll do that sort of thing. And I just want to paint all of these up with like small buildings, maybe some around this edge as well. So they're all small buildings. Now, the thing with this is, can we save this from a meteor strike by using skyscrapers? Now, I'm going to go into the building. I'm going to use the one that I spotted earlier. Now, the trouble with this is, this is a bit finicky. It's like saying the building must be placed on the roadside, but there's like buildings in the way that'll get demolished and stuff. So you sort of know the drill. I'm gonna take this lovely little adorable bluebird and I'm gonna turn it from that into a heavy vessel energy bird, which means I can now place these wherever I want. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna literally try and surround all these small little buildings with these huge skyscrapers, and we'll see will it protect them. Yeah, the bottom is narrower than the top, which is just like there's just no need to do that. That's just architecture at its finest. But we've got those. I'm thinking, should I do like another layer of tall building? Are there taller buildings in that? Oh yes. What about the PS5s? I think they will do actually. I'm gonna build these like sort of. Oh dear. Right. Let's just head inside. This is now their view. It's like. It's pitch black all the time. If we now grab a meteor, and then I might lower this down to just a 1 severity, but if I go like slap bang in the middle, so if you just stay looking at this and wait for a meteor to hit, I imagine it should hit the buildings first, and then we'll see whether these guys in the middle will be protected or not. Oh, what the hell is a tornado? Why is there a tornado? Oh, I may have selected the wrong one. Did I really? How am I that idiotic? Oh no, well there comes down some buildings. The inside of this is completely ruined by that tornado. So, do skyscrapers protect small buildings from tornadoes? That's busted. Right, so everyone's rebuilt, so these are the buildings we're trying to protect. I feel like actually, I feel like an ancient oriental building in the middle, so that's like a sacred temple, and we're going to see, can we protect it with all these buildings? I mean, you'd think so, look it up, there's no way a meteor can get in there, surely. I've also guaranteed I did hit the meteor button this time, so we are looking in the sky for a meteor. There shouldn't be any tornadoes dotting around. Right, there it comes, here it comes. So, looking from the side, whoosh! Oh, I hit the building dead on. Let's have a look down. Oh dear, I took the 2 buildings down. Oh, that's, yeah, that bit just destroyed everything. Yeah, if you ever look out the window and you see a meteor coming, and you happen to be in a small building by a skyscraper, don't just sit there and think you're going to be okay. I'd actually try and run away. Life advice from RCE. Sorry, Sacred Temple now destroyed. So yeah, sadly, that is myth busted. Oi, look out. got the fire brigade, and they're dropping water on these buildings to put the fires out. And that brings us swiftly on to our next myth. This next myth, we're back on our favourite map, the tsunami map. First off, we need to do some tweaks to the water sources. So water source there, delete it, there, delete it, and just check there's none in the sea. Okay, there's none in the sea, that's good. Now, I don't want to get rid of the water, so I'm just going to fill that in. I'm going to fill this in down here, fill in this entire river, delete all these roads and train lines. Right, and then we're good to do a test. Now this myth is going to be a pretty huge one, a monumental one in terms of my time. For you guys, it's probably going to be fine to watch. But the myth is you can stop a tsunami with fire helicopters. Now, as we learned before, fire helicopters, they do actually take water out of the water source before they drop it on the forest fire. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to do a small little test just to sort of work out how many helicopters we can get per like swim to a fire. And then we're going to be filling this entire area with forest fires and firefighter helicopters. And hopefully we'll have enough of them that they sort of take all the water out of the sea. I don't know, that is the theory anyway. So first off, as we went previously, in order to get the fire helicopters to work, you actually need roads. So we put the roads in, then we get the fire helicopters and shove them down. So now we've got a load of helicopter stations plotted down. We've got to make sure they've got water and electricity. So we do a load of this. That's a load of water towers. We can put more down if we need them. We need some electricity as well. So I've been really interrupted by Paddy. Hello, boy. It's gonna die. Good boy. Everyone go check out Paddy's YouTube channel. YouTuber. He's coming onto my lap, so let's get back into the game. Paddy, right, let's just shove some nuclear plants down. Right, so now we have a load of nuclear plants and water, and they are being flooded a bit. I forgot where I raised the ground on the level. The water has now reappeared. Hopefully that'll be gone soon without any nuclear explosions. I don't think power plants are meant to be fully submerged. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Anyway, for now, we've got all of these up and running, which means we can test how many trees can a row of those put out in order to get all 3 helicopters in use. So you see each one of these buildings, they have 3 helicopters. And obviously we want to max that out. So let's do a strip of trees like that, I guess. In order to send them up when there's a fire, we do need to add one more thing, and that is these watchtowers. So you see that's all red at the moment, but once we put in a few watchtowers, they're now all blue, which means they're all in range. Unfortunately, range is also the tsunami that's ever approaching, so we need to do this fairly quickly. So we're literally just going to clip all the way along here. So these fires are spreading. We just need to make sure we actually have enough helicopters going out. You can see helicopters are taking off. I don't actually know if we're using that many helicopters actually. That was using 0, that's using 0 as well. That's using 2. Right, so now it looks like there's a lot more helicopters than you looked down there. Oh, this is what we wanted. Helicopters everywhere. There are so many fire helicopters in use. Okay, this is good. This is good. So most of these appear to be like 3 out of 3 now. So that's probably the right amount. I think we just need to make sure we do like enough actual fires. So let's reload and let's do this properly. And as I reload this, there is still God on lap, by the way. Oh, he's so silly, that dog. So what we're going to do, we're going to select all of those. We're then going to hit copy. We're going to copy them up to there, then there, and there. Right, so now we've ended up with this. Loads and loads of trees, loads and loads of fire helicopters, and the tsunami still approaching. So let's get the fires started. Oh no, the camera's zooming in. Still, we're on to the second road. Keep going, Matt. Keep them going. I'm seeing helicopters everywhere. I mean, this could potentially crash the game. There's going to be a lot going on here. There's like trees burning, there's helicopters flying, there's a tsunami on its way, you remember. So the question is there going to be enough helicopters to get rid of the sea before the tsunami comes? I don't think it's going to happen. And there's quite a lot of helicopters about actually. Yeah, normally though, they appear to be taking the water from all this river flooding. Obviously I couldn't really get rid of that water because by the time I drained, the tsunami would be hitting. I mean, I really wish the flipping camera didn't keep jumping to each fire that I set. You can see just how many helicopters there are dotted around. There's so many. However, as we head along this way through the hordes and hordes of helicopter, you'll see the tsunami is pretty much here. We didn't really make a dent in the sea, did we? So if we just speed this up, we'll probably see that this myth is likely to be busted. I will say though, they tried. They definitely tried. Like, look at the sky over there. It's amazing. So yeah, whilst impressive looking, I think you do have to say that that was a myth absolutely busted. Fire helicopters cannot defeat the tsunami. No chance. So the first one brings us to the tsunami map. But we're going to be busting the myth that a spiral wall will stop the mega tsunami. Now, first off, I'm going to come down to like that level there. I'm just going to flatten this entire map. So I just want to make sure there's no lip. So you can see the water should just go straight now. So there's no uphill on this. And next up, we need like a tall wall. So I guess we'll just pick like up there. Then we'll do the usual of just doing a line all the way along there. Right, so now we have a wall that should stop the tsunami, but we have an opening here. This is where we're going to do our spiral. Now I don't want to do this too large because I know sort of the tsunami, it does reach the back, but it takes quite a while. So I guess I want to give it some chance to do this. So I'm going to just slowly go over this direction. And then we're going to put something down in here that we want to protect. Right, so we've got those in there. I mean, they were meant to be like testicles or like part of a strong shaped building, but it looks more like my own McDonald's rip-off, like McDonald's. Anyway, the theory here adds the tsunami. Look at this boat. It's doing a wall ride. What? How are those cargo containers staying up? That is impressive. Anyway, the theory is as the tsunami enters here and sort of wraps around, I think because the game simulates it more like water, we don't actually get the curved motion, so it's sort of it will fling forwards and then it will like bounce off in a different direction. It won't curve around. So the theory is the first ever branch of McMat will be completely safe. Yes, I realise I can't remember the name of my own fast food restaurant. Anyway, so you can see the tsunami is now approaching. You can see how tall I've done the walls actually. This is a mega tsunami. Walk where those walls, so let's see what happens as it enters. So as expected, either side the big walls, the waves should get reflected back. Yeah, there it goes. And then we've got the test tsunami coming in. I guess if we watch this from above, like time lapse, we should be able to see like what I mean by the waves of light. You'd expect a wave coming in to sort of curve around the walls, but it's sort of staying straight. No, actually it isn't. It is curving around the walls, I think. Ooh, I'm not sure this myth is going to be true then. I think McDonald's might be screwed here. I'd say the wave is definitely spinning around. We've created a Tsunami Nado! Tsunami Nado t-shirt coming soon! Anyway, let's zoom in and see just how tall. Oh my goodness, it's still quite big. Oh man, yeah, I think it's screwed me. I think it's screwed. Right, workers, stuff all the burgers in your mouth you can. It's going to be the last thing you ever eat, because that is a lot of water coming your way. McDonald's, you never get to eat the famous burgers like the Matt Rib or the Matt we've got now is a soggy bun. Anyway, that is myth well and truly busted. A spiral wall will not stop a mega tsunami, which I guess technically makes my previous attempts more impressive, right? So this next one, we need a level with absolutely no water. So I'm not even sure it's possible to have no water, is it? So, well, let's try the desert oasis, because I feel like that's less likely to have like a sea or river running through. Right, so here we are. I don't see any sea of this, so this is good. So the myth that we're busting this time, flyer helicopters can work with no water on the map. Now, you might remember my last video where we sent an army of flyer helicopters to try and stop the mega tsunami. Now, they weren't the most successful, but they proved that they definitely have water. We got a taste for it, but we need to remove all that from this map. So we're going to come to the water tab. We're going to come around and we're going to delete all of these water sources. So basically all those like blue cylinders, that's where water spawns on the map. And then I'm just going to remove the water by going to the super water park. Oh, South City Limits. Hang on, I should probably go and buy every map. Well, actually, if I turn this bird into a super metal, heavy metal bird, I can build anywhere. So that means I can build outside the city limits. So I'm just going to shove these pumps. I'm just going to surround like all the lakes basically, so they'll pump up the water nice and quickly. As soon as I press play, you see the water, yes, gets sucked up instantly. And that's most of the water gone. Just some of these bigger lakes, like we'll need an extra one. And just shove that there, give it some pipe, and that's that sorted. Right, and then I think that's all the water gone from the map. Just do a quick scan. Yeah, I think we're done. Right, okay, next up it's the fire bit. And as we learned before, in order to get the fire trucks, we do need some like basic necessities. So if we just do a basic road along there, put some power lines in over to there, then we can build our fire helicopter depots. So we'll just literally go boost, 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 boost. So we've got a load of those in. You can see they're complaining about lack of water. And obviously we've bumped all the water off the map. But what we can do is we can shove some of these down, large water towers, and then that's all those people happy. They are going to be pooing, so we need a bit of a treatment plant. You can see they are complaining about pooing out, but if you just connect that to the pipe network, everyone's poo will go into that building. Now we don't want to just have like raw open sewage, because as we learned before, fire helicopters will take up sewage to put out fires, and they even chose that over fresh water, so yeah, don't know what that says about them. But anyway, I think they're all operating normal now. Yep, operating normally. So, time to make a fire and see how these guys get on. Now, I've since learned that giant redwood trees, although in this game they do actually burn, in real life they're actually like evolved to not burn. They're like sort of fire resistant. So we probably don't want them. We're going to go with, how about a sugar maple? That sounds fiery. Then up our brush slides over here, and then we'll just plot loads of trees down. Right, so now we have a forest mountain over here. Now if we go back into the fire tab, you can see they're all red, which sort of means like they're not in range. It's like it's a fire risk, but basically these guys, I don't think they'll do anything. So what we've got to do first, we've got to put these fire watch towers down. Right, nice. So if we set this on fire now, the fire trucks will see it. And how are we going to do that? We're going to come into the natural disasters, going to select the forest fire, and we're literally just going to, oh man, these maples are very flammable. Look at that. That burned pretty quickly. Okay, now over here, oh look, they're out. Where are they going? So all the fire helicopters, they have actually come out. Have I left water on the map somewhere? Where you guys go? Where are you going? What are you doing? There's no water there. That's not water. What are you all about? They reckon they found water there. Hang on a sec. Let me pause this. What are you doing? According to my records, there is no water there. What are you doing? I'll tell you what, just in case, shove this down. This will show you. Hopefully any water that is there will get pumped by this pumping station. There's no water there. What are you doing? I can hear water sound effects. You've got a pumping station here now as well. Hang on, let's actually go see. But there is water. They're putting the fire out with water. Oh man, so even if there's no water on the map, there is actually water on the map. So I guess that is myth confirmed. Fire helicopters can work with no water on the map. They can find water underground anywhere, even when my pumping station can't. Still, I don't think it was enough to put the fire out. That's a fairly big fire. Unlucky guys. Right, on to the next myth. And the next myth, we will actually stay on this map. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to ignore that. Ignore all the fires and stuff over there. We're going to come over this way. We're going to clear a nice big area, so delete everything in here. And we're then going to completely flatten it. And why are you doing this map? What is the purpose? Well, we're going to bust the next myth. The myth that tornadoes help evaporate water. So this time we're actually going to be making our own lakes. We're just going to do two side by side. So I reckon if I shrink down a little bit and I snap that level, and I literally just hold, that's going to make like a nice big area, and then I can fill out water, and then I can do the same right next to it. Do this other one over here. Right, then we should have two identical lakes. Well, they're not lakes yet. We've got to fill them with water. So come down to this water tab. This is a mod, by the way, in case you're wondering. So we can place a water source, and I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to place a water source there, and then another one there, exactly the same thing. Then if we press play, we should see, yeah, the water is rising on either side. And there you go, all those blooming. Go away, you're not. Wait, they're going to ruin my test. Hang on. Right, sorry, I'm deleting all of that. Boosh, gone. You're all dead. Right, so I think they're pretty still. I'm going to pause time so that everything's exactly the same. So we're going to come in there, we're going to delete each of those. So now there's no water source, so if these do evaporate, the water won't come back. And they're going to go into the landscaping and disasters. And I've never used a tornado. I know, shock. I think we're going to turn the tornado intensity up to can, may as well go all out there. Then we're just going to target it on top. Now, I'm not sure, do tornadoes come from like the side or do they just appear? Like, I don't want it to come from this side and like take out that water, but let's shove that there, and then I guess let's just play, see what happens. So I guess it really is like a whirlpool, and the water will go into the air, and then this lake will evaporate quicker than this one. Oh, and it's raining, it's flipping raining. Oh, it's raining because the tornado's here. Okay, so the tornado is coming. Whoa, look at the tornado, it's huge. Okay, so it's coming from that side, heading this direction. I'm hoping it will stop before it reaches this one, otherwise this is not a fair test. But yeah, we just need the tornado to get to this lake and then see if the water level goes down. So let's see. Look at that tornado, that's really cool looking. I need to play with these more. Okay, you can see it's getting close to the water now, so I think we'll zoom in a little bit and then see if there's anything happening with the water level. It doesn't really look like the water's affecting the school with this. Maybe when the tornado is fully in, it might, but right, so there's the test. Does this evaporate quicker than this? That is the question. Oh, there's lightning as well. That looks cool. Okay, zoom again. I can't actually see it. I'm going inside the tornado. Oh, look, looking straight up at it. Whoa! And in terms of evaporation, though, just looking at the two water levels, I think they look pretty much identical. Oh wow, you can see the tornado path as well. That's proper ripped the hole through everything. You can see it's not actually going to affect that as well. So, completely fair test, sort of. And I think that is myth busted. Tornadoes will not help water evaporate. No water spouts on this one, apparently. Yeah, enjoyed that. That was fun. That was decent. It sort of makes you wonder, like, what can and can't a tornado pick up? Maybe that's a myth for the future. Maybe in the comments what you want to see. Right, so this next myth I've loaded up Endutopia. Let's weather End Atlantis. Finally dry. Very pleased with fixed that last time. You can see down there we've got a tiny mini city growing. Oh, it's quite cute down here actually. But the reason we're here is pretty much because I already have the infrastructure in place to test this next myth, which is cars can travel up vertical roads. And obviously, like in my spaghetti, we've got some pretty steep roadage there. Cars, they don't seem to mind driving up and down those, but we do have some there. If we come to the top of the volcano, we can... Whoa, okay, if you look down there, that is a vertical road. Now, we're just going to have to convince road users they want to travel up here. So at the moment, there's only Architect's Hill, which means, see that, if you want to see Architect's Hill, you just come on the boat road, don't you? On the boat tour here. How am I going to convince people to come up here? I'll tell you what, I might just temporarily, let's just grab a road, let's say, come off here and go up in the air, head over to there, and then I am just going to delete that, and we're going to delete that. So now everyone has to come up when you while they were disappearing. Okay, we've got cars. So let's just follow this road. This is where they're going to end up. So let's just have a look here. You can see at the top of my screen there are cars coming. The question is, will they be able to drive up this vertical road? So it's are they? Oh my goodness, here they come. They made it. How did they? What? The cars can indeed drive up vertical roads, even if the game can't generate them from every angle. But oh god, oh goodness, I just had to go at like moving the node just to try and get it in the light. And look at the cars. But yeah, that's a bit of a better angle. Yeah, that is myth confirmed. Anyway, for this next myth, we're on a brand new map. Never it's quite nice and bright looking. We're on like a little island over here. So essentially, you're going to come up here and I'm just going to build like a little residential area. So there we are, that's got electricity and water plumbed in. So people should be moving in there nicely. Now, that is just residential. So none of these people have jobs. And of course, they cannot survive without jobs. They can't pay the bills, all that sort of stuff. So over this way, let's say here, literally right next to it, you're going to make this industrial as well as commercial, all different sorts of shops. And we're going to put offices as well. So basically, if anyone wants a job, they've got to get over to here. Now you'll notice there's no way to get to this currently. It's completely on its own, which allows us to do a little test. Because this myth is, drivers will choose toll roads over a long scenic route. So here is a two-way toll route. Yes, we're going to charge people to get back to their houses as well. I'm going to pop that in there. So basically, if people want to get to work, like, let's like really lovely jobs. There's chimneys that need chimneying and ice creams that need serving. Yeah, if they want to get over there, they're going to pay the toll booth. Now, I'm gonna wang this way up. It's going to be £2 for a car, £4 for a truck. It's going to be pricey. We can't actually increase it any more than that. Now, you folks saying, well, Matt, that's pretty evil. You're charging people just to survive. So I am going to put in a free different route. So this is just going to be literally just a normal road. So we'll do a 2-lane road so people can go either direction. If we come up next to it, then people can literally take each side. Do I want to go toll road or do I want to go long scenic route? So yes, we're just going to build this. So now residents here, if they want to get to work, they have 2 options. They can either come up here and they can pay an extortionate amount of money, and then they can get straight to work, doing their job, earning some cash to pay the bills. Alternatively, they can choose to go this way, and then that will take them through this scenic route. Again, leads to exactly the same place, it's just a quicker journey. So let's press play and then let's see what happens. We need to attract some people first. Right, so we should see they'll come around here and they should come off the motorway into their new homes. Are you coming in? Yes, we are. Look at that. Look at that car. Proper hippie mobile. Fair enough. Where are they going to live? Oh look, they've all got out. And they live in that one. Oh, there we go. Cool, right. So now people are moving in. I guess we've just got to look at these 2 roads. So are people going to pick paying a toll or taking the scenic route, being cheap? Yeah, the first person is paying the toll. Who's paying the toll? Oh look, there's another one. There's another 3. That's 4. That's 5 people choosing to pay the toll over the scenic route. Oh wow, I'm starting to think that road in the background may have been a waste of money. Yeah, I mean everyone's taking the toll. Everyone's choosing to pay. So I guess that is pretty much myth confirmed. Drivers will choose toll roads over a long scenic route. Surprising. I guess you've got to weigh up. Like that costs like what is it, $4 or $2 for a car. How much fuel will you save by not driving through this contraption of roads? Kind of sad though, really. I want to see if they would actually need it. I wonder though, what if we just made it a little bit longer rather than massively longer? So now you can see this is it's longer, but not that much longer. I mean, surely you'd take that over paying a $2 toll or $4 for a truck like those. Alright, we'll speed up. Alright, we have 1 car go that way actually. There you go. Okay, we've got some cars going that direction, but it appears most people would prefer the shorter route, even though it costs money. Interesting. I feel like you could massively abuse that. Interesting. But yeah, okay, so nice. Drivers will mostly take the shorter route, depending on how much shorter it is, obviously, is how likely they are to take it. But pretty much, I think people, 9 times out of 10, are going to take the toll road and pay the money to save 2 seconds off their daily commute. Fair enough. Right, so for this next myth, we're back on the tsunami map. And then this one is rather interesting, actually, if I say so myself. What I'm going to do, I'm going to flatten the terrain to like that level, I think. So we'll try and do this as efficiently as possible. Right, nice. So now we have tsunami incoming. We've got like a beach sort of thing. We've got a shoreline essentially. Because this myth, it's all about creating power from the tsunami. Because the myth we are busting on this one is you can power a city with a tsunami. So essentially, we're going to try and put a hydroelectric dam right away across here and see when the tsunami hits the back of it, whether that can create power for a city that we're going to build as well. So first off, I need to work out what level the top of the water is. So I reckon for this city, let's select that level, and then we're just going to put like a pad in there, and then we're going to do one on the other side as well. And then with these in, hopefully we can draw a dam from this side to that side. I'm not sure, that might be too high for a dam actually. We have to see what it says. Right, it says height too high, so we are going to have to lower it a bit. Brought that down a little bit, bring this side down as well. Right, so I can build a dam that direction. That is the wrong direction though. I need the curve to go the other way. Annoyingly, that says height too high. I imagine it's to do with the contours going like that, it means it's sloping perpendicular. So down there is deeper, over there is shallower. I don't really want to raise this sea level, but perhaps that's what I have to do. If I grab a level that is still underwater, like that one, then what if I just do like a curve? So you see, still clearly underwater, it's just in sort of see that's shallower. That's gonna cause like a tsunami as it is, I reckon, when I press play. Oh, there we go, because that is it. Cost me £2.5 million, and the estimated energy production is 48 megawatts, which isn't a lot for a dam that big, but they the world's biggest dam you've ever seen. Oh dear. That is lumpy water. So I think that's where I raised the sea level. We've made a little tsunami. But yeah, I guess there's nothing to worry about compared to the impending mega tsunami. Anyway, in order to let's work, I might have to like get rid of some of the water in front of it. Yeah, you can see that's like the bottom level at the front. I think that it's underwater, maybe that's not working. Let's like make a trench like way in front. That should get rid of most of the water, right? Yeah, water level dropping into that trench. Means there you go, there's the electricity maker. Currently producing 0 megawatts. Well, the tsunami is incoming, so we'll have to see. Look at the size of the dam, it's huge. I mean, this is a good test as well, just to see like, can a dam stop a tsunami? I imagine it's not tall enough, is it? Yeah, not quite going to be tall enough, but let's click on that and then see if the power goes up at all as the water hits the back of it. Oh, 1600 megawatts! What? 1600! And then back down to 0. Well, that was, I think it was estimated at 48 megawatts. I mean, it's back down to 0 straight away, but like, surely that could power a few kettles and get some cups of tea on the go. And they're probably drinking out of a Architect's Tears mug from my merch store. Go check it out if you want to tea to taste better. So overall, I'm guessing this myth is sort of busted, is it? I mean, you can power a city with a tsunami for like a split second. And in terms of if we did have a city here, I'm pretty sure it's safe to say the dam didn't really stop the tsunami, so I think it'd be doomed anyway. Anyway, that was pretty interesting, that one. I enjoyed that. How big that dam is. I've never seen a dam that big, I will not lie. But anyway, I'm on a brand new map. It looks pretty cool. I sort of spotted something over here. But what are these? Like really weird. Oh, that's like a toolbox. Like they're defending the sea from pirate architects. Right, anyway, so this first myth is tornadoes can put out forest fires. So first things first, let's select some trees. Let's plonk them down there. Then we'll select forest fire and we'll literally just select the middle boost. That is now going to set on fire. But I'm going to come along with the tornado. I'm also going to put that in the middle. So we can see there is now a forest fire in the middle. It is spreading. And the question is, when the tornado comes, will it extinguish the fire? Will it turn into like a massive fire-nado? I'm not actually sure. I'm quite intrigued, I won't lie. I'm also a little bit concerned about how fast this forest fire is spreading. We've nearly lost all of the trees. Hello, tornado, where have you got to? Right, well finally it's clouding over. There is rain. Unfortunately the fire's like mostly out. I mean the middle is definitely out, but I can hear it. Oh, there it is. There is the tornado. Right, so I guess we'll just keep an eye on where the tornado passes through. Does that actually put out the fire? Or even more spectacular, maybe this whole thing will engulf in flame. That would be awesome. Right, so tornado is touching the flames. Is it? Oh, I think it is actually going out. No, it isn't. It isn't. No, it isn't. And the tornado, as peaceful as it is a fire-nado. So sadly, I think that's actually myth busted. The tornado will not put out a forest fire. Anyway, whilst that's been going on, I've been over here completely leveling this terrain for the next myth. I'm still sort of waiting for this rain to go. All the trees are gone. Did the tornado rip up all the tree stumps? It all looks like shiny oil right now. Anyway, now that's gone, we can focus on our next myth over this way. Now for this one, I'm going to have to do this several times. So first off, I'm going to hit save. I'm going to call this "You Can't Fire Me If You Can't See," because this myth is all about watchtowers. Now remember these little guys? So they allow your fire helicopters to actually go and fight forest fires. And basically this myth is a fire watchtower can see fire through a mountain. So if we grab a fire watchtower, you can see it's got like a pretty big area that it can see. So if we were to shove that there, then we'll do a load of trees over this way. Basically you can see if we've got the watchtower there, the trees are not in range. If we were to put it like there, now you can see those trees are in range. So if we grab this fire helicopter depot and we shove it down here somewhere, then we'll put a forest fire over here. So that from a fire watchtower, look, you can clearly see there's a fire, which means hopefully he can rage we'll pick a level over here, like up there, and then from above, so that's our watchtower there, that's the forest. We're literally gonna do a trunk, we're gonna build a wall. So now you can see there's literally zero way possible that this guy can see whether there's a fire on the other side of this mountain. So I guess let's set a forest fire on this side. So same place as before, boost, and let's see what happens. So the view from the fire service is, guys, is that. So clearly he cannot see there's a fire. I mean, I'm not even sure he'd be able to smell it from here, if I'm honest. So let's head back and see, have the fire helicopters taken off? Oh, they haven't taken off. Oh, I actually wasn't expecting that. Okay, let's go back over here then. Definitely a forest fire on this side. I'll tell you what, so we have a little look at this view. Hey, look, they're out of range. They're out of range. Okay. I wonder then, they're like the max height. It'd be worth like take the level like there. So it's definitely still higher, but only just. And we make this wall a lot lower. Because that, I feel like you can just about see there's something not right over there. It looks sort of sus. Oh, but no, look, it's still red in this view. It's still red. I mean, I guess if you're way down at this level, maybe. I mean, to be honest with you, you probably should be looking at it hard. I feel that's pretty clear. It's a forest fire. Anyway, we'll go down again. Okay, that's all level. So now they're level, they can clearly see there is a forest fire there, surely. So if you go in that view, it's still red. It's still red. You can't see it. Oh no, look, the cavalry. The cavalry's here. Okay, the helicopters are actually on their way, which presumably means they can see over. I mean, it's still red, but clearly the helicopters, they have arrived to try and put it out. So yeah, that is myth busted. A fire watchtower cannot see through a mountain. I was quite surprised by that one. I was expecting them to like just work in a radius. Like, what sort of detail the devs got into here? Oh, and actually, whilst we're here, I have another watchtower myth. Now this one is, fire watchtowers are flammable. Well, I guess that means we're going to surround it by trees. We're going to do a forest fire in there. This one's already wrong. We're going to see if this tower does set a light. I'll tell you what, at the moment, it seems like we're not gonna go up in flames. I'll tell you what then, there is another disaster we can do. This one's literally just called fire, so I can literally do that. I think this does all buildings. So there's a lot of flame going on, but if you actually rotate, you see the watchtower is fine. They're not flammable. What? I mean, looking at them, they look like they're made out of wood. Like wooden staircase, wooden boards up there, but yeah, it's not setting a light at all. So the myth of fire watchtowers are flammable is busted, completely unscathed. Anyway, on to the next myth. For this myth, we're back in the wonderful land of Endertopia. And Endertopia's grown so much. In the most recent video, we added this sky city with its own bridge and tram line. It's not even connected to the land with anything. You can only get here via plane. It's awesome. Yeah, and the reason we're in here is because this casts a big shadow, which leads us on to our next myth. Solar power plants don't produce energy in the shade. Now, since I've made it so time is stood still, it should mean we can do like a side-by-side test. We've got sunlight here, we've got shade light there. So let's go into electricity. Let's select the solar power plant. You can see the power output, it does actually vary. I don't know if that's based on time of day or is there time of year in this game? Or perhaps it's location, like in the shade or not. So I guess to start, we'll do a road right down the middle, half in the shade, half in the sun. Then we shove that one there, we shove that one there, and we just take a second to admire our very efficient looking layout. Oh, that was pretty actually. But yeah, place your bets now. Do you think the one on the right will make more energy, or the one on the left, or will they be the same? So let's have a look. The one on the right makes 166 megawatts. Oh, it's actually got a sunshine intensity thing. That's at 100%, presumably because it's in the sun. So the one in the shade, oh, well that's the surprise, 166 megawatts, sunshine intensity 100%, even though that is clearly in the shade. Interesting. I mean, those that have been watching this for a while now, they'll know when I actually built my first solar plant, I did actually intentionally build it in the shade. And if you look at this one, yeah, 166, intensity 100%. So I think that proves that the myth of solar power plants don't produce energy in the shade is busted. Now, whilst we're in Endertopia, it wouldn't be Endertopia without some destruction, right? So this over here, well actually, anyway, this is our volcano, usually filled with 100% sewage, but it's running quite clean these days, quite fresh. but we have a myth about the volcano. All that, hey, an idiot, And the myth is a tornado will empty the volcano. Well, I do need this empty. Now that's very full. I overspilled. Look how full this is. So I'll tell you what, I think I'll probably bring it over this way, the tornado. So we'll do a 10 severity tornado. We'll bung it in the center, and we'll see, will the sea level go down, or will it not? You can see it's clouded over, the rain has come, which means there is a tornado. There it is. It's spawning right next to it. It's heading towards the overflow. Now, a little bit annoying. I feel like this road and probably the traffic is about to get murdered by that. Let's just see. Oh, look at the cars! The cars! Oh, no, they're all getting sucked up. I didn't know that's what tornadoes did. But yeah, the real test is what happens as it goes. Oh, it went up. It went up the wall. Is it now going to jump inside the volcano? Already, it's getting closer. It's getting closer. It's teetering on the edge here. It might just stay at like surface level. That plane does not get. Fair enough. How's the water level? Oh, the food levels. I mean, food levels look pretty good. I think volcano is indestructible to tornadoes. That is quite a sight, though. I will not lie. Oh, look, it's falling off the edge. Oh, how random. I love that the helicopter tours are still going. Like, we've got a bit of money here. It would be nice if you could stop destroying my city now, tornado. Oh no, it's heading to the original volcano. Oh no, I didn't want the volcano to end like this. If I was an architect, they've got an architect kill right now, I'd be very concerned. Oh no, turn away. As soon as I said the word architect, it changed direction. Perhaps the architects have learned to harness the power of tornadoes. Anyway, that's disappeared. You lucky architects get to continue living surrounded by the fecal matter of yourselves and all the engineers that live beneath you. Bloody hell, Utopia. Look at all the skyscrapers and glass. These faces have been growing while I've been away. Fair play. Yeah, the myth of a tornado will empty the volcano, busted. Right, so we're back on this map, the one where we had like the fire thing going on earlier. Because we're going to be busting another forest fire myth. Now this one is fire spreads quicker going uphill rather than downhill. Now the theory here is obviously heat rises, so it should catch trees above quicker rather than trying to go downhill. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the level terrain tool, we're going to put some of those there, and we're going to do the same over here. Then we're going to use the slope terrain tool, and if I right click up there, and then I do like a slope down here, I can literally do a line like that, and I can fill all of this in, we have a nice wedge like that. And then I can literally do the opposite over this side. Lovely. Next up, we're going to coat them in trees. And then I'm going to start 2 forest fires. One at this end, which is going to be the top one, and one on that side, which is the bottom one. Now they're going to be slightly out of time, because this one's going to go first. Now this should give us some idea of whether fire spreads quicker downhill or uphill. Right, so we've sped this up. So let's see, is one going faster than the other? It doesn't look like it to me. Yeah, I think we're halfway through. I think we can successfully say that the myth of fire spreads quicker going uphill rather than downhill is busted. But whilst we're here, I have another quick myth to test as well. Because this fire is spreading along here so nicely, now would be the perfect opportunity to test this myth that a sinkhole can stop a forest fire. So landscape and disasters, let's select the sinkhole and let's wang the severity up to 10. And we want a big hole here. And I guess I just shove it there on that edge. So if we go back to watching here, we should see the sinkhole. Right, here it is. Here it is. Oh no, it took way too long. Hang on, let me fire another one. Right, sinkhole 10. I think we've got to do it down the bottom, and let's just try and save a couple of trees down here. I'm not actually sure how this is going to work, because we know that the tornado did not put forest fire out. I feel like a sinkhole might go. And looking at that, there's no trees down the bottom of it. So ready? There is the sinkhole. Boost. And yeah, look, the trees have gone. I mean, what if I just cover this in sinkholes? The myth is putting out a forest fire, right? Not just preventing it, right? So that's bang on a bit of fire. Is that fire going to be gone? Yeah, it is. It is. Look, and here we've got so many sinkholes down here. It is eating the forest fire, though. I mean, it's eating all the trees as well. So whether it still counts, I mean, I guess technically it does, right? I mean, yeah, we've got like 1 or 2 trees burning, but if we zoom out and look at the adjacent one, that's still well on fire. So I think the myth of a sinkhole can stop a forest fire is confirmed. It sort of looks like a slice of burnt cheese now as well. A bit of mould at the end. Anyway, on to the next myth. Right, so back in Edutopia, I'm going like some of these. We've got some posh houses. What's that? What? Oh, guys, what have you done? Why are they building architecture in Entopia? What is that? It looks like the bottom bit of a guitar, like where the strings come out. Oh, that's hideous. Anyway, I'm looking for a specific car that's easy to keep track of. I mean, I was actually hoping people might use their garages and stuff, maybe, or like use their driveway. I mean, that was on Pride. There was only one person got a driveway in the whole of Entopia. I mean, I guess that person sort of has a drive. But anyway, can you see this man and his dog? He's just got out of the car. He went in the building. We're gonna be stalking this man. We're basically gonna try and bust the myth that no one lives at a permanent address. So the idea is, we know that a man and his dog have gone in there. It's probably like me and Paddy. Maybe he's making YouTube videos now in this book. This is like a YouTubeception. Anyway, so he's at work in there. Let's just head out of that. Let's just speed up ×3. And we're literally just going to stalk this bloke. We're going to see if he does leave. We're then going to follow his car, his sedan, call it the Paddymobile instead. Yeah, basically we're waiting for him to come out, get in his car, and then he's going to go to work or school, whatever he does. And then we're going to see when we return to the same house. Right, from the calculations, he hasn't left his house in about 3 months. And he's got left for like midway through October. Assume he's got to come out for Christmas, right? He's got to go see family and stuff, right? So another month has passed. It's now December. I feel like he's like, why is my trips? I feel like he's like in there, like looking out his blinds. Actually, whoa. Did he just come out as an old man in there? I don't know whether this guy just aged massively. I mean, actually, they do have like, that's Charles Hunter. He's a highly educated senior who lives at the Lakeside Residence, which is this house. Okay, so then the owner of the Paddymobile, Cedric Cooper, he also lives at the Lakeside Residence. He is a high school student. He's at home. So maybe everyone does live in their own house. I mean, as much as I want to stalk this guy and Paddy, I feel like we should have kept tabs on his dad, because then I could have followed him to work. Unless is he in there? Oh, that's Albert. Oh, there he is. Charles Hunter. Right, stop this. We're going to keep an eye on Charles. We're going to see where he gets to. He's driving to the company, sort of wondering where the company is. I mean, there's lots of offices around here. I mean, his commute has taken a good couple of weeks now. It's about the 17th of December. You're going to miss Christmas, mate. To be fair to him, he is stuck in some like heavy traffic here. Right, now he's on the freeway, making some time. Heading across the bridge. Love to see it. He has missed Christmas now. He's probably going to miss New Year as well. Oh, he's over in the industrial zone. Oh, I see what he's doing, child. So, and he works. Where did he go? I think he works now. He's going on the store. His car just disappeared. Where did the pickup go? Oh, it's there. That's Dexter's. Oh, I can't believe it. I've lost him. I've actually lost him. Right, well, I guess we just head back to the house. Right, so here we are, the late residence. And what is going on? What's going on? Nathan arrived, expecting a crime scene. What did I miss? Oh, what? Why did I stay here? There was a crime scene. And look, the car's gone. Paddymobile has gone. Right, well, I guess the only thing left to do is just fast forward time whilst stalking this place. We're just waiting for Charles and his pickup to return, or the Paddymobile to return. But I'm worried what that crime scene was. They could have been murdered. Who's that? Someone just came out. Lydia Thompson, going to the skate park. Seems sus. That's the same last name as the other two that I was stalking, was it? Oh, oi, who's this? Oh, Finch. Why are you parking outside our house, you crappy moped? Go park outside your own house. He's a neighbour, he parked there. That's the spot for the Paddymobile. It's reserved. Wait, that's a pickup. We live at the 6th. Why are the neighbours parking outside our house constantly? What's going on? Oh, there is. Yes, Cedric Cooper and Paddy. Oh, no, Paddy, Matt. Anyway, yeah, I guess people do actually have a permanent residence. Because here's Matt, the well-educated young adult. My dog. No, not dog. Paddy. Nat, Paddy. Nice. We have lost the Paddymobile though. I don't know where that's got to be honest. I mean, I'm walking to the fashionable fashion shoppy, where I'm probably buying some RCE merch from RealCivilEngineer.store. Ooh, look how lovely and merchy it is. Such a lovely online fashion shoppy. But anyway, in terms of the myth, no one lives at a permanent address. That is busted. Because Matt and Paddy, they live at the Lake Residence. They're living a very fulfilling life, I believe. Forest fires won't spread on snowy maps. Now, if we zoom in, you can see trees covered in snow. Of course, the ground is covered in snow as well. So, I don't know how this is going to go. But we're going to head into here. We're going to select the forest fire natural disaster, and we're going to just shove that in the middle. Oh, it's out of city limits. Hang on a second. Like that. about that. Okay, now I've set a forest fire. Let's zoom in and see what actually happened. Oh, they're on fire. They are definitely on fire. Is the fire going to spread or is it going to go out though? Won't lie, it looks like it's spreading. I love all the trees, they're still snowy. Why is the snow melted? Oh, look, look. The ground is going black in the middle, so they're burning. The trees are now stalks, not the bird. Stalks, not stalks. And whilst we're in the middle of this, I'm going to press pause, because although the myth of forest fires won't spread on snowy maps is busted, I have another forest fire myth. Now, you may remember last time, we tested out these, the Fire Watch Tower. Basically, we found out that they're completely inflammable. So, someone informed me of the myth. A row of watchtowers will stop a forest fire. Now, since that is our fire, I'm going to do a row of watchtowers. So, we're going to put them as close as possible to each other, like that. You'll notice, as I'm placing these, it is removing the trees from underneath. So, that's sort of positive. So, there is our line of watchtowers. There is our forest fire. Let's see, will the fire spread from one side to the other? The fire has met the watchtowers. Is it going to spread? Oh, I think... No way! No way! It has actually stopped. Wait, has it? Has it? What's happening in the middle there? It has! They've stopped the fire! I was not expecting that at all. Now, if you zoom in, it actually looks like some of these trees. Are they burnt? Is that tree burnt? It might just be like flat, like covered in soot. Whoa, that is impressive! Okay, so a row of watchtowers will stop the forest fire. It's confirmed! Actually, I wasn't expecting that. Anyway, on to the next myth. Now we're back in the greenery of a normal map for this next myth. And the myth is, tornadoes speed up winter. Oh dear. Right now, I've picked a map where I've completely leveled this. So if we select the wind turbine, you can see all the wind strength, all the estimated production list is 8 megawatts. But I feel like before I put one down, I should probably spawn the tornado first. Because these, like, they come in from the side. So although it's got like a crosshair, we click that, and then fast forward through to like, oh, it's happy New Year, everyone. So we know a tornado will be spawning somewhere. So before it does, I've got this one in the middle. Wind speed is 10, power output is 8 megawatts. Exactly as expected. So let's see when the tornado comes. Will that go up? So first off, we've got the warning, top left. You can see it's raining. Has that changed the speed at all? Wind speed still 10. Right, and then we have a massive tornado. Okay, so has that changed the wind speed? Wind speed is still 10. I mean, you see the tornado is heading straight for us. Wind speed still 10. Right, so now it's right in the middle at wind speed is still 10. But alright, well let's just put this in the path. So if we put it like there. Yeah, wind speed still 10, it's getting eaten. Okay, so tornadoes definitely don't have a wind speed, which means the myth of tornadoes will speed up wind turbines is busted. We'll just collapse them into a pile of steel and apparently lots of concrete. Anyway, on to the next myth. So for this next myth, we are back in no other place than Endotopia. This time with our brand new, I don't know what it's called, the pit. I think it's called the pit. Oh, it always makes me want a donut when I look at this thing. Anyway, we are heading to the inside of this. Because if you saw the video in which we built this, you will know that this is set at the lowest possible level. We literally cannot dig any deeper. Hence all these guys, they are well and truly trapped. Well, except for the roads sticking out. But I figured this was a good place to test this next one, which is a sinkhole inside a sinkhole will become infinitely deep. So basically, if you keep having sinkholes, you'll mine like to the pit of hell. And since this is where the architect is, we're sort of already in a pit of hell. So first off, we'll select the sinkhole. We'll rang up the severity to 10. And then where do I'm tempted to put this on the nuclear power plant. Yeah, okay, let's see how that goes. Now, because we're already at the lowest point on the map, I'm not actually sure if this will create a hole. So this could literally go either way. You can see, the building is getting destroyed. Goodbye, nuclear power plant. The sinkhole, that's not much of a sinkhole. That's not a sink anything. Imagine that, like, I don't even understand how that would happen. And the nuclear power plant has been eaten up by grass, I guess. The building has definitely gone, but it literally didn't go anywhere. So yeah, I guess a nice quick one, because that is myth busted. But we're not going to stop there with the sinkholes, because we have another myth. And for this one, we're going to leave the architect tip where we built a nice bridge here. And I'm going to do quite a few different types of bridge, because I want to give this a fair test. And the myth is a sinkhole under a bridge span will destroy the bridge. So this time the severity is going to be right down to equal 1. We're going to select the sinkhole. And I guess to start with, we'll try and go in the middle of the span was to be a sinkhole down there, like in real life, that wouldn't affect the bridge at all. The whole point of the bridge is to span over whatever is beneath it. But the way it works in this game is you sort of hover over that. You can see that isn't selected. So perhaps if a natural disaster occurs down there, it would affect the structure above. You will have to see. Right, so there is the sinkhole. You can see the bridge above. Is it going to be affected? Oh, it's not. It's actually not. Wait. Why did you collapse? Why did that pillar just collapse? Not only this side is flat. What the hell? The bridge is actually still standing though, which I guess sort of makes sense since there's all that metal there. Not gonna lie, unexpected. I'm not sure what's happened there. Hence we've got all these other bridges to see what happens to these. So we'll do one in there, one there, one there, one there, and one there. So I've called in a sinkhole to happen under the middle span of all these bridges. And I guess we'll see if they will survive, or maybe they'll take a bit of damage like this one. I don't really understand what happens to this one, I will not lie to you. Right, so the next one is happening. That bridge has gone. It's destroying all of them. Look, all the spans are being destroyed. Yeah, look, they've both gone. Oh, they've all gone. Oh, well that's sort of disappointing. Off the first one, I thought we might actually be okay. But turns out we've been letting architects design these bridges. Because if an engineer had got this, I'll tell you what, that would not have happened. So I guess a sinkhole under a bridge span will destroy a bridge. That is confirmed. Well, unless you build that bridge. Perhaps we need the third type of myth that I always forget about. Perhaps it's plausible. Alright, on to the next myth. So for this next myth, we're looking at tornadoes again. The myth is combining 2 or more tornadoes will create a mega tornado. And also, I wanted to see, this is just like purely out of my own interest. Right, there's a railway here. If I were to take this, build a few different types of train stations, next them all up then, yes, look, we've got trains. We have trains. So we'll select the tornado, we'll weighing up the severity all the way to 10. Then I'm going to spawn as many of these as I can in the center here, and we'll see, will they turn into a mega tornado? Or as what some might call the Tornado-nado! Yeah, my little side quest, I just want to know, will like trains get picked up by a tornado? Anyway, first tornado is here. Oh, and the second one. So I imagine they'll both come this direction. So, yes, this train just about escaping. Oh man, they are huge. This is terrifying. Right, train down here, tornado literally right next to it. Got to wait safely though somehow. And meanwhile over here, it looks like all the tornadoes are converging. Are they going to make a mega tornado? I mean, there's sort of 2 there getting it on. We censor this. I feel like we should censor this and get a bit into it. But yeah, is that a mega tornado? It looks incredible. Sadly, it has destroyed most of the train tracks and railways. And looking, I feel like they're still definitely separate. Oh look, they're about to run over the train. Okay, so is the train going to get mullered, or is it going to be okay? Oh, did it just missed? No! Oh, you lucky train. Look, the railway in front of it has been destroyed. Actually, the railway underneath it has been. Oh, okay. Train got obliterated out of existence. If we just zoom out, you can see the mega nado is split into multiple nados. So I guess technically it never combined, meaning this myth is busted. So it was pretty fun to see like 6 nados combined and just obliterate the ground. Right, on to the next one. So this myth, we're in the suburbs of Endosopia. We're not going to be stalking someone like we did before, though I guess we will a little bit. Because at the moment we are stalking Amanda Wright. Now if we just press pause, she resides at the Briar Rose residence. So that is that house there. So basically this myth is destroying a house will kill the resident. So if I come down to here and I destroy old Amanda's house, will Amanda cease to exist? That is the question. Now there's a few ways I could destroy this house. I could literally just delete it from existence with the bulldozer. And this is Mythbusters. We've got some like TV production money to spend on this thing. So we're going to look at her house. We're going to put it in the middle of a crosshair for a meteor strike boost. And then we're just going to press play. We're going to see what she's. Oh no, it looks like she's going home. Okay, she's not going home. That's good. I thought she's going to drive to her house. It does actually say there she's driving to work. She's an agent at the law firm. Oh, I think she just drove past the Paddy Mobile. Do you remember Paddy and Matt from last time? Lots of theories in the comments about that little story that was happening there. Lots of conspiracy theorists saying Matt stole the Paddy Mobile. But yeah, I do sort of want to see where she is. Just because I know the camera's probably going to drag you back when the meteor hits. Right, she's currently stuck in
graphic, that is actually good, because we've just had a warning in the top left, a meteor is about to strike. Right, there comes the meteor. Oh! Okay, her house has been destroyed, as well as a lot of other houses near there. Thankfully, she is still selected, so if we head back over to her, she's still in her car, completely oblivious that her house has been destroyed. She's still alive, so she hasn't been killed. And if you look at this list, so you can see she still works at the law firm. She doesn't have a house, but she is now homeless, I guess. Well, now I do want to stalk her and see where she goes after work. Oh look, she's moved house. She resides at the Anchor residence now. That's over there. Oh, she's moved from like a nice little suburb, went into the city, a flat in the city. Well, sorry, Amanda, but this is the science. Oh look, she just disappeared. She just disappeared out of existence. Oh no. Hang on, look, I've come to her house just to see how many people live there. It says collapse. How has it collapsed? Like, all the ones next door are absolutely fine. That building is collapsed. I know if we zoom out, I mean, that meteor is very, very imminent. Oh, I've never actually had a close up of the meteor. Yes, it's very meteory. I wonder if it says collapse because it knows it's about to be boost. But then, like, the other ones, they weren't collapsed. I mean, now they very much are. I feel bad. I destroyed Amanda's house. She didn't even live there because she got deleted from existence before the meteor struck. Anyway, the myth of destroying a house will kill the resident, I think, is busted. They just move house until their luck does eventually run out and they just get wiped from existence. Alright, so for the next myth, we've got the Discovery Channel will see this and copyright strike. Ignore that one. On to the next myth. Alright, so for this next myth, I'm sort of building like a very small little city thing. I'm going to paint half of it in residential, and then the other half I'm literally just going to cover in trees. But then at the end of these two roads up here, I'm going to be putting right in the middle a fire helicopter depot, and of course at the back fire watch tower. Because this myth is fire helicopters care more about trees than buildings. So basically we've got living people on this side, you can see everyone is finally moving in. But this other side there's also light, there's a tree light. So the question is, we've got 3 helicopters, what will they choose to save first? I'll try and make this even fairer. I am going to do like a little, probably do that like this. Right in the middle, a load of water so that the helicopters can go and get the water. By the way, there's raging crime throughout this town, so maybe we should develop there. Alright, so in our natural disasters, we have a forest fire. So now the game is paused, I can say forest fire boost on that side. And then this one, which is just a fire, that should set the building on fire. So if I do boost that, then when I press play, they should simultaneously set on fire. Yeah, you can see fires on both sides. So the question is, where will the helicopters go first? Do they care more about people burning or trees burning? So the first helicopter is coming out. It looks like it's heading for the trees. It's heading for the trees. What about these people? I mean, are people more important than the trees? I guess I love that this person's still returning home. I'm just going to park my car there and go back to work. Dog, get out of the fire. What are you doing, dog? Oh, look. So whilst there are still trees on fire, this guy decided to put a house out. I wonder if the trees were out for a split second. With this one, are you going to go to any of the houses that are on fire? No, straight for the trees. Okay, it looks like then fire helicopters definitely prioritise forest fires over building fires. So sorry people that are stuck outside watching your house burn. You really should stand back a bit in my opinion. Looks pretty toasty. But the good news is they do actually put out buildings, just not as a priority. So again, quite surprisingly I think, fire helicopters care more about trees than buildings. That myth is confirmed. Hang on a second, I've just set another fire at the other end, just to confirm. Look, there's only one building on fire. Helicopters are going straight to the building and not the trees this time. Ooh, okay, I'm changing that. It's no longer confirmed, it's plausible. And I guess they just decide what they think is more important at that time, yes? Or perhaps it was because I wasn't completely symmetrical about the fires and they made it fixed first. Either way, I think plausible is the answer to this one. On to the next one. This next one I have leveled out the terrain at a terrain height of 0, so as low as we can go. And then I put a wind turbine in the middle just so we can do a little test. You see wind speed is 10, producing 8 megawatts. Now the myth here is the buried wind turbine still produces power. So if we pause the game there, we remember the power output and wind speed, and we do a bit of terrain shifting. So what I'm thinking, if we bring up all that ground, you can see that has sprung up the wind turbine with it. We can put the brush size down to 0. Then looking straight down, you can see down here, there is the wind turbine. If we wind turbine is. So the question is, if we click on that wind turbine and then press play, wind speed 0, not operating. No way! You can probably tell from my voice, I was not expecting that to be a thing. I wonder if that's because it's like actually buried. Oh, now I want to know, if I were to just make this a little bit wider. Right, so looking down there, there's definitely space for it to move now. So if we click on it now, wind speed still 0. Oh man, that's really cool. I wasn't expecting that at all. I don't know why that's so impressive. But the myth of a buried wind turbine will still produce power is busted. It will not. There's no wind down deep holes. And our first myth brings us over to the lovely Atlantis, where one of you reckons dams can't be set on fire. So since we have the world's longest dam here, I'm going to try and set it on fire. And very handy, we have a natural disaster literally called fire. So let's shove that. I mean, I guess anywhere. I feel like that bit is more likely flammable than not. I mean, I could just, I don't know, try and burn all of it and see what happens. There is also a forest fire natural disaster, so I might try shoving those on like the ends maybe. Can't imagine them doing much in the middle. Right, so we got a tree on fire. Wait, where's that? Why is that tree on fire? I don't know, the camera just took me over to here and there's like a stinky tree on fire. And the dam's all the way over there. You know, we have a few trees on that side. Oh, look down here. That building is on fire. I'm thinking the wall behind it might go up. Oh, look down here. More building fires right next to the dam. Sadly though, it doesn't look like the actual dam is flammable. I mean, I've just done a few more fires down here. It looks like all the buildings next to it are on fire. But like even the pumping stations, they're inflammable. Like surely that fire should catch the pump. But look how many helicopters are in the air. It's ridiculous. Anyway, the myth of dams can't be set on fire, that is confirmed. On to the next myth. Now, this next myth, we are heading over to where all these helicopters are. Look at all the helicopters. Helicopter tourism is one of the main benefits of living in Entopia. If you want to see the land by sky, this is the place to be. Anyway, this myth is helicopters can survive a direct hit by a meteor. So I guess we'll go back into here, and if we go to the end, we have a meteor. I'm going to wang the severity all the way up to 10. And then I think I want to find an area of helicopters stood still. High up, I'm just going to say that one. Yeah, I feel like there's more of a queue on the left nut than the right nut. So we'll head to the left nut. And I mean, maybe there's the best bit. It's like a bit of a, I think the helicopter comes down and then goes back out. So I guess there's more likely to be still helicopters there. So now we're just scanning the sky, waiting for that meteor to come down. Oh, there it is. Right, so you see it is flying in. So what we're doing, we're going to try and pause it. Oh no, I think we've missed. Yeah, that's not going to hit a helicopter. I guess we can see if the impact will do anything. Whoa, okay. Quite a big explosion. They seem to be fine though. I feel like that was a good shot. It depends what angle they come in at. I'm going to try and go a little bit like to the side, maybe there. I mean, I guess I could try another one like down there as well. I may as well have a few goes, right? Right, so just like a fancy hotel, I've booked in a few meteor strikes. Oh, and I hear one. Where is it? Oh, there it is, very close. Oh wow, if that helicopter keeps moving. Oh, look how close that was. Okay, we didn't hit any with that one, so that was a fail. There is another one incoming though. This one, no, I've missed again. Oh, blooming now, that one came in late. That was another miss. Ooh, this one could be a direct hit. Oh man, that was actually close. You are a lucky helicopter, I'll tell you that, mate. I mean, I feel like it probably could be affected by that. But technically, I missed this one. No, I think we missed again. Oh, this actually looks spot on. Look, let me get close. Oh, I think we actually missed. We literally, that was so close. Right, well, sadly, my aim was a little bit off, and we destroyed a load of the helicopters. I love that the helicopters like still land there though, and then just disappear into oblivion. It's like, right, that's the tour done for the thing. We'll just settle down here, back where we started, and yeah, if we zoom out, you see, I tried to hit all of them. I didn't get a single direct hit. I'm pretty sure though. I mean, helicopters aren't going to get hit by meteors. The game doesn't work like that. So that is it. Meanwhile, what can I destroy next? Tell you what, actually, if we head over here, this is the posh suburbs of Entopia. We knocked down some of these buildings. Sorry for that. We have a fire station in there. A road out opposite. We have a toll road there.
know what? Why not 3 toll roads? Right, let me wait for some buildings to spawn up there, because this myth is emergency service vehicles have to pay tolls. So what I'm thinking is I build buildings here, set them on fire, and then we see if fire engines come out and if they actually have to pay tolls to get up there. Because in the economy tab, we can actually see how much money we've made from the toll roads. Why is no one building here? Hello? Hello? I'll tell you what, can I set these buildings on fire? That's a really architectural one. Oh yeah, that's the one, that's the one. The Theatre of Wonders. So we'll shove that at the end, and we'll come to fire, and we'll say, set the Theatre of Wonders on fire. It deserves to go up. I mean, look at the roof. Look at this stupid roof. There's a roof on top of a roof. Cantilever. Ah! I'm angry. Anyway, right. We are at the fire station. We are looking straight opposite. We can literally see it's on fire. I can see the flames. Now, the thing is, these firemen, they have been trained to ignore all forms of architecture. So perhaps they won't actually put up with it. Hang on 1 second. If I just hit pause and go to the fire, can they? Oh yeah, they can definitely see it. That is bright green, that road. And I think we can confirm that building is definitely on fire. Still no movement this end though. I mean, well, it literally says operating normally. I'll just shut the firehouse down instead. Perhaps they might do something. No fire engines in use. If I give them all a pay rise. Oh, hang on. Wait, what are you doing? Wait, where's you come from? All the way in there. Well, you didn't hit hard enough with my meters. Right, I need to delete all these. Maybe it wasn't a fair test because the fire helicopter spanky bit. Hang on. We got a fire engine over here. Literally coming from the other side of town. Right, he's coming up this way. Right, pause. I mean, it's literally too late. The building isn't on fire anymore. Will he use the toll road? He's going up this way. He's going. Oh, he is. Yes, he is. Wait, he drove straight through. He didn't stop. Right, first off, where did you come from? Firehouse. All the way over there. Still doesn't explain why these two didn't do anything. But seem to have bypassed the tolls. Let's have a look. Road tolls. He's gone through. He didn't pay. Okay, well that is it then. The myth of emergency services that have to pay tolls. Blasted. They can drive straight through. Okay, that's actually quite good. Just be careful what buildings you set on fire, because in Entopia, we don't care for architecture. Anyway, for our next myth, quite an interesting one. I don't know what way this one's going to go. But this myth is children will drive themselves to elementary school. So I guess the first thing, we can probably look at what schools do now. So, oh man, we've got elementary schools everywhere. Okay, we're just gonna keep an eye on this elementary. 300 students go down. There's 7,000 students in the city. That's a lot of schools. Now the trouble with using this elementary school is, can you see all the roads here? They have footpaths on, so people can walk to school if they want to. That is no good. So we're going to look for an area that doesn't have very good schooling. Perhaps over in this area of the city. What I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a road that doesn't have footpaths. I guess that would be a 2-lane highway. Then if we just destroy one of these buildings, sorry, there you go, that road doesn't have footpaths, so pedestrians cannot walk up there. Then up here, I'm just going to do a little stub road, wang an elementary school down, and then do a highway back over here. So people can now get to school if they want to. They're going to have to drive though. You see, pedestrian footpaths, you cannot walk up there if it's not allowed. You've got the sign saying it's the highway, no pedestrians. So now, I guess we just stay looking here, probably speed up time, and we wait and see if anyone is going to go to school. We're waiting a long time now. Let me just. Oh, there's no water at the school, so we can go there. Hang on. Right, there we go. Operating normally. It's got 230 students. Where are they? It's like a ghost school. But we literally have a car park here as well. Anyone that wants to come and get educated, get involved. Yeah, the school now has 300 students apparently. Are we sure about this game? Right now in City Skylines you can actually, if you take a building, I literally can take any building, so if we click on this one, you can press that button there, toggle traffic routes view, and you can literally see who is driving to and from that building. Someone's going around a very efficient highway there. However, I noticed if you do that with the elementary school, there's just no routes at all. So if I do it with this elementary school over here, that's in like a normal area, no traffic. Another school here, no traffic. Even though there's cars parked in there, interesting. Yeah, none of these have traffic. Okay, well I guess the myth of children who drive themselves to elementary school is busted because no one drives to school, apparently. Well, I'll never do that. Anyway, for this next myth, I need to find a roundabout. Aha, and I can see we have one here already. So I'm just going to hit pause. And basically, this myth is vehicles will drive forever on a looping road. So essentially, if I just go around and I delete all of these on and off roads, so you can see that is now a looping road. So if I now press play, will these cars drive forever? I mean, it's not looking like it. They just sit. Oh, well, that's another myth ticked off. Vehicles will drive forever on a looping road. Busted. Now, for this next one, you're guessing the value for money. We're going to be busting 2 myths in one. So I'm going to head sort of away from everything, maybe over here. Then I'm going to be spawning a tornado of severity factor 10. And we'll just shove that in there. And then I'm going to wait and see what direction it goes. Alright, and there it is. So I'm going to hit pause. And then we know we placed the marker there. So it's going to be travelling from right to left. Now, the 2 myths we're going to be busting are huge walls will stop a tornado. So we'll rank the frame height up to the max. Then we'll just put a huge wall across there. Then see if that will deflect our tornado. Now, I'll hit pause again because the other myth we'll be busting is tornadoes damage underground infrastructure. Now, if you look down here, you see where the tornado has gone over this railway. It's completely ruined. So what I want to do, I'll take the railway off here, we'll go underground and connect it back in over there. Then as we press play and watch this go over, we'll see whether that tunnel gets damaged. But for now, let's see what this wall does to our tornado. So there you go, it's reaching the wall. Is it going to phase? Oh, it's phasing through. Oh my goodness! There it goes. So yeah, that literally just bunny hopped the wall. So, first myth, huge walls will stop a tornado. Well and truly busted. Second myth, down here, you see that railway is destroyed. But this one, most simple, that is absolutely fine. Means tornadoes damage underground infrastructure is also busted. Value for money. Alright, next up we're going to be on the grass is growing like in these craters now. It's like a mountain range. Anyway, we will oh, the tornadoes in the background. We will be replacing these helicopter tours now with something I've never used before. That is a blimp depot. So let's shove that down there. We want to grab a blimp pathway. Take this over here. Alright, so that is a blimp line down here so that we have people traveling their blimp from there to over there. But the main thing is I want to get blimps from the blimp depot. So there is the blimp. This myth should be a quick one. It is blimps can fly underwater. Now I've taken the first route through this. As you can see, there's a lot of water on there. So I think what happens, vehicles stay like a certain height above the ground. I'm sort of hoping we might head into the water and then we can confirm or bust this thing, or is it going to stay just above water level? Oh goodness, a bit turbulent there I think. Yeah, that is not heading underwater right now. Okay, that's fine, that is fine. So now we'll call this myth plausible, but I am gonna prove it proper. I think I'm gonna do that by just see where this goes. Okay, so it goes along here in the middle of my screen. So let's cut down a big old trench. Then we'll just make sure it's gonna be deep enough that the blimp would go underwater. So we'll fill the water level up to there. Oh man, the blimp's on its way. I mean, I didn't realise guys how slow the water would be. Hang on, let's add a few more. Come on, water. Come on, right. Anyway, you can see the blimp sort of heading over. Let's just see as it goes over the top if it does drop down. So I don't know if it keeps a constant height like above the ground, and whether that ground includes water. It was flying pretty low over end Atlantis. So as it heads in, it's going down, and there it goes. So that is a blimp flying underwater, or has it crashed? It may have crashed. Nope, it rises. So that is myth confirmed. Blimps can fly underwater. Yeah, while we're still thinking about the old water sources, I have another one for you. You can make a lake out of buildings. Now, you may remember from before, we used the high-interest tower, the PS5 building. Essentially, if we just make sure they overlap, and you remember before we made a dam out of these. This takes that one step further. Now we can see whether these actually store water. I mean, they're screaming for water. They've all got the notification saying that we need water, help us. Oh, okay guys, I can give you water. Let's plonk that there, and let's raise that up to the top.
then let's see what happens. Oh man, it's working. It is actually working. Yeah, you can see that is clearly filling up with water. They are still asking for water though. Interesting. I feel like this is something architects would actually do. I feel like everyone wants a sea view. Now you can have a sea view. Ooh, are we getting some spillage? Is there a bit of spillage out there? There might be a bit of spillage, you know. Oh dear, it is leaking. This is definitely leaking now. I might just think the water's rough though, and it's sort of skimming off the top. Let's give it some time to settle and see. Oh, that's awesome. We'll give it some time to settle though and see what it does. I am just going to check that water level again. I'm going to lower it slightly because I think the lip there doesn't actually count as the building. It's just the main bit on top. So there you have it. That is a lake made out of gold. I sort of want to do this with food. In Engitopia, that would be useless. I mean, I know we're in Engitopia though. But yeah, anyway, the myth of you can make a lake out of buildings is confirmed. That is a lake made out of buildings. It does leak slightly though, ever so slightly. Right, for our next myth, we are heading to the city in the sky. Now, if you remember this one before, there shouldn't be. Why are there so many cars up here? Okay, so the only way to access this at the moment is via airport. I put in a very awesome tramway, which has been very successful. But apparently, people they have still bought their own cars and they still drive them about. Quite annoying. But for this myth, we will be focusing on the trams because I've been told trams can travel vertically. So first things first, for this one, we're going to turn our lovely little blue bird into a heavy metal. It's definitely not a phase bird. And then I will hit pause because what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete this. And then we're going to take our tram and make it go straight down like that and then straight back up like that. So it's just a very small little detour down there. Now I can see it's not quite vertical, but it's pretty much as close as we're going to get. Looking at this, we already have our first volunteer, so let's follow this guy. So they're coming around there, they're going to head right off the edge. Oh my goodness. So you can see there's a tram on the right. Doesn't seem feasible. There's a tram on the left as well. They get to the bottom where the tram lines have literally evaporated into reality and then just head back up the same way. So down or up doesn't really matter. Wait, mate, that's quite impressive. Yeah, I guess that is myth confirmed. Trams can travel vertically. Right, for this next myth, I've loaded up this. You may recognize this. This is City Planner Bays. It's very own Verde Beach, but we are interested in this part away from the beach. The cow bar. Oh dear, I'm going to get slaughtered for this. No pun intended. But this next myth is tornadoes will pick up cows. I guess we'll see if it also does with pigs. So, I might just do like a little one, a 3.5. So we'll shove that in there. Oh, I'm so sorry. I really like cows. I like big dogs. And by the way, while that's spawning, let's have a little look around how professional builds in this game. I mean, he's got a skate park on the seafront. I mean, not a fan of that kind of thing. I mean, let's put a bit of a bigger radius on. Surely, this path is way too curvy considering it's not going off a hill or anything. Railways sort of nice. They're a little bit. You've got to put a retaining wall in there. That ain't cheap. That ain't cheap, mate. And that is quite a lump for a rail. Still, probably shouldn't judge him too much because he'll probably come look at that. And yeah, no one wants to see that sort of abuse. Now, I have no sewage station on top. Look at the very efficient underground resources you can see. I think that's probably oil or something. Yeah, that will make you a fortune, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, the storm is coming in. The tornado is on its way. Christmas, where is it gonna... Oh my goodness. Alright, so in a word, I am sorry cows, but there's a massive tornado coming your way. Looks like it's gonna hit the pigs first, so let's head over this way and just see what happens. Oh no! Oh no! All the pigs! All the pigs! Oh, I honestly wasn't expecting that to happen. Oh, look at them all go! Cows! Oh dear! It's a cow-nader! And on that note, I'll say that is myth confirmed. And I'll
I'm Jake O'Neill, creator of Animagraphs, and over the last few months, I researched, scripted, 3D modeled, animated,
level for humans and dabblers, this is not medieval. They're not chalky like it is in science. They're just exercise. Well, that's true. The brain does actually build superhighways when you use it. Let's do one more time. That's cool, but like you can just do activities that have a little bit more meaning. So I'll just keep doing the workout. Yeah, I mean, not perfect, but not terrible. I've seen that machine misused in so many different ways. Like that. Okay, I do not know where this is a Halloween costume. Okay, this is a family-friendly channel. Wait, you taking selfies like this? Why is there other things inside the ring? It could be just a Halloween costume and projector. If it's for any kind of medical utility, the answer is pretty much no. Unless it's for kind of endoscopy, whatever that's, then I'm speaking outside of
But you know, that nobody fingernails together like this daily stimulates the brain, sends signals to adult stem cells,
or it creates kind of images. Very neatly are quite painful. Check it out.
When I come home from work, and you try that stretcher.
I see this thing on TikTok and it looks so ridiculous. I can't imagine that it does anything. But I probably should try it once before. Just don't make any claims. Okay, makes a guy mode. I'm okay with that. Going to bed drunk. Oh yeah, the spins, baby. It actually can be quite dangerous if you are not awake enough to puke. You can end up having somebody vomit, aspirate into your lungs, and cause infection, inflammation. When people say someone died of an overdose, a lot of times it's through this aspirating going on. Wow. Oh my god, it's like your Windows PC. Really doesn't. There's ways to actually stimulate one of the main nerves in your body that is responsible for parasympathetic tone. And that's your vagus nerve because it innervates your diaphragm. So if you're able to go into deep breathing, that can actually change the way your body is functioning with its parasympathetic drive. That works.
You're playing everyone's favorite game this morning. You know it, you love it. Let's sing the title together. Do I feel this way because we were sitting and started taking it because I ran out of my other two prescriptions?
Oh, that's a problematic game.
Here's a little thing. The winner is not me.
Especially if you're on some mental health medication that if you come off abruptly and you go into withdrawal, that can change how you feel very quickly, very uncomfortable.
German inventor Rebecca Weiss has invented a testable dock which uses ultrasound technology to temporarily stop sperm mobility.
Oh my god. You know, it's funny, med school is always a joke, but if you spend X number of minutes in a hot tub at this temperature, you lose the ability to be fertile for that short period of time, and everyone makes a joke like, oh, I'm going to do that, so using condom. Like, no, it's silly, and not accurate, and you shouldn't do it.
And best part is, it only needs to be used once every couple of months in order to prevent pregnancy.
I need to see the evidence before I start talking about baby testicles. Are we really judging their face and then saying what we're going to do to their face? I mean, this is messed up. You're basically saying everything wrong to this person's face. Like, talk about giving someone a complex. I have a feeling after seeing this video, this person's going to go on and do the same thing about me. And this face blows up. Oh, did she face? They suck. When you go see a plastic surgeon, there should be a conversation about body dysmorphia before you undergo surgery. It seems like this provider is just pushing treatment because you don't even want it.
Somebody leave their dog.
Oh my god. That doesn't make sense. Bear, come here. You have a friend here. I heard you're supposed to make them aware of your surroundings. Like, if this was a black bear, I would say, hi, black bear, come up. I'm aware of my surroundings. Please don't be my face. Are you a black bear? Look at me. Your breath smells like fish. Oh my god, is it a chest compressions kit? Oh my god, I need to see this again. Oh, those are good chest compressions. Yo, those are 2 inches of deep good. That's better than a human could probably. But I will say, where that machine probably won't work is 99% of all chest compression times when you use a chest compression. Because chest compressions happen at home, on the street, when you find people down. And that's where hand-only CPR really needs to happen. And guess what? Most people aren't carrying that in their back pocket. Tip. Okay, that doesn't happen. Just say not a natural
baby drop of the baby that naturally reaches out to try and save himself. We check these things.
So, Rob Magdalene, can you please tell me how in the hell you got so ripped, putting us all into shame after that transplant? What you're going to need to do is you have a chef right on the So make sure the chef makes you a lot of chicken breast, and make sure you eat your pork at a certain level. And as you go to your physician 2 times a week, so you monitor testosterone levels.
You don't need to see your doctor multiple times to check anything unless you actually have a serious problem. I can't remember the last time I needed to see a patient multiple times a week. You also don't need to swear off, but yeah, I get what you're saying. To get an extreme look in your body and take extreme steps, that's not always healthy. You look at people who have ripped six-packs and you assume that they're extremely healthy. That's not always the case. Sometimes that comes at the cost of their mental health, which makes it tremendously unhealthy. A little adductor work never hurt nobody. Adductors are commonly trained with exercise, so you need to strengthen them and stretch them. I don't know why he needs to be in this room and he's positioned in this outfit, but to each their own.
It's not responsibility, but definitely not going to feel hungry ideals every second of every day, especially when you're going to the walk again.
Well, you definitely need to using more energy to adapt in the short term. Also, if you just got out of a surgery, you're also going to need more calories to heal, because that's a metabolic thing in your body. If a patient is
It's so hard to describe just the true, genuine gratitude that I have for GC. Just watching how GC continues to elevate their programs and their brand gives my degree so much added value. There is a different community here when you know that there is a genuine desire for you to find clients. GC helps guide you in that next step. They can help you get to where you want to go. I'm the co-founder of Noggin, a multi-million-dollar company, and GCU helped me find my purpose.
Have you noticed the National Guard in the news lately? This is a USA-backed quick take to give you some background. The National Guard is a unique part of the U.S. military. It is made up of Army and Air Force units in every state, some territories, plus Washington, D.C. Guard members usually train part-time and can be called up 3 times a week. With approximately 430,000 members, the National Guard plays a role in every element of national defense. Commonly, its members are involved in natural disaster responses, as well as wars overseas. Who controls it? Each state's government commands the National Guard. The exception is Washington, D.C., which is always under the authority of the President. But under Title 10 of the U.S. Code, the President can federalize the Guard any state of location, placing it under national command for wars or emergencies. In August 2025, about 800 National Guard members were federalized and activated under President Trump to assist federal and local law enforcement in Washington, D.C. after declaring a crime emergency in the capital. They have also previously been federalized in Los Angeles, California, earlier in 2025. However, that happened without the consent of Governor Newsom, and it's still being litigated in courts. The last time the governor defined the activation of the Guard was in 1965, when President Lyndon Johnson federalized the Alabama National Guard over Governor George Wallace's objection to protect civil rights marchers in the Selma. Interestingly enough, they were both Democrats. National Guard is both local and national. Our neighbors who may serve right at home or halfway across the world when the country calls. Subscribe to our newsletter at usafacts.org and our YouTube channel. At USA Facts, we give you the data, you make up your own mind.
Like thyroid levels, cholesterol levels, sugar levels, etc. Because there are conditions that can present themselves with feeling hungry all the time. This is the 292 people. Our bodies weren't made for this, so you're going to have extreme agony in your low back. length of your arms, length of your legs, the muscle position, the muscles insertions, the spinal cord. It's not mental, it's technical. The mental one, right? Well, this could be a cool exercise. I would recommend this.
It's funny, pay attention if your nose starts to run.
Your nose starts to run if you're having an allergic reaction, if you're experiencing a viral illness, if you get increased circulation to your nasal mucosa.
If you're eating and your nose starts to run, stop eating. If I eat something that's not good for me, my nose runs.
If I right now have a little bit of spicy sauce, my nose is going to run. Spicy sauce is not necessarily bad for you. And if I had a tiny bit of it, that also doesn't mean I'm full. So your thing just got debunked on face value. Sorry to say. Oh, wow. I've heard of this, the positive eating. Medical intervention, even if it's for cosmetic purposes, should be eliminated at all costs. So many things can go wrong, and then good luck figuring out if you have a medical condition. And again, like, I want you to express yourself, but I want you to express yourself without putting yourself on this. Okay, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. If anyone sends me this to the P.O. box that I have listed in my description down below, I will be very shocked.
You're looking at the face of someone who hasn't eaten food almost 5 years. The food is uncomfortable. It makes us sick and you don't know it.
No, my God, I've seen patients in hospital settings where they can't cook their foods and they have horrible illnesses. They lose their lives. Children lose their lives. Why? Contaminated water, contaminated food, because they can't cook it. So from all the privilege that we have to have in all these clean foods, there's many places in the world where clean food is not an option. So let's be reasonable.
Just walk only. You'll reverse all the healthy food maintenance.
Reverse it. We'll live forever.
So you know how you go to the gym?
Yeah.
You work out to do your abs?
Well, sometimes.
So you in the morning, midday, whatever.
Well, you say you're right now.
You're doing it wrong.
Why?
Guys, your abs are more thin.
I do do that. But why?
For 8 hours when you sleep, you don't drink, you don't eat, and your stomach does not expand. So those muscles you just worked on work 10 times better than when you eat right after a workout.
Okay, the logic is that because your stomach is not expanding, your abdominal muscles, separate from your stomach muscles, stay flat. How does that mean that they work harder? Once you stop doing the abdominal workout, the repair begins. It doesn't matter what's going on with your stomach. And doing abs has nothing to do with that. Just putting that out there as well. Yeah, that's literally everything. Everything in the supplement industry is not unless they make a claim and then they actually hurt somebody, then the FDA starts to step in. Actually, I don't think it's the FDA, the FCC starts acting. Well, no, what they say is an FDA-approved facility where other things are based. Like when we did our back doctor thing, we said it's an FDA-approved building that there's a rental space next door. Or they're tested, but the third party is their bro. All ingredients in life pretty much are considered to be tested. That means those are just words. That's the best. When they start calling their supplements nutraceuticals, because they're like, it's like almost pharmaceutical or supplements. If you sell supplements only to doctors, you're doing it strictly to give yourself that label, not because there's any restriction to you selling general to the public. But you just change your supplement. Okay, so do you know that you're eating food as a way to give you better stability inside of this environment? It's not just like a physical response, it's an actual neurological response. Oh my God, bro. There's also probably a fungal component where you don't change your socks, because that's going to trap moisture, darkness, all that stuff. That creates a good housing environment for the fungi in your life.
This is to anyone thinking of getting freckles covered in their face. George.
It's interesting. People without freckles get freckles tested on. People with freckles pay for miracle serums to remove freckles. The grass isn't green. I'm telling you.
They call this the 1 minute health check. All you gotta do is take a spoon and
Don't
rub it
tell
all
me.
over your face. Why not good? It's perfectly healthy. Let me back up the spoon and it's wash it separately. Why? It does sometimes start
living in nature will customize my car terms, so I only pay for what I need. Have a good day. Let me know if you want to make for the best thing. Only pay for what you need.
Shop cyber specials on Etsy for up to 60% off gifts that truly get the people on your list, like your friend Gary.
Personalized photo color.
Raven, a customer-branded sweater? That is so neat. And even Drew.
A family portrait with Patrice.
It's so us.
It's so nice.
Up to 60% off gifts saying, I get you. Etsy.
Then Dr. Mike hit me up on Instagram. He's in my DMs. I went to the set today. I showed Lisa Briones, and I was the coolest kid on set that day because you're a rock star. Oh my goodness.
On this episode of The Checkup, we're joined by the one and only Noah Wiley. In case you missed the last 30 years of medical dramas, let me fill you in. Noah Wiley is an award-winning actor who gained nationwide recognition for Dr. John Carter on ER, a role he played for well over a decade, which literally helped define modern medical TV dramas. But now he's back in the hospital with HBO's hit new series The Hit, where he also serves as executive producer and writer. The show has quickly become your doctor's favorite medical show, known not only for its medical accuracy, but also for its authenticity with frontline healthcare workers. Given that our medical reviews of the show have also garnered some attention, I was lucky enough to visit Noah and the team on set a few weeks ago and discuss our shared admiration for each other's work. It's also worth noting, beyond his screen work, Noah is actively involved in humanitarian and medical causes, supporting organizations that aim to improve global health and the well-being of frontline healthcare workers. In this episode, we dive into a range of juicy topics, from his medical expertise as a Hollywood-trained doctor to what we can expect for season 2 of The Hit. Cannot be more excited to welcome Noah Wiley to the Checkup Podcast. Let's get started. Well, look, you've mastered the art of being a doctor on television. I mean, if we're being honest about it, you have more medical training than I do. During residency, you're spending 8 years in the hospital. I've been practicing for 10 years, but in terms of seasons, you have more years spent in the hospital than I do. What's that like?
Yes. It's when I think about how that time could have been applied in a trajectory that actually would land me some sort of degree. It's pathetic how much time I spent in the hospital because I got doctors and I actually know. But yes, it's gratifying. It's also kind of ironic with my academic record.
Were you not a good student?
I was, it's funny, recently we had our annual testing because she's had some issues and we were working through some cognitive things, and we came back and she was very mild and very engaged. And as the doctor was describing her findings from the test to me, so I was like, I went home. About 10 minutes in, I noticed the bell after that, we're getting really jittery and nervy and
and I realized, oh my goodness, I think
I'm self-diagnosing myself. At the age of 54, somebody's got mild ADHD. And when I reverse engineer that back to being in school, it just tracks that if I had a real interest in it, then I had to do a deep dive focus on that days. If I didn't, then didn't pay attention. It was just like that. So yes, my math and science were difficult from this. I appreciate the point now.
What changed in the mind to see?
I think I stopped looking at things linearly and started looking at systems and started looking at things, there's cross-pollination and connectedness and knowledge developments. We take a drama class and we talked about the mathematics and a poem, and about mathematics and a poem, and suddenly they unlock math for me, or I want to learn more about aviation system. Physics doesn't intimidate me anymore because it's a goal to get to understand mechanics of flight, right? And so it had to align with something I was actually interested in.
Well, isn't that just a description of why our education system perhaps isn't the best? Because if you think about it, a good educator will find a way to motivate a student.
Yes.
by making math artistic or the other way around. I remember I had a mathematician on the show who was telling me how beautiful math is in her mind. And I've never been someone who loved math, even though my mom was a math professor, PhD, and loved it, tried to pass it on to me. I viewed it as work, as something I had to sit and drill and do over and over. But she's viewing it as a garden of numbers. And the way she described it just becomes so motivating and exciting to learn as opposed to a chore. But I think really it's the educator.
I would agree. We did examine the article on certain things for somewhat creative reasons. I think season 2 of Ryan. But it breaks that down into between romantic people versus the classical. One appreciates the aesthetics and one's more interested in sort of scene components and mix it up. And it's very rare that you find a combination of both of those sensibilities. That's what I've been trying to figure out for myself.
Is that because you see how medicine is as much science as it is art?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
People miss that a lot, and I think that's a big reason for why misinformation is so prevalent on social media. Because in order to practice good medicine, you need to be able to hedge your bet every time, which makes you look a bit uncertain. If you come in with abdominal pain, I say, well, it might be appendicitis, but it also might be these 3 other things. I'm being a good doctor because I'm telling you the truth. I can't with 100% certainty tell you what's going on. And then even treatment-wise, I can tell you what is the first line of treatment, but then also if it doesn't work, what's the second, third, fourth, and fifth. So again, we're hedging. Whereas a lot of the influencers on social media, people on television, Weekend Simpler and stuff, they come in and say, you have headaches? You're not consuming enough Himalayan sea salt. That's the problem. So if you look at it, you're like, wow, one seems way more confident than the other who's constantly itching his bed. But in reality, that hedges is way more honest.
Well, they were farmers. Doctors will tell you.
Yeah, doctors didn't tell you it's because of the big one.
They don't want you to know. Big Pharma just wants you to know.
Have you ever fallen victim to any misinformation that you've seen? Where you're like on a show and you learn something?
Ab exercise with exercises in my life. I have
fast abs? Like one of those?
I have a whole room in my house that's just dedicated to, it's like a museum to every ab device ever invented. Rollers, wheels, electrostimulations. I'm such a sucker.
Now,
if there's a quick way to get back to that, I'm on it.
Well, they say abs are made in the kitchen.
So, right?
Yeah.
I make a lot of abs.
So maybe the room where you chose to build the abs is the wrong room. Was it? Why abs? Why was that always a goal for you? Or was it a role that you were at?
It was just, we have our bodies grow very that's one area of the body that I'm like, genetically, doesn't seem like why we really ever got there. And then I had some, I was 22, McDonald's, completely discovered why I had put on the against myself.
So you just didn't have the right tool.
Yeah.
You gotta ask your homework first. That's fine. Well, look, you were talking about almost downplaying the idea that instead of going to medical school and getting a proper education, you chose this path. But you've actually done a tremendous service to medical providers, potential medical providers, people who ended up in the field because of you. I know you tell stories frequently of folks coming up to you. How does that happen? How does someone watch ER, the pit, and then change their life trajectory? How does that feel for you?
It's pretty heavy. Very flattering and gratifying. It was most profoundly felt during the pandemic when I was receiving a lot of mail from first responders. Just saying everything from who's Carter out here to thanks for getting into this, keeping me inspired while going through it. And I felt really gratified and also so stillness at that moment to really be able to help in a really good way. But that was the catalyst for wanting to explore a show and all that was happening. But again, I reached out to John Holmes and said, maybe we should do this. And that's where the pit kind of came from, was feeling like I wanted to be the temporary relevance of this practitioner life was over going from that.
describe the movie.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of people who use VR as the reason why they went into medicine is huge. And I'm not talking about this from a philosophical standpoint. I interviewed residents for a residency program, and it's referenced so often. And now that conversation is shifted to the pit with med students who are excited about it. I speak very frequently at colleges, medical associations, and the pit comes up almost every time.
How do you assess it? You only need to have enough shit to inspire the generation to go.
Now tell me, why did it go to the pit versus the RV2?
Well, originally that was the computer system that we felt easiest to do. Right? And then we got into a little bit of a rights debacle with the pregnant and everything else. So, and then, you know, while we were looking around the ends, postmortem, we actually found that it was probably better that it didn't come as a VR because it wouldn't have so much attention to narrative baggage, right? So many Easter eggs you don't pay off for fans and just won't come back. But it would have, I think, muddied the waters of the message we were trying to say about what's going on. Like, this allowed us to start referencing the same Trojan horse and the whole new cast of characters inside of it.
What I liked about the character of John Carver is I related to him to some degree. He came in, happy-go-lucky, maybe not the sharpest doctor as an intern, and then really had a turnaround where there was a skill set there. There was a person who was very capable at their job. Did you realize that that would happen with his character arc, or is that something that developed organically?
No, you never know. Just a ball. It was like 10 girls in the Master Pilot. But I did recognize the pilot script where all the other doctors were proficient, second, third, fourth years. That was the best. The art ahead of me would have been the largest. And then those others, this rumbling into his feet. And somewhat the comic relief, that character's maturation and embracing manhood, his position, and his particular case, his blended upbringing, which he was sort of living in his relative to now about. All kind of pieced up over 15 long years and afforded me an opportunity to play very few actors where everything was just to basically grow up inside.
Yeah, that's 12 seasons. He took some time off
in the first 11 seasons. A few episodes in the 12, it took 13 off and came back. Sort of half of the episodes.
I mean, you sort of know where Doctor is going because that wasn't filmed in Los Angeles, right?
VR was filmed there.
Oh, it was?
That's the film in Warner Bros. The same studio that trained here. I can see the soundstage from like VR for
wow.
300 feet in 15 years. 15 hours.
So when you were referencing earlier, like the last 10 or 15 years, you weren't filming that, like these are future projects that you're working on after it.
After everything after that, I worked on a series of shows. But Oregon was worked on a series of shows. Toronto was on a series of shows. Vancouver was on a series of shows. New Orleans.
So when the idea of the fleet came about, were you like, please film it here, not?
Yes, well, the benefit of working with John Wells and Scott Gemmels, we were all old men who were getting sort of busted about not wanting to leave the original. So that was the first flight we had to do. So let's play to LA. And I've also become a bit of an outspoken advocate for work in LA because we've had a real exodus the last few years. We lost 21,000 jobs in Los Angeles between 2021 and 2023 through the pandemic and the strikes. It's been devastating. And these fires have been more difficult because a lot of people have lost jobs. And people are challenges. So, I've become part of the grassroots campaign called Stay in LA. It's going to get income tax credit lifted for production in California. And to ask studios and streamers to help all the budgets to begin with episodes of the
Wow, so you're advocating not just for doctors, but also for everyone.
I'm actually going to DC precedent to speak to the numbers on their own about if you receive legislation that force people to pay and workplace protection.
Which is important given the fact that healthcare use is so underreported, sometimes completely neglected, and there is no policy on the books of mandatory sentencing.
It's a federal crime to assault.
Bus driver,
the idea that assault a practitioner not only without penalties is egregious, and yes, it's I'm sure you know happy more about it. As a byproduct of it's waiting on it's a byproduct of the crowding and the whole thing is systemic at the end of the day. It's taking care of us.
What difference in your life from taking care of your own health have you changed playing these roles as a doctor or saying?
I think any doctor, I think we're immortal, aren't we?
Yeah, well, I love that word. Ironically, we're almost both Dr. Mike. So yeah, that makes sense. It's like two nights
in our weight sneakers across the way, elbow hanging at each other.
But doctors are the worst of things. And I think it's partially for dark reasons. The fact that we've seen so much that our tolerance of what that is so much more broad than the person who, oh no, my stomach hurts, this is something terrible. Whereas we've seen some things, just bowels coming out and say, oh well, that's fixable.
I honestly think this is speculation. Not really. But you can compartmentalize to such a degree that I find the same things true in doctors misdiagnosing our children. And there's ethical rules about not treating sometimes and not about relationships for that reason. I think that leads to partners for physicians. When you take that focus that's always outward data and apply it inward in any way, it throws the calibration off. So I think we can say it's darkness, but I think it has more to do with self-protection.
Yeah.
Once you open that door, admit it to your own vulnerability, but admit that you have the same potential to fall prey to everything that you're treating. It's sort of slippery slope. I think there's a stage in medical school, from what I've read, people go through this hypochondriatic stage.
Exactly.
Suddenly you get this education, you realize, holy shit, all this can happen to me. I think I have all of this all the time. And then you kind of have to take that down and put it in its proper perspective.
Does that happen with acting as well?
Yes, I think it's sort of a chessboard, and you learn how to play something that is infinitely complex. The more you realize the variables you'll never learn, the more you get humbled by the prospect of finding part of the education. I think that's true of acting. You learn mechanics, and that just frees you from how much more there is to know.
It's frequently the line that folks say about the smartest people in the room about know the most and know the best questions.
And try to preach those methods. Yeah. Just be curious about it.
Is that your strategy for your success?
I think I've been really sort of mercurial in the way that I get turned on to all sorts of different things. Because of that, and occasionally I'll find a reason to draw to writing is writing on the page. Great achievements I've had so far. It was the first time I realized that as I was writing the medical show, I was pulling in things that were interesting to me about philosophy, things that happened when I was a kid when my grandmother died, or something that, a joke that I always loved. And you realize that it's all there for a reason. I've collected it all. I didn't know why, but there is a practical use for it eventually.
Well, for someone who's writing the thing, acting on the thing, EP, and I met you in the writer's room a few weeks ago. You guys are not just taking this seriously from a fictional standpoint, you're also taking it seriously from a factual standpoint. And that is rare. As someone who, yes, my career has become radio medical dramas, it's amazing how accurate and it's not even truthful. It's almost written by someone who's been in the
Yes. There you go.
Yeah, so tell us about the process of how you incorporate people's experiences, knowledge, in addition to a functional show.
We have on our staff several senior members. The biggest one is a man named Dr. Joe Sachs, who's a technical advisor on the and also a writer and producer. Supports me very much. And Joe has who proverbially calls his ticket trouble. And we say, Joe, we need a really heroin case. Clamshell. And he brings to bear all his medical gear, as does Dr. Mel Gerber, as do our three on-set technical advisors, as do all the trauma nurses that we have our background. There are so many experts going around. And we mind not just for the cases, and we ask them more uncomfortable questions, just to sort of open their hearts and tell us how we felt. And if they were afraid of, our most confident is confident. And those are the things that people are sort of more interested in. And I think those are the things that people are responding to most. The medicine is the soundtrack of that. Like when you're watching this energy, behavior, relationship, hierarchy, confidence, those are the things that most relate to.
Do other shows not hire this level of staff to make sure
I think other shows don't care as much to make that point. We came into this to be the most politically accurate show ever made.
That was the strategy.
Wow. I think that was what we were doing, was trying to make a love letter from line workers and first responders to say, we see in here the last several years, and we're going to build a show around doing great documentaries and we're still like, and everything else will fall. Right, these asinine pictures from other shows, those women, they get too big to see them in the candy hour.
There's a lot. There's people with Brillo pads, defibrillator. There's a lot of.
We pass those pictures around as a point of pride that we take this seriously.
But all the gear on set that I saw
is crazy, right?
Is you guys are a functioning hospital on the set.
What we can donate into a real
I mean, I hope that they won't be some practical issue like, oh, it's not certified.
Oh, works great. It's really impressive. It's so impressive. It didn't impress my non-elected heart. It looks like I was expecting Hogwarts. Like, what? This is a real hand soap dispenser.
You're like, this is an X-ray machine. It's a portable test X-ray. Wow. Well, how did the premise for these 24 hours or 15 hours come about? Was that an initial point that you wanted to start with, or did that come about early?
Scott Demos' contribution to that was, I want to do something that reinvents the genre that we know so well, and brought two sort of pillars along with that. One was I want to do in real time, a pressure cooker that takes place over a full shift, where you're embedded like combat unit, backseat of a squad car on the highway, where you can turn your head and make that like you just snapped, right? And I don't want to do any external artifice that can take a viewer out and say, oh, that was supposed to price everybody in the reactions and concussion. I just want the soundtrack to be technical jargon, machines in the room, maybe a little accentuated sound design.
It's probably, and the last time I got the same feeling that I got watching The Pit was probably Saving Private Ryan. I don't know if that played a role in your thought process, but do you see the symmetry between the...
Yeah, it was the opening sequence of Private Ryan, just that unrelenting. That's the beach. There we go.
Because it also, if you think about what the story is, it's guys going to get another guy. But the characters, the feelings, the friendships, the emotion, similar to what The Pit is, like the medicine, as you said, is the soundtrack. It's the background for what actually is happening to these humans.
And a lot of times, healthcare workers are just thought as, oh, they're just there, they're robots, they're well compensated, forget about it, no big deal. But without healthcare workers running really great healthcare, really bad this.
I've been saying that the strength of our healthcare system is transferred to the strength of our healthcare workers and which we support.
Do you think Bill Gates' prediction that in 10 years AI will replace doctors is an accurate?
I think
As long as donuts were made into noodles, noodles were tossed for more popular things. But one day, when the bear smelled their fun, a voice said, "Hey, this one's mine." Dunkin' Munch was so small, they're suddenly the best bites of all. The holidays were a Dunkin' Munch. Hey, I heard whales, calamari, honey, and how the bear was supposed to be up to 5 days a week for camera market. Let's hear about that. You need this in day 5? Imagine if she could do it to 5 days in which to.
This Christmas, plan your finances for the people, causes, and communities you love. Further.
You may have challenges that look really strong. In the past, you don't have a chance. Don't be intimidated. The forces that are for you are greater than the forces that are against you.
this is so much part of the conversation as a public health approach that does almost dictates yourself. Walk away, put your cell phone down, do my own exam while I'm talking to you in the interview. And it's not just talking, texting, it's putting it in the format of the chart that we use at the department of the hospital that we have to be sitting while I'm doing the exam, which allows us to have much more one-to-one contact. It takes more typing out of your day on the chart. And you just have to check if that accuracy is right. This is
You have to make sure the AI is not doing it.
yeah, so there's no hallucinations that you might be so fancy, so off, or whatever. And that's the part that I was still on is that 99.9% accuracy rate with that 1% still. So many great diagnostic research, brain, heart, cancer detection. Talk to experts, it's the same environmental recipes. That said, I do think we do something to focus on having human contact. I think humans need to have human contact. Do something quantifiable about person to person.
Asking, you want some cheese?
I don't think she'll ever let her brother walk her dog again.
it's so disconcerting sometimes. Like, he doesn't seem real. Like, Sylvie, what? Is that comfy? So, did I interrupt something?
Come on. Go. Come on. Come on.
Cat really could believe she had the audacity to make a noise.
Put the stuffing away.
Lucky Bear's so sick of that log truck noise. He's trying to hide from her. Poor little guy was just trying to take a nap.
Do you even see this puppy yet? Yeah. See it? There you go. See? Not bad. No.
What is it? Can I please? Oh, it's a chicken. Okay. You're biting. Why'd you bite me? Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not sure whether the cat could fix a washing machine. This guy has no survival instinct.
Yeah, I'm so hungry. No.
For some reason, I don't think this cat enjoyed getting wet. I don't even know what the hell this is.
scrolling for a while.
One of this guy's dogs is a little bitch.
If I sit in my closet right next to the router, my Wi-Fi speed is pretty good. But once I go a couple halls away into my office, that Wi-Fi speed drops off pretty bad, actually. So I DoorDash the message, and the plan is to have one of these nodes pretty close to the router, one of them in the office right next to the kitchen, and then most importantly, one of them here in the living room, in between them. So the connection doesn't have to make this big jump, it can jump here first. This isn't good placement, but it'll do. I hooked up all the nodes to power, and since this one's right here, might as well take it up. Oh god, come on. Okay. There we go. And now, after some configuration, this should be a lot better. Hell yeah, I didn't really expect that to work for some reason. Carter here.
With my husband, it's finally cold enough for women to wear the leg warmer leggings combo. I swear, I've been...
This guy has seen some stuff. That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later.
Don, Eric. Yeah, we connected through single, but yes, but there's no point.
It's a lot nicer than that one from daddyfigure.com.
wants me to take Hector.
Oh boy.
No. I'm not interested. We got
It's such a bad idea. There's no way that won't cause damage to you.
How are you keeping us here to torture me? Is that a bicycle?
That's what I'm saying. So
Exactly how soon do you make them? It could get quite ill. It certainly won't be unpleasant. Oh, goodness! I left my door open. My poor dog must have run away and been hit by a car or a truck. Good morning. This is funny.
I'm done reading. Go away. It's not because she fucked up.
Walls. Good morning, Leah.
Some of the blood came from her stomach. Sure.
It's a pretty tiny deep.
Do you have anything to add to this today?
Wasn't right before the fall. Sure. The office.
Well, no, it wasn't good yesterday. It was not good in capacity. It could cause...
Whoa! Speak up on a person like that, dumbass. Because he thinks you're a cold-hearted bastard without any regard for anyone but yourself. That's right. What's on the PET scan?
Much apologies.
Do you know what's on the PET scan? Hello, wait. What's on the PET scan?
You can't dump your entire department just because you don't know how to deal with an issue.
They're all irreversible. PET scans. What the hell's wrong with them?
I can't tell if he loves the tortilla or hates it. His dog is not ready to go home yet. it, man. Tasty tattoo.
Trying to get outside. The humans won't open the roller door for me.
This horse just couldn't hold it in.
Again, this is not about creative. It's more for creativity. That's what anything in this earth.
He's having his ears cleaned by a professional. This dog really gets flies. This dog is not a fan of the robot dog. I let myself out. And now he's getting mad. I'm trying to get through because I'm not gonna have to. I know.
Oh my thing.
Time for this dog to meet the family. This dog really wants the food. I think he may be hungry. This blind puppy is trying to get on the couch. dinner time. They wanted to plant the swing chair. He was trying to save his sticks. This crow really wants his ball. Yeah, that's a lot of pets. This cat has a lot to say. This dog is walking its human. This dog is making people play fetch with him. is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Garrus Plates. This dog has an incredible trick.
Hello, scary ass. Damn. Oh.
What are you doing?
What is this little guy digging for? This cat does not know how to react to the space sounds.
I ain't never in my life seen a donkey and a dog be best friends.
I think he's hinting at something. I think this dog wants a walk.
So put my feet of dust up down and my head. That's something up. Are you enjoying yourself, really?
These dogs found their twins. This dog is suspicious of the ice cube. This duck never skips cardio.
Yep, that's right.
Taco. Taco. Hi. What are you doing there, big guy? Why? But why?
This house has a broccoli pig. This dog will only eat when given permission.
Just walk past his house and I think that dog's a little bit stuck.
There you go. Good. There you go.
Is this dog selfie? What do you think this cat saw? duck likes to talk. These cows have the same pattern. This is a very excitable bird. His dog figured out how the draws work. I think someone's a little hungry. This bird has a new best friend. This is a mini horse. Something's not there. You know? What do you think I am? Oh, you know me?
Man, you're hot. Just making me horny. Deal with it. Hey. You can't get me stoned and not close the deal.
Good. That was real.
Okay, but for real? Everyone has a husband's working. I figured we can join the 5 minutes later.
That's so sweet.
Play my champion.
You sure talk fast.
Something to see you were busy. I've never winked at a picture in my life. I have no one. I'm sorry. I do what I was thinking.
It's okay.
No, it's not. I mean, I wasn't conscious of anything, but what else?
Reassuring?
My friend's gonna explain. Well, leave the chocolates downstairs. Bastard nuts.
Indeed. A perfect jar.
No, sample of your. Okay, we have a neurological problem here.
There's something wrong with my brain?
Oh yeah.
Keep your hands off my son. Tell him to
What's the magic trick?
Wow, your hair is so shiny. What's your color?
That's the formulated compass. Eye Shine Serum and Vitamin E. Intense color and shine. Up to 9 weeks of Big Divide color. 9 out of 10 women agree. Nothing lasts long. You're so lucky. As long as donuts were made into noodles, noodles were tossed from a pot. But one day, when the air smelled of fun, a voice said, "Hey, this one's mine." Dunkin' Lunch Meat, so smart, so simple, the best bites of all. The holidays were on Dunkin' Lunch Meat.
The Papa Shop on Coastal Friend of Place I never wanted. Neither do my friends. Search now on apartments.com.
What makes you feel
sure I'm gonna actually, so won't actually know that I know his name, but she seems a little, what's it, I don't know.
She's a worker. She's not slutty.
God, you're sexy, kid.
This way. Getting confused about everything. Of course not.
But you use sexy.
That was a massage plus acne sort of thing. That's what he said.
Since you're too sick to work in a clinic,
Okay.
I have a shop. I thought you could do some teaching, patient histories.
I especially didn't come from a
This is what a woman is supposed to look like. Okay, we're not just skin and bone. We have flesh. We have curves.
Nice. No problem. That's a very old photograph. What is your stepmom?
She was really awesome.
Well, that's... I can't stop thinking about her. My dad's here. I'll be watching TV. She'll give me a massage. I can't walk very long. She's my mother. Jeez. I just think that's something to deal with until I graduate and buy the house. Breakers. The white there. White. You're a woman. No. One thing you can recognize. The white woman and her husband has changed colors. She's not baby. By the way, the kids smile at carrots. I get those 5 minutes. Carrots turn yellow with nice and turns red points in the finger green with even report. What are you doing? She's trying to kill him.
Is Violet still okay?
What the hell is going on here? She's done that. Why? You don't... Yes, I did. But only because you didn't trust me. You asked me to picture it exactly as he looks. That's exactly what I did. That check? Better be in my mailbox by Friday. I'll probably be back. Come on. What happened? I don't know. I saw the painting and just freaked out.
Brandon, what is this?
It's her portrait. What's wrong with it?
You're disgusting.
That's something cardinal. I'm a compulsion. Fine. Okay. I have whatever I want. This is kind of red. You get yourself 20 cent money on it. I like that. She's got pictures of you. Just you. It's like some kind of weird shrine. Yeah.
clean episode of House Empty. I couldn't do it alone. Welcome, special guest, Captain C. You ready to take this on? I do. Let's get started.
Antique vintage cane cost $900.
It had a course for it.
Ah, that was me. Vintage reference.
Can be used as a weapon against the pilot.
Oh, it's so interesting. We just had Noah Wiley on the podcast, and he collects unique things just like that. Do you ever have a passenger come on with a cane?
Well, yeah, I've seen passengers come out with canes before.
But now with the government.
No, TSA should come something. What people want.
You know how much WHO technician needs the hospital?
Maybe in short, but it had girth.
And the room service thing is just spiteful.
There's $150
For a bottle of wine.
I was thirsty.
$120 basic services.
I was lonely.
Why do they vote planes front to that?
So that's because people pay more for the seats in the front of the office, special. And it's nothing more than that. It's just like,
It feels so wrong. It's creating convention.
It's absolutely wrong. But you think loading from back to front is faster? It's actually not. Yeah, because everybody that stops now and gets their stuff where you have to wait, and they sit down in the aisle seat first, and they have a chance, and they have to get up in the next person. So it's actually outside to the inside on the back to the front.
Miss Cuddy, you were in the next cabinet to the left, 9C. No, I booked two first-class tickets. Must be a mistake.
No mistake. Race for a $500 fare reduction. Expense problem solved.
Did you ever watch the movie Blackmaid? There's a flight attendant makes a proposal. Stone. Airplanes aren't very healthy. You're not moving. That creates stagnation of blood and potential blood clot vessels. You're usually consuming salty beverages and salty foods that go in.
Do you know why foods are so salty? When you go to altitude, your taste buds are not as responsive.
No way.
They put more salt in it to make the food taste better when you're down at sea level.
No wonder.
Yeah, blood pressure is the plasma soup. Just
And there's radiation exposure.
Absolutely.
Do they have you do any kind of extra health screening thing as a pilot?
Yeah, my aero medical recently had they do actually kind of track some of that stuff. I don't like to go max altitude all the time. Every 1,000 foot, you kind of bump up the radiation.
You need to drive yourself every time. Okay. So what altitude do you
40,000 above.
really go?
You know, I like to stay down around 36.
I'm not definitely above that much. The clouds, So, are you alright? How do you make that diagnosis? He's struggling, really. Is anyone a doctor? Yes.
I'll go get her.
I'll go get her.
You know, that's the one thing I didn't think about. What if you're a doctor, you get asked that question, and you have 3 or 4 hours?
Well, you're still a doctor. It depends on who else steps up. You don't know how many lines they've been. If I'm in the back of the airplane, this is really passenger, and I've got a couple of drinks. It depends on how dire the situation is.
If there's a tornado?
If there's a tornado. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, now you gotta
You gotta let the 11-year-olds for it.
Yeah, you get a play.
Headache, severe abdominal pain, and a rash all over his lower back.
I mean, that's a broad description. It could be a medication reaction, it could be an infection. You're even worried about multiple things happening at the same time, impacting both organ systems. The fever definitely tells us this effect.
It's serious. You can teach us.
Wow. We just attended a symposium about pandemics. We're playing in one of the flight colonies of a small world.
Meningococcs have the password from this plague and dying from New York.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. We have a vaccine for meningitis. It would have to spread through. But while it is dangerous, it's not like, oh my god, everyone's dead. There's some techniques that we do on this exam that point to meningitis, including doing what a deep movement, chest to chest. And if there are signs that there's potentially inflammation in the brain, you will see that person spread out.
But it was a next step.
Yeah, it's rigidity and pain upon flexion of the neck.
What? What do we have to do?
We don't. Misunderstood. Dr. Cuddy just meant you might feel less nauseous if he was facing in a different direction. The heavy got the full load.
We're not head over the north pole. You know, turn back now. The next steamer is 15 hours ago.
Essentially.
So to dispatch airplanes like over the Atlantic,
specific or employer calculus, thing called detox. It's regulated by how many other operating systems you have in your generators and backup systems. Everything's operating fine. You can go as far as 4 hours a day. Most detox flights are 2 hours or extensions, probably 3 hours. So there's no place on the planet where a jet is 15 hours away from you. The longest flight I ever took on a 777 was from New York to Delhi, and it was a 17-hour flight to get back. So that's the entire flight.
Yeah, where you're flying over it.
So there's no place on the planet where 15 hours away. But it sounds dramatic.
Alexander Korean male, 30s, 5'11", 160, bald, scar on the right side of his jaw, and a alert bracelet on his left wrist. He's allergic to at least penicillin.
Forget about all of these other situations. Why not just he's clearly unwell. Why are they trying to diagnose him and treat him?
Yeah, well, it looks like they're having this full-on conversation. They haven't even told the doctor what's going on. So
even you are the
On the other hand, I am a board-certified specialist in infectious disease. She decides Parkinson's disease.
Please let me not think it's something worse.
While you're back there. By the way, no one told us his heart rate could be 150, his blood pressure could be 50, he could be septic. And that requires landing a step. We have something known as sepsis scoring, where if someone has an elevated temperature, they have an elevated blood count, they have an elevated pulse, and a source of consumption, we call it sepsis. And they need to be pretty much hospitalized. In this situation, if he's truly with meningitis, he's to be hospitalized. Why are they even thinking?
One of the things that people are asking is, what if there's not a doctor out there?
Yeah.
We have a thing called a physician on call, so I can make a satellite call anywhere around the world to a doctor that's waiting to ask all those questions and process. Usually what I do is if there's a physician on board the airplane that's a team, whoever it is, I put them connect the doctor directly so they can talk that special language. Sure. Yes, and you cut me out as the middle because I'm trying to translate it, and a lot gets lost here.
Very much. Is it true that sometimes when someone loses their life on a plane, they sit that person's body next to another person?
Only if there's no other seats on the ground airplane. Now, usually that happens. Nobody dies on an airplane. They're not pronounced dead until they're on the ground.
The answer is about
it's got to be a certain position on the ground. There's nobody dies on the airplane. If you die on the airplane, and it gets diagnosed later, obviously you still go faster as if it was a dead body, so you can take them from the back alley. That has happened.
Is that guy really sick?
No, he's all better.
I don't believe you.
Look that way.
Why?
Because you're going to throw up and I don't want it on you.
How does he know? He's like a magician.
He is. He's a big one. Give her a banana, a fucking seed, milky bar, smell vomit.
Uh-oh. I know the rash from the injection of the meningitis, but there could be also norovirus.
Good question.
Still getting the rest of this class, especially to the gloves and coats. And this one is because rash.
Best gloves. That is the best. She's probably she had the gloves.
I think so.
She got terrible, wasn't it? It's the onset toxin.
I don't know why he's trying to make sure that it's something else to shoot. He's not looking for the most likely cause.
Is this his house way of eliminating all of the...
Yeah, but that's not the right way to do it. In healthcare, what we do is we bring a list of things that could be. We call that list differential measures. And at the top of that list is what we think is the most likely to do, or whatever the most devastating, human problematic thing. So if someone comes in with upper abdominal pain that's radiating to the left side of the chest, it probably isn't a heart attack. But you want to rule out a heart attack. If you miss that, that could be like death. And when it comes to a situation like this, meningitis, that could be potentially infecting the whole plane and causing that person to lose their life, it should be at the top of the list. Not, let's see what else we can throw up there to make sure that it's good.
Sounds good to me.
So he's having insurance because his body's trying to create one to create two. The reason most people get sweaty and have a fever is because they take something from money, Tylenol, and when you do that, the body lowers the body's sweat. And then, when the medication wears off, in order to rebuild the fever, you start shaking in order to develop heat to raise it up. And we do that because bacteria, viruses struggle at high temperatures, so it helps us better. So in a lot of cases, if you're a healthy adult, you have no underlying issues, we actually start fever pretty good. Obviously, if someone's doing the same car just had a heart attack, you don't want to stress that heart, so you may control it. probably the same price in the airplane itself. Sure. First class, like before it comes. Just works. 43 left.
Well, I know you. I'm gonna start seeing her watching this TV show. Seizures, paralysis, ataxia.